Chapter XVI of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter XVI. I must in some degree have felt it a charm there that we were not, under his rule, inordinately prepared for business, but were on the contrary to remember that the taste of Cornelius Nepos in the air, even rather stale though it may have been, had lacked the black bitterness marking our next ordeal, and that I conceive to have proceeded from some rank predominance of the theory and practice of bookkeeping. It had consorted with this that we found ourselves, by I know not what inconsequence, a pair of the assets of a firm, Messrs. Forest and Quackenboss, who carried on business at the northwest corner of 14th Street and 6th Avenue, having for the winter of 1854–5 taken our education in hand. As their establishment had the style, so I was conscious at the time of its having the general stamp and sense of a shop of long standing, of numerous clients, of lively bustle and traffic. The structure itself was to my recent recognition still there, and more than ever a shop, with improvements and extensions, but dealing in other wares than those anciently and, as I suppose then, quite freshly purveyed. So far at least as freshness was imputable to the senior member of the firm, who had come down to our generation from a legendary past, and with a striking resemblance of head and general air to Benjamin Franklin. Mr. Forest, under whose more particular attention I languished, had lasted on from a plainer age, and, having formed, by the legend, in their youth, the taste of 2 or 3 of our New York uncles, though for what it could have been goodness only knew, was still of a trempe to whack in the fine old way at their nephews and sons. I see him aloft, benevolent and hard, mildly massive, in a black dress coat and trousers, and a white neckcloth that should have figured, if it didn't, a frill, and on the highest rostrum of our experience, whence he comes back to me as the driest of all our founts of knowledge, though quite again as a link with far off manners and forms, and as the most historic figure we had ever had to do with. W.J., as I distinguish, had in truth scarcely to do with him. W.J. lost again on upper floors, in higher classes, in real pursuits, and connecting me, in an indirect and almost deprecated manner, with a strange, curly, glossy, an anointed and bearded Mr. Quackenboss, the junior partner, who conducted the classical department and never whacked, only sent down his subjects, with every confidence, to his friend. I make out with clearness that Mr. Forest was awful and arid, and yet that somehow, by the same stroke, we didn't under his sway go in terror, only went exceedingly in want, even if in want indeed of I scarce, for myself, know what, since it might well have been enough for me in so resounding an air to escape with nothing worse than a failure of thrill. If I didn't feel that interest I must clearly not have inspired it, and I marvel afresh under these memories at the few points at which I appear to have touched constituted reality. There, however, is a different connection altogether, and I read back into the one I have been noting much of the chill, or at least the indifference, of a foreseen and foredoomed detachment. It was during that winter that I began to live by anticipation in another world, and to feel our uneasy connection with New York loosen beyond recovery. I remember for how many months, when the rupture took place, we had been to my particular consciousness virtually in motion, though I regain at the same time the impression of more experience on the spot that had marked our small previous history. This, however, a branch of the matter that I must for the moment brush aside, for it would have been meanwhile odd enough to hold us in arrest a moment that quality of our situation that could suffer such elements as those I have glanced at to take so considerably the place of education as more usually and conventionally understood, and by that understanding more earnestly mapped out; a deficiency in the whole thing that I fail at all consistently to deplore, however, struck as I am with the rare fashion after which, in any small victim of life, the inward perversity may work. It works by converting to its uses things vain and unintended, to the great discomposure of their prepared opposites, which it by the same stroke so often reduces to naught, with the result indeed that one may most of all see it, so at least have I quite exclusively seen it, the little life out for its chance, as proceeding by the inveterate process of conversion. As I reconsider both my own and my brother's early start, even his too made under stronger propulsions, it is quite for me as if the authors of our being and guardians of our youth had virtually said to us but one thing, directed our course but by one word, though constantly repeated: "Convert, convert, convert," with which I have not even the sense of any needed appeal in us for further apprehension of the particular precious metal our chemistry was to have in view. I taste again in that pure air no ghost of a hint, for instance, that the precious metal was the refined gold of success, a reward of effort for which I remember to have heard at home no good word, nor any sort of word, ever faintly breathed. It was a case of the presumption that we should hear words enough abundantly elsewhere; so that any dignity the idea might claim was in the first place not worth insisting on, and in the second might well be overstated. We were to convert and convert, success, in the sense that was in the general air, or no success, and simply everything that should happen to us, every contact, every impression and every experience we should know, were to form our soluble stuff, with only ourselves to thank should we remain unaware, by the time our perceptions were decently developed, of the substance finally projected and most desirable. That substance might be just consummately virtue as a social grace and value, and as a matter furthermore on which pretexts for ambiguity of view and of measure were as little as possible called upon to flourish. This last luxury therefore quite failed us, and we understood no whit the less what was suggested and expected because of the highly liberal way in which the pill, if I may call it so, was gilded. It had been made up, to emphasise my image, in so bright an air of humanity and gaiety, of charity and humour. What I speak of is the medium itself, of course, that we were most immediately steeped in. I am glancing now at no particular turn of our young attitude in it, and I can scarce sufficiently express how little it could have conduced to the formation of prigs. Our father's prime horror was of them. He only cared for virtue that was more or less ashamed of itself, and nothing could have been of a happier whimsicality than the mixture in him, and in all his walk and conversation, of the strongest instinct for the human and the liveliest reaction from the literal. The literal played in our education as small a part as it perhaps ever played in any, and we wholesomely breathed inconsistency and ate and drank contradictions. The presence of paradox was so bright among us, though fluttering ever with as light a wing and as short a flight as need have been, that we fairly grew used to allow, from an early time, for the so many and odd declarations we heard launched, to the extent of happily discounting them. the moral of all of which was that we need never fear not to be good enough if we were only social enough; a splendid meaning indeed being attached to the latter term. Thus we had ever the amusement, since I can really call it nothing less, of hearing morality, or moralism as it was more invidiously worded, made hay of in the very interest of character and conduct; these things suffering much, it seemed, by their association with the conscience, that is the conscious conscience, the very home of the literal, the haunt of so many pedantries. Pedantries, on all this ground, were anathema, and if our dear parent had at all minded his not being consistent and had entertained about us generally less passionate an optimism, not an easy but an arduous state in him moreover, he might have found it difficult to apply to the promotion of our studies so free a suspicion of the inhumanity of method. Method certainly never quite raged among us, but it was our fortune nevertheless that everything had its turn, and that such indifferences were no more pedantic than certain rigours might perhaps have been; of all of which odd notes of our situation there would, and possibly will, be more to say. My present aim is really but to testify to what most comes up for me to day in the queer educative air I have been trying to breathe again. The definite reflection is that if we had not had in us to some degree the root of the matter, no method, however confessedly or aggressively pedantic, would much have availed for us; and that since we apparently did have it, deep down and inert in our small patches of virgin soil, the fashion after which it struggled forth was an experience as intense as any other and a record of as great a dignity. It may be asked of me, I recognise, of the root of what matter I so complacently speak, and if I say "Why, of the matter of our having with considerable intensity proved educable, or, if you like better, teachable, that is accessible to experience," it may again be retorted, "That won't do for a decent amount of a young consciousness; for think of all the things that the failure of method, of which you make so light, didn't put into yours. Think of the splendid economy of a real, or at least of a planned and attempted education, a 'regular course of instruction,' and then think of the waste involved in the so inferior substitute of which the pair of you were evidently victims." An admonition this on which I brood less, however, than on the still other sense, rising from the whole retrospect, of my now feeling sure of my having mastered the particular history of just that waste, to the point of its actually affecting me as blooming with interest, to the point even of its making me ask myself how in the world, if the question is of the injection of more things into the consciousness, as would seem the case, mine could have done with more. Thanks to its small trick, perhaps vicious I admit, of having felt itself from an early time almost uncomfortably stuffed. I see my critic, by whom I mean my representative of method at any price, take in his plea only to crush it with his confidence that without the signal effects of method one must have had by an inexorable law to resort to shifts and ingenuities, and can therefore only have been an artful dodger more or less successfully dodging. I take full account of the respectability of the prejudice against one or two of the uses to which the intelligence may at a pinch be put; the criminal use in particular of falsifying its history, of forging its records even, and of appearing greater than the traceable grounds warrant. One can but fall back, none the less, on the particular untraceability of grounds, when it comes to that. Cases abound so in which, with the grounds all there, the intelligence itself is not to be identified. I contend for nothing moreover but the lively interest of the view, and above all of the measure, of almost any mental history after the fact. Of less interest, comparatively, is that sight of the mind before the demonstration of the fact, that is, and while still muffled in theories and presumptions, purple and fine linen, and as such highly becoming though these be, of what shall prove best for it. Which doubtless too numerous remarks have been determined by my sense of the tenuity of some of my clues. I had begun to count out our wavering steps from so very far back and with a lively disposition, I confess, not to miss even the vaguest of them. I can scarce indeed overstate the vagueness that quite had to attend a greater number in presence of the fact that our father, caring for our spiritual decency unspeakably, more than for anything else, anything at all that might be or might become ours, would have seemed to regard this cultivation of it as profession and career enough for us, had he but betrayed more interest in our mastery of any art or craft. It was not certainly that the profession of virtue would have been anything less than abhorrent to him, but that, single though the circumstance, there were times when he might have struck us as having after all more patience with it than with this, that, or the other more technical thrifty scheme. Of the beauty of his dissimulated anxiety and tenderness on these and various other such-like heads, however, other examples will arise, for I see him now as fairly afraid to recognise certain anxieties, fairly declining to dabble in the harshness of practical precautions or impositions. The effect of his attitude, so little thought out as shrewd or as vulgarly providential, but in spite of this so socially and affectionally grounded, could only be to make life interesting to us at the worst, in default of making it extraordinarily paying. He had a theory that it would somehow or other always be paying enough. And this much less by any poor conception of our wants, for he delighted in our wants, and so sympathetically and sketchily and summarily wanted for us, than by a happy and friendly, though slightly nebulous, conception of our resources. Delighting ever in the truth while generously contemptuous of the facts, so far as we might make the difference, the facts having a way of being many and the truth remaining but one, he held that there would always be enough, since the truth, the true truth, was never ugly and dreadful, and we didn't and wouldn't depart from it by any cruelty or stupidity, for he wouldn't have had us stupid, and might therefore depend on it for due abundance even of meat and drink and raiment, even of wisdom and wit and honour. It is too much to say that our preponderantly humanised and socialised adolescence was to make us look out for these things with a subtle indirectness. But I return to my proposition that there may still be a charm in seeing such hazards at work through a given, even if not in a systematised, case. My cases are of course given, so that economy of observation after the fact, as I have called it, becomes inspiring, not less than the amusement, or whatever it may be, of the question of what might happen, of what in point of fact did happen, to several very towny and domesticated little persons, who were confirmed in their towniness and fairly enriched in their sensibility, instead of being chucked into a scramble or exposed on breezy uplands under the she-wolf of competition and discipline. Perhaps any success that attended the experiment, which was really, as I have hinted, no plotted thing at all, but only an accident of accidents, proceeded just from the fact that the small subjects, a defeated Romulus, a prematurely sacrificed Remus, had in their very sensibility an asset, as we have come to say, a principle of life and even of fun. Perhaps, on the other hand, the success would have been greater with less of that particular complication, or facilitation, and more of some other which I shall be at a loss to identify. What I find in my path happens to be the fact of the sensibility, and from the light it sheds the curious, also the common things that did from occasion to occasion into it seem each to borrow a separate and vivifying glow. As at the Institution Vergnès and at Mr. Pulling-Jenks's, however this might be, so at Forest's, or in other words at the more numerous establishment of Messrs. Forest and Quackenboss, where we spent the winter of 1854. Reality, in the form of multitudinous mates, was to have swarmed about me increasingly. At Forest's the prolonged roll call in the morning, as I sit in the vast bright crowded smelly smoky room, in which rusty black stove shafts were the nearest hint of architecture, bristles with names, Hoes and Havemeyers, Stokeses, Phelpses, Colgates, and others of a subsequently great New York salience. It was sociable and gay, it was sordidly spectacular. One was then, by an inch or two, a bigger boy, though with crushing superiorities in that line all round; and when I wonder why the scene was sterile, which was what I took it for at the worst, the reason glooms out again in the dreadful blight of arithmetic, which affected me at the time as filling all the air. The quantity imposed may not in fact have been positively gross, yet it is what I most definitely remember. Not, I mean, that I have retained the dimmest notion of the science, but only of the dire image of our being in one way or another always supposedly addressed to it. I recall strange neighbours and desk fellows who, not otherwise too objectionable, were uncanny and monstrous through their possession, cultivation, imitation of ledgers, day books, double entry, tall pages of figures, interspaces streaked with oblique ruled lines that weirdly balanced, whatever that might mean, and other like horrors. Nothing in truth is more distinct to me than the time to which they were, without exception, at their ease on such ground, unless it be my general dazzled humiliated sense, through those years, of the common, the baffling, mystery, all round me, of 100 handy arts and devices. Everyone did things and had things, everyone knew how, even when it was a question of the small animals, the dormice and grasshoppers, or the hoards of food and stationery that they kept in their desks, just as they kept in their heads such secrets for how to do sums, those secrets that I must even then have foreseen I should even so late in life as this have failed to discover. I may have known things, have by that time learnt a few myself, but I didn't know that, what I did know; whereas those who surrounded me were all agog, to my vision, with the benefit of their knowledge. I see them, in this light, across the years, fairly grin and grimace with it, and the presumable vulgarity of some of them, certain scattered shades of baseness still discernible, comes to me as but one of the appearances of an abounding play of genius. Who was it I ever thought stupid? Even when knowing, or at least feeling, that sundry expressions of life or force, which I yet had no name for, represented somehow art without grace, or, what after a fashion came to the same thing, presence without type; all of which, I should add, didn't in the least prevent my moving on the plane of the remarkable; so that if, as I have noted, the general blank of consciousness, in the conditions of that winter, rather tended to spread, this could perhaps have had but for its reason, that I was fairly gorged with wonders. They were too much of the same kind the result, that is, of everyone's seeming to know everything, to the effect, a little, that everything suffered by it. There was a boy called Simpson, my juxtaposition to whom I recall as uninterruptedly close, and whose origin can only have been, I think, quite immediately Irish; and Simpson, I feel sure, was a friendly and helpful character. Yet even he reeked, to my sense, with strange accomplishment; no single show of which but was accompanied in him by a smart protrusion of the lower lip, a crude complacency of power, that almost crushed me to sadness. It is as if I had passed, in that sadness, most of those ostensibly animated months; an effect however doubtless in some degree proceeding, for later appreciation, from the more intelligible nearness of the time. It had brought me to the end of my 12th year, which helps not a little to turn it to prose. How I gave to that state, in any case, such an air of occupation as to beguile not only myself but my instructors, which I infer I did from their so intensely letting me alone, I am quite at a loss to say. I have in truth mainly the remembrance of being consistently either ignored or exquisitely considered; I know not which to call it even if without the belief, which would explain it, that I passed for generally wanting any more than for naturally odious. It was strange, at all events it could only have been to be so stupid without being more brutish, and so perceptive without being more keen. Here were a case and a problem to which no honest master with other and better cases could have felt justified in giving time; he would have had at least to be morbidly curious; and I recall from that sphere of rule no instance whatever of the least refinement of inquiry. I should even probably have missed one of those more fluttering shades of attention had I missed attention at all; but I think I was never really aware of how little I got or how much I did without. I read back into the whole connection indeed the chill, or at least the indifference, of a foreseen and foredoomed detachment. I have noted how at this desperate juncture the mild forces making for our conscious relief, pushing the door to Europe definitely open, began at last to be effective. Nothing seemed to matter at all but that I should become personally and incredibly acquainted with Piccadilly and Richmond Park and Ham Common. I regain at the same time the impression of more experience on the spot than had marked our small previous history. Pitiful as it looks to these ampler days, the mere little fact that a small court for recreation was attached to our academy added something of a grace to life. We descended in relays, for intermission, into a paved and walled yard of the scantest size, the only provision for any such privilege; not counting the street itself, of which, at the worst of other conditions, we must have had free range that I recover from those years. The ground is built over now, but I could still figure on a recent occasion our small breathing space, together with my then abject little sense that it richly sufficed, or rather, positively, that nothing could have been more romantic. For within our limit we freely conversed, and at nothing did I assist with more interest than at free conversation. Certain boys hover before me, the biggest, the fairest, the most worthy of freedom, dominating the scene and scattering upon 50 subjects the most surprising lights. One of these heroes, whose stature and complexion are still there for me to admire, did tricks of legerdemain, with the scant apparatus of a handkerchief, a key, a pocket knife, as to some one of which it is as fresh as yesterday that I ingenuously invited him to show me how to do it, and then, on his treating me with scorn, renewed without dignity my fond solicitation. Fresher even than yesterday, fadelessly fresh for me at this hour, is the cutting remark thereupon of another boy, who certainly wasn't Simpson and whose identity is lost for me in his mere inspired authority. "Oh, I should think you'd be too proud." I had neither been too proud nor so much as conceived that one might be; but I remember well how it flashed on me with this that I had failed thereby of a high luxury or privilege which the whole future, however, might help me to make up for. To what extent it has helped is another matter, but so fine was the force of the suggestion that I think I have never in all the years made certain returns upon my spirit without again feeling the pang from the cool little voice of the 14th Street yard. Such was the moral exercise it at least allowed us room for. It also allowed us room, to be just, for an inordinate consumption of hot waffles retailed by a benevolent black auntie who presided with her husband's aid, as I remember, at a portable stove set up in a passage or recess opening from the court, to which we flocked and pushed in a merciless squeeze with all our coppers, and the products of which, the oblong farinaceous compound, faintly yet richly brown, stamped and smoking, not crisp nor brittle, but softly absorbent of the syrup dabbed upon it for a finish, revealed to me I for a long time, even for a very long time, supposed, the highest pleasure of sense. We stamped about, we freely conversed, we ate sticky waffles by the hundred. I recall no worse acts of violence, unless I count as such our intermissional rushes to Pynsent's of the Avenue, a few doors off, in the particular interest of a confection that ran the waffle close, as the phrase is, for popularity, while even surpassing it for stickiness. Pynsent's was higher up in the row in which Forrest's had its front. Other and dearer names have dropped from me, but Pynsent's adheres with all the force of the strong saccharine principle. This principle, at its highest, we conceived, was embodied in small amber coloured mounds of chopped cocoanut or whatever other substance, if a finer there be, profusely, lusciously endued and distributed on small tin trays in the manner of haycocks in a field. We acquired, we appropriated, we transported, we enjoyed them; they fairly formed, perhaps, after all, our highest enjoyment, but with consequences to our pockets, and I speak of those other than financial, with an intimacy, a reciprocity of contact at any or at every personal point that I lose myself in the thought of. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James, Chapter 17. I lose myself, of a truth, under the whole pressure of the spring of memory proceeding from recent revisitings and recognitions. The action of the fact that time until lately had spared hereabouts, and may still be sparing, in the most exceptional way, by an anomaly or a mercy of the rarest in New York, a whole cluster of landmarks, leaving me to spot and verify, right and left, the smallest preserved particulars. These things, at the pressure, flush together again, interweave their pattern and quite thrust it at me, the absurd little fusion of images, for a history or a picture of the time, the background of which I see after all so much less as the harsh Sixth Avenue corner than as the many other matters. Those scant shades claimed us but briefly and superficially, and it comes back to me that oddly enough, in the light of autumn afternoons, our associates, the most animated, or at any rate the best put in little figures of our landscape were not our comparatively obscure schoolmates, who seem mostly to have swum out of our ken between any day and its morrow. Our other companions, those we practically knew at home, ignored our school, having better or worse of their own, but peopled somehow for us the social scene, which, figuring there for me in documentary vividness, bristles with Van Burens, Van Winkles, De Paysters, Costers, Centers, Norcoms, Robinsons, these last composing round a stone-throwing Eugene, Wards, Hunts, and tutti quanti, to whose ranks I must add our invariable Albert, before mentioned, and who swum from up and down and east and west, appearing to me surely to have formed a rich and various society. Our salon, it is true, was mainly the street, loose and wide and crude in those days at best, though with a rapid increase of redeeming features, to the extent to which the spread of micaceous brown stone could redeem, as exhibited especially in the ample face of the Scotch Presbyterian church promptly rising just opposite our own peculiar row, and which it now marks for me somewhat grimly a span of life to have seen laboriously rear itself, continuously flourish and utterly disappear. While in construction it was only less interesting than the dancing academy of Mr. Edward Ferrero, slightly west of it and forming with it, in their embryonic stage, a large and delightfully dangerous adjunct to our playground, though with the distinction of coming much to surpass it for interest in the final phase. While we clambered about on ladders and toyed with the peril of unfloored abysses, while we trespassed and pried and pervaded, snatching a scant impression from sorry material enough, clearly the sacred edifice enjoyed a credit beyond that of the profane. But when both were finished and opened, we flocked to the sound of the fiddle more freely, it need scarce be said, than to that of the psalm. Freely, indeed, in our particular case, scarce expresses the latter relation, since our young liberty in respect to church going was absolute, and we might range at will, through the great city, from one place of worship and one form of faith to another, or might on occasion ignore them all equally, which was what we mainly did, whereas we rallied without a break to the halls of Ferrero, a view of the staringly and, as I supposed, dazzlingly frescoed walls, the internal economy, the high amenity, the general aesthetic and social appeal of which still hangs in its wealth before me. Dr. McElroy, lifting tight-closed eyes, strange long-drawn accents and gaunt scraggy chin, squirming and swaying and cushion-thumping in his only a shade more chastely adorned temple, is distinct enough too, just as we enjoyed this bleak intensity the more to my personal vision, through the vague legend, and no legend was too vague for me to cherish, of his being the next pastor in succession to the one under whom our mother, thereto predirected by our good great grandfather Alexander Robertson, already named, who was nothing if not Scotch and Presbyterian and authoritative, as his brave old portrait by the elder Jarvis attests, had sat before her marriage. The marriage so lamentedly diverting her indeed from this tradition that, to mark the rueful rupture, it had invoked, one evening with the aid of India muslin and a wondrous gold headband in the maternal, the Washington Square parlours, but the secular nuptial consecration of the then mayor of the city, I think Mr. Varick. We progeny were of course after this mild convulsion not at all in the fold; yet it strikes me as the happy note of a simple age that we were practically, of a Sunday night at least, wherever we might have chosen to enter; since going forth hand in hand into the sunshine, and I connect myself here with my next younger, not with my elder, brother, whose orbit was other and larger, was sampled, in modern phrase, as small unprejudiced inquirers obeying their inspiration, any resort of any congregation detected by us. Doing so, I make out, moreover, with a sense of earnest provision for any contemporary challenge. What church do you go to? The challenge took in childish circles that searching form. Of the form it took among our elders my impression is more vague; to which I must add as well that our fending in this fashion for ourselves didn't so prepare us for invidious remark, I mean, upon our pewless state, which involved, to my imagination, much the same discredit that a houseless or a cookless would have done, as to hush in my breast the appeal to our parents, not for religious instruction, of which we had plenty and of the most charming and familiar, but simply for instruction, a very different thing, as to where we should say we went in our world under cold scrutiny or derisive comment. It was colder than any criticism, I recall, to hear our father reply that we could plead nothing less than the whole privilege of Christendom, and that there was no communion, even that of the Catholics, even that of the Jews, even that of the Swedenborgians, from which we need find ourselves excluded. With the freedom we enjoyed our dilemma clearly amused him. It would have been impossible, he affirmed, to be theologically more en règle. How as mere detached unaccompanied infants we enjoyed such impunity of range and confidence of welcome is beyond comprehension save by the light of the old manners and conditions, the old local bonhomie, the comparatively primal innocence, the absence of complications, with the several notes of which last beatitude my reminiscence surely shines. It was the theory of the time and place that the young, were they but young enough, could take publicly no harm; to which adds itself moreover, and touchingly enough, all the difference of the old importances. It wasn't doubtless that the social, or call it simply the human, position of the child was higher than to day, a circumstance not conceivable. It was simply that other dignities and values and claims, other social and human positions, were less definite and settled, less prescriptive and absolute. A rich sophistication is after all a gradual growth, and it would have been sophisticated to fear for us, before such bright and vacant vistas, the perils of the way, or to see us received anywhere even with the irony of patronage. We hadn't in fact seats of honour, but that justice was done us, that is we were placed to our advantage, I infer from my having liked so to go, even though my grounds may have been but the love of the exhibition in general, thanks to which figures, faces, furniture, sounds, smells and colours became for me, wherever enjoyed, and enjoyed most where most collected, a positive little orgy of the senses and riot of the mind. Let me at the same time make the point that, such may be the snobbery of extreme youth, I not only failed quite to rise to the parental reasoning, but made out in it rather a certain sophistry, such a prevarication, for instance, as if we had habitually said we kept the carriage we observably didn't kept it because we sent when we wanted one to University Place, where Mr. Haythorn had his livery stable; a connection, this last, promoted by my father's frequent need of the aid to circulate his walks were limited through an injury received in youth and promoting in turn and at a touch, to my consciousness, the stir of the smallest remembered things. I recall the adventure, no infrequent one, of being dispatched to Mr. Haythorn to bespeak a conveyance, and the very air and odour, the genial warmth, at a fine steaming Irish pitch, of the stables and their stamping and backing beasts, their resounding boardedness, their chairs tipped up at such an angle for lifted heels, a pair of which latter seek the floor again at my appeal, as those of big bearded Mr. Haythorn himself, an impression enriched by the drive home in lolling and bumping procession of the great vehicle, and associated further with Sunday afternoons in spring, with the question of distant Harlem and remoter Bloomingdale, with the experience at one of these junctures of far away Hoboken, if it wasn't Williamsburg, which fits in fancifully somewhere, when the carriage was reinforced by a ferry and the ferry by something to my present vision very dim and dusty and archaic, something quite ragged and graceless, in the nature of a public tea garden and ices. The finest link here, however, is for some reason with the New York hotel, and thereby with Albany uncles, thereby also with Mr. Haythorn in person, waiting and waiting expensively on his box before the house, and somehow felt as attuned to Albany uncles even as Mrs. Cannon had subtly struck me as being. Intenser than these vague shades, meanwhile, is my vision of the halls of Ferrero, where the orgy of the senses and even the riot of the mind of which I have just spoken must quite literally have led me more of a dance than anywhere. Let this sketch of a lost order note withal that under so scant a general provision for infant exercise, as distinguished from infant ease, our hopping and sliding in tune had to be deemed urgent. It was the sense of this form of relief that clearly was general, superseding as the ampler Ferrero scene did previous limited exhibitions. Even those, for that matter, coming back to me in the ancient person of Monsieur Chariot, I guess at the writing of his name, whom I work in but confusedly as a professional visitor, a subject gaped at across a gulf of fear, in one of our huddled schools; all the more that I perfectly evoke him as resembling, with a difference or two, the portraits of the aged Voltaire, and that he had, fiddle in hand and jarret tendu, incited the young agility of our mother and aunt. Edward Ferrero was another matter. In the prime of life, good looking, romantic and mustachioed, he was suddenly to figure, on the outbreak of the Civil War, as a general of volunteers, very much as if he had been one of Bonaparte's improvised young marshals, in anticipation of which, however, he wasn't at all fierce or superior, to my remembrance, but most kind to sprawling youth, in a charming man of the world fashion, and as if we wanted but a touch to become also men of the world. Remarkably good looking, as I say, by the measure of that period, and extraordinarily agile. He could so gracefully leap and bound that his bounding into the military saddle, such occasion offering, had all the felicity, and only wanted the pink fleshings, of the circus. He was still more admired by the mothers, with whom he had to my eyes a most elegant relation, than by the pupils, among all of whom, at the frequent and delightful soirées, he caused trays laden with lucent syrups repeatedly to circulate. The scale of these entertainments, as I figured it, and the florid frescoes, just damp though they were with newness, and the free lemonade, and the freedom of remark equally great, with the mothers, were the lavish note in him, just as the fact that he never himself fiddled, but was followed, over the shining parquet, by attendant fiddlers, represented doubtless a shadow the less on his later dignity, so far as that dignity was compassed. Dignity marked in full measure, even at the time, the presence of his sister, Madame Dubreuil, a handsome authoritative person who instructed us equally, in fact preponderantly, and who, though comparatively not sympathetic, so engaged, physiognomically, my wondering interest that I hear to this hour her shrill Franco-American accent. "Don't look at me, little boy. Look at my feet." I see them now, these somewhat fat members, beneath the uplifted skirt, encased in bronzed slippers, without heels but attached, by graceful crossbands over her white stockings, to her solid ankles, an emphatic sign of the time, not less than I recover my surprised sense of their supporting her without loss of balance, substantial as she was, in the first position; her command of which, her ankles clapped close together and her body very erect, was so perfect that even with her toes, right and left, fairly turning the corner backward, she never fell prone on her face. It consorted somehow with this wealth of resource in her that she appeared at the soirées, or at least at the great fancy dress soirée in which the historic truth of my experience, free lemonade and all, is doubtless really shut up, as the genius of California, a dazzling vision of white satin and golden flounces; her brother meanwhile maintaining that more distinctively European colour which I feel to have been, for my young presumption, the convincing essence of the scene in the character of a mousquetaire de Louis XV, highly consonant with his type. There hovered in the background a flushed, full chested and taunily short bearded Monsieur Dubreuil, who, as a singer of the heavy order, at the opera, carried us off into larger things still; the opera having at last, about then, after dwelling for years downtown, in shifty tents and tabernacles, set up its own spacious pavilion and reared its head as the Academy of Music; all at the end, or what served for the end, of our very street, where, though it wasn't exactly near and Union Square bristled between, I could yet occasionally gape at the great bills beside the portal, in which Monsieur Dubreuil always so serviceably came at the bottom of the cast. A subordinate artist, a grand utility at the best, I believe, and presently to become, on that scene, slightly ragged, I fear, even in its freshness, permanent stage manager, or, as we say nowadays, producer, he had yet eminently, to my imagination, the richer, the European value; especially for instance when our air thrilled, in the sense that our attentive parents re echoed, with the visit of the great Grisi and the great Mario, and I seemed, though the art of advertisement was then comparatively so young and so chaste, to see our personal acquaintance, as he could almost be called, thickly sandwiched between them. Such was one's strange sense for the connections of things that they drew out the halls of Ferrero till these too seemed fairly to resound with Norma and Lucrezia Borgia, as if opening straight upon the stage, and Europe, by the stroke, had come to us in such force that we had but to enjoy it on the spot. That could never have been more the case than on the occasion of my assuming for the famous Fancy Ball, not at the Operatic Academy, but at the dancing school, which came so nearly to the same thing, the dress of a débardeur, whatever that might be, which carried in its puckered folds of dark green, relieved with scarlet and silver, such an exotic fragrance and appealed to me by such a legend. The legend had come round to us, if it was true, by way of Albany, whence we learned at the moment of our need that one of the adventures, one of the least lamentable, of our cousin Johnny had been his figuring as a débardeur at some Parisian revel, the elegant evidence of which, neatly packed, with but vague instructions for use, was helpfully sent on to us. The instructions for use were in fact so vague that I was afterward to become a bit ruefully conscious of having sadly dishonoured, or at least abbreviated, my model. I fell, that is I stood, short of my proper form by no less than half a leg; the essence of the débardeur being, it appeared, that he emerged at the knees, in white silk stockings and with neat calves, from the beribboned breeches which I artlessly suffered to flap at my ankles. The discovery, after the fact, was disconcerting, yet had been best made withal too late, for it would have seemed, I conceive, a less monstrous act to attempt to lengthen my legs than to shorten Johnny's culotte. The trouble had been that we hadn't really known what a débardeur was, and I am not sure indeed that I know to this day. It had been more fatal still that even fond Albany couldn't tell us. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 18. I have nevertheless the memory of a restless relish of all that time, by which I mean of those final months of New York, even with so scant a record of other positive successes to console me. I had but one success, always, that of endlessly supposing, wondering, admiring. I was sunk in that luxury which had never yet been so great, and it might well make up for anything. It made up perfectly, and more particularly as the stop-gap as which I have already defined it, for the scantness of the period immediately round us. Since how could I have wanted richer when the limits of reality, as I advanced upon them, seemed ever to recede and recede? It is true that but the other day, on the scene revisited, I was to be struck rather by their weird immobility. There on the North Side, still untenanted after 60 years, a tremendous span in the life of New York, was the vacant lot, undiminished, in which a friendly goat or two used to browse, whom we fed perversely with scraps of paper, just as perversely appreciated indeed, through the relaxed wooden palings. There hovers for me an impression of the glass roofs of a florist, a suffered squatter for a while; but florists and goats have alike disappeared, and the barrenness of the place is as sordid as only untended gaps in great cities can seem. One of its boundaries, however, still breathes associations. The home of the Wards, the more eastward of a pair of houses then and still isolated, has remained the same through all vicissitudes, only now quite shabbily mellow and, like everything else, much smaller than one had remembered it. Yet this too without prejudice to the large, the lustrous part played in our prospect by that interesting family. I saddle their mild memory a bit subjectively, perhaps, with the burden of that character, making out that they were interesting really in spite of themselves, and as unwittingly as M. Jourdain expressed himself in prose, owing their wild savour as they did to that New England stamp which we took to be strong upon them, and no other exhibition of which we had yet enjoyed. It made them different, made them, in their homely grace, rather aridly romantic. I pored in those days over the freshness of the Franconia stories of the brothers Abbott, then immediately sequent to the sweet Rollo stories, and even more admired; and there hung about the Wards, to my sense, that atmosphere of apples and nuts and cheese, of pies and jackknaves and squirrels, of domestic Bible reading and attendance at evening lecture, of the fear of parental discipline and the cultivated art of dodging it, combined with great personal toughness and hardihood, an almost envied liability to warts on hard brown hands, a familiarity with garments domestically wrought, A brave rusticity, in short, that yet hadn't prevented the annexation of whole tracts of town life unexplored by ourselves and achieved by the brothers since their relatively recent migration from Connecticut; which state in general, with the city of Hartford in particular, hung as a hazy, fruity, rivery background, and the very essence of Indian summer, in the rear of their discourse. Three in number, Johnny and Charlie and Freddie, with castigating elders, even to the second and third generation back, dimly discerned through closed window panes, they didn't at all haunt the halls of Ferrero. It was a part of their homely grace and their social tone, if not of their want of the latter, that this couldn't in the least be in question for them. On the other hand they frequented, Charlie and Freddie at least, the Free School, which was round in 13th Street, Johnny, the eldest, having entered the Free Academy, an institution that loomed large to us and that I see as towered or castellated or otherwise impressively embellished in vague vignettes, in stray representations, perhaps only of the grey school book order, which are yet associated for me with those fond images of lovely ladies, hand painted, decorating at either end the interior of the old omnibuses. We might have been in relation with no other feeders at the public trough of learning. I can't account otherwise for the glamour as of envied privilege and strange experience that surrounded the wards. They mixed, to the great sharpening of the edge of their wit, in the wild life of the people; beside which the life at Mr. Pulling-Jenks's, and even at the Institution Vergnès, was colourless and commonplace. Somehow they were of the people, and still were full of family forms, which seemed, one dimly made out through the false perspective of all the cousinships, the stronger and clearer note of New England, the note that had already determined a shy yearning under perusal of the Rollo and Franconia chronicles. The special mark of these friends was perhaps, however, that of being socially young while they were annually old. Little Freddie in particular, very short, very inured, and very popular, though less curiously wrinkled about eyes and mouth than Charlie, confessed to monstrous birthdays, even while crouching or hopping, even while racing or roaring, as a high superiority in the games of the street prescribed. It was to strike me later on, when reading or hearing of young Americans of those parts who had turned hard or reckless by reaction from excessive discipline, theologic and economic, and had gone to sea, or to California, or to the bad, that Freddie and Charlie were typical of the race, even if their fortunes had taken, as I hoped, a happier form. That, I said to myself, for the interest of it, that, the stuff of the wards, their homely grace, was all New England, so far at least as New England wasn't Emerson and Margaret Fuller and Mr. Channing and the best Boston families. Such, in small, very plastic minds, is the intensity, if not the value, of early impressions. And yet how can such visions not have paled in the southern glow of the Norcoms, who had lately arrived en masse from Louisville and had improvised a fine old Kentucky home in the last house of our row, the one to be occupied so differently, after their strange and precipitate flight, as I dimly make out, by the ladies of the Sacred Heart, those who presently, if I mistake not, moved out to Bloomingdale, if they were not already in part established there. Next us westward were the Ogdens, three slim and fair sisters, who soared far above us in age and general amenity. Then came the Van Winkles, two sisters, I think, and a brother, he much the most serious and judicious, as well as the most educated of our friends. And so at last the Norcoms, during their brief but concentrated, most vivid and momentous reign, a matter, as I recall it, of a couple of breathless winters. We were provided by their presence with as happy a foil as we could have wished to the plainness and dryness of the wards. Their homely grace was all their own, and was also embodied in three brothers, Eugene, Reginald, Albert, whose ages would have corresponded, I surmise, with those of Johnny, Charlie and Freddie, if these latter hadn't, in their way, as I have hinted, defied any close notation. Elder sons, there were to my recollection no daughters, moved too as with their heads in the clouds, notably Stiffy, eldest of all, whom we supposed gorgeous, who affected us as sublime and unapproachable, and to whom we thus applied the term in use among us before we had acquired for reference to such types the notion of the nuance, the dandy, the dude, the masher. Divided as I was, I recall, between the dread and the glory of being so greeted. "Well, Stiffy!" as a penalty of the least attempt at personal adornment. The higher intensity for our sense of the Norcoms came from the large, the lavish ease of their hospitality, whereas our intercourse with the wards was mainly in the street or at most the yard, and it was a wonder how intimacy could, to that degree, consort with publicity. A glazed southern gallery, known to its occupants as the Poach, and to the rake of which their innermost penetralia seemed ever to stand open, encompasses my other memories. Everything took place on the Poach, including the free, quite the profuse, consumption of hot cakes and molasses, including even the domestic manufacture of sausages, testified to by a strange machine that was worked like a hand organ and by the casual halves, when not the wholes, of stark, stiff hogs fresh from Kentucky stores. We must have been for a time constantly engaged with this delightful group, who never ceased to welcome us or to feed us, and yet of the presence of whose members under other roofs than their own, by a return of hospitality received, I retain no image. They didn't count and didn't grudge. The sausage mill kept turning and the molasses flowing for all who came. That was the expression of their southern grace, especially embodied in Albert, my exact contemporary and chosen friend. Reggie had but crushed my fingers under the hinge of a closing door, the mark of which act of inadvertence I was to carry through life, who had profuse and tightly crinkled hair, and the moral of whose queer little triangular brown teeth, casting verily a shade on my attachment to him, was pointed for me, not by himself, as the error of a Kentucky diet. The great Kentucky error, however, had been the introduction into a free state of two pieces of precious property which our friends were to fail to preserve, the pair of affectionate black retainers, whose presence contributed most to their exotic note. We revelled in the fact that Davy and Aunt Sylvia, pronounced Aunt Sylvie, a light brown lad with extraordinarily shining eyes and his straight, grave, deeper coloured mother, not radiant as to anything but her vivid turban, had been born and kept in slavery of the most approved pattern, and such as this intensity of their condition made them a joy to the curious mind, to consort with. Davy mingled in our sports and talk, he enriched, he adorned them with a personal, a pictorial lustre that none of us could emulate, and servitude in the absolute thus did more for him socially than we had ever seen done, above stairs or below, for victims of its lighter forms. What was not our dismay, therefore, when we suddenly learnt it must have blown right up and down the street that mother and son had fled in the dead of night from bondage, had taken advantage of their visit to the north simply to leave the house and not return, covering their tracks, successfully disappearing. They had never been for us so beautifully slaves as in this achievement of their freedom, for they did brilliantly achieve it. They escaped on northern soil beyond recall or recovery. I think we had already then, on the spot, the sense of some degree of presence at the making of history. The question of what persons of colour and of their condition might or mightn't do was intensely in the air. This was exactly the season of our freshness of Mrs. Stowe's great novel. It must have come out at the moment of our fondest acquaintance with our neighbours, though I have no recollection of hearing them remark upon it. Any remark they made would have been sure to be so strong. I suspect they hadn't read it, as they certainly wouldn't have allowed it in the house, any more indeed than they had read or were likely ever to read any other work of fiction. I doubt whether the house contained a printed volume, unless its head had had a hand in a law book or so. I to some extent recover Mr. Norcom as a lawyer who had come north on important, difficult business, on contentious, precarious grounds. A large, bald, political-looking man, very loose and ungirt, just as his wife was a desiccated, depressed lady who mystified me by always wearing her nightcap, a feebly frilled but tightly tied and unmistakable one, and the compass of whose maternal figure beneath a large long collarless cape or mantle defined imperfectly for me of course its connection with the further increase of Albert's little brothers and sisters, there being already, by my impression, 2 or 3 of these in the background. Had Davy and Aunt Sylvie at least read Uncle Tom? The question might well come up for us, with the certainty at any rate that they ignored him less than their owners were doing. These latter good people, who had been so fond of their humble dependents and supposed this affection returned, were shocked at such ingratitude, though I remember taking a vague little inward northern comfort in their inability, in their discreet decision, not to raise the hue and cry. Wasn't one even just dimly aware of the heavy hush that, in the glazed gallery, among the sausages and the Johnny cakes, had followed the first gasp of resentment? I think the honest Norcoms were in any case astonished, let alone being much incommoded, just as we were, for that matter, when the genial family itself, installed so at its ease, failed us with an effect of abruptness, simply ceased, in their multitude, to be there. I don't remember their going, nor any pangs of parting. I remember only knowing with wonderment that they had gone, that obscurity had somehow engulfed them, and how afterwards, in the light of later things, memory and fancy attended them, figured their history as the public complication grew and the great intersectional plot thickened. Felt even, absurdly and disproportionately, that they had helped one to know Southerners. The slim, the sallow, the straight-haired and dark-eyed Eugene in particular haunted my imagination. He had not been my comrade of election, he was too much my senior, but I cherished the thought of the fine fearless young fire-eater he would have become, and when the war had broken out, I know not what dark but pitying vision of him stretched stark after a battle. All of which sounds certainly like a meagre range, which heaven knows it was, but with a plea for the several attics already glanced at and the positive aesthetic reach that came to us through those dim resorts, quite worth making. They were scattered and they constituted on the part of such of our friends as had licence to lead us up to them a ground of authority and glory proportioned exactly to the size of the field. This extent was at cousin Helen's, with a large house and few inmates, vast and free, so that no hospitality, under the eaves, might have matched that offered us by the young Albert. if only that heir of all the ages had rather more imagination. He had, I think, as little as was possible which would have counted in fact for an unmitigated blank had not W.J. among us, on that spot and elsewhere, supplied this motive force in any quantity required. He imagined, that was the point, the comprehensive comedies we were to prepare and to act comprehensive by the fact that each one of us, even to the God fearing but surreptitiously law breaking wards, was in fairness to be enabled to figure. Not one of us but was somehow to be provided with a part, though I recall my brother as the constant comic star. The attics were thus, in a word, our respective temples of the drama temples in which the stage, the green room and the wardrobe, however, strike me as having consumed most of our margin. I remember, that is, up and down the street and the association is mainly with its far westward reaches, so much more preparation than performance, so much more conversation and costume than active rehearsal, and, on the part of some of us, especially doubtless on my own, so much more eager denudation, both of body and mind, than of achieved or inspired assumption. We shivered unclad and impatient both as to our persons and to our aims, waiting alike for ideas and for breaches. We were supposed to make our dresses no less than to create our characters, and our material was in each direction apt to run short. I remember how far ahead of us my brother seemed to keep, announcing a motive, producing a figure, throwing off into space conceptions that I could stare at across the interval but couldn't appropriate; so that my vision of him in these connections is not so much of his coming toward me, or toward any of us, as of his moving rapidly away in fantastic garb and with his back turned, as if to perform to some other and more assured public. There were indeed other publics downstairs, who glimmer before me seated at the open folding doors of ancient parlours, but all from the point of view of an absolute supernumerary, more or less squashed into the wing but never coming on. Who were the copious Hunts, whose ample house on the north side toward Seventh Avenue still stands, next or near that of the De Pasters, so that I perhaps confound some of the attributes of each, though clear as to the blond Beekman or Beak of the latter race, not less than to the robust George and the stout, very stout, Henry of the former, whom I see bounding before a gathered audience for the execution of a pas seul, clad in a garment of turkey red, fashioned by his own hands, and giving away at the seams, to a complete absence of dessous, under the strain of too fine a figure. This too I make out in those connections, that is in the twilight of Hunt and De Payster garrets, our command of a comparative welter of draperies, so that I am reduced to the surmise that Henry indeed had contours. I recover, further, some sense of the high places of the Van Winkles, but think of them as pervaded for us by the upper air of the proprieties that were so numerous, it would appear, when once one had had a glimpse of them, rather than by the crude fruits of young improvisation. Wonderful must it clearly have been still to feel among laxities and vaguenesses such a difference of milieu and, as they used to say, of atmospheres. This was a word of those days. Atmospheres were a thing to recognise and cultivate, for people really wanted them, gasped for them, which was why they took them, on the whole, on easy terms, never exposing them, under an apparent flush, to the last analysis. Did we at any rate really vibrate to one social tone after another? Or are these adventures for me now but fond imaginations? No, we vibrated, or I'll be hanged, as I may say, if I didn't. Little as I could tell it or may have known it, little as anyone else may have known. There were shades, after all, in our democratic order. In fact, as I brood back to it, I recognise oppositions the sharpest, contrasts the most intense. It wasn't given to us all to have a social tone, but the Costers surely had one, and kept it in constant use, whereas the Wards, next door to them, were possessed of no approach to any, and indeed, had they had such a consciousness, would never have employed it, would have put it away on a high shelf, as they put the last baked pie out of Freddy's and Charlie's reach. Heaven knows what they too would have done with it. The Van Winkles, on the other hand, were distinctly so provided, but with the special note that their provision was one, so to express it, with their educational, their informational, call it even their professional. Mr. Van Winkle, if I mistake not, was an eminent lawyer, and the note of our own house was the absence of any profession, to the quickening of our general as distinguished from our special sensibility. There was no turkey red among those particular neighbours, at all events, and if there had been, it wouldn't have gaped at the seams. I didn't then know it, but I sipped at a fount of culture, in the sense, that is, that, our connection with the house being through Edgar, he knew about things. Inordinately, as it struck me. So, for that matter, did little public Freddy Ward, but the things one of them knew about differed wholly from the objects of knowledge of the other, all of which was splendid for giving one exactly a sense of things. It intimated more and more how many such there would be altogether. And part of the interest was that while Freddy gathered his among the wild wastes, Edgar walked in a regular maze of culture. I didn't then know about culture, but Edgar must promptly have known. This impression was promoted by his moving in a distant, a higher sphere of study, amid scenes vague to me. I dimly descry him as appearing at Jenks's and vanishing again, as if even that hadn't been good enough, though I may be here at fault, and indeed can scarce say on what arduous heights I supposed him, as a day scholar, to dwell. I took the unknown always easily for the magnificent, and was sure only of the limits of what I saw. It wasn't that the boys swarming for us at school were not often to my vision unlimited, but that those peopling our hours of ease, as I have already noted, were almost inveterately so. They seemed to describe, always, out of view, so much larger circles. I linger thus on Edgar by reason of its having somehow seemed to us that he described, was it Dr. Anthon's? The largest of all. If there was a bigger place than Dr. Anthon's, it was there that he would have been. I break down, as to the detail of the matter, in any push toward vaster suppositions. But let me cease to stir this imponderable dust. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 19. I try at least to recover here, however, some closer notation of W.J.'s aspects, yet only with the odd effect of my either quite losing him or but apprehending him again at seated play with his pencil under the lamp. When I see him he is intently, though summarily, rapidly drawing, his head critically balanced and his eyebrows working, and when I don't see him it is because I have resignedly relinquished him. I can't have been often for him a deprecated, still less an actively rebuffed suitor, because, as I say again, such aggressions were so little in order for me. But I remember that on my once offering him my company in conditions, those of some planned excursion, in which it wasn't desired, his putting the question of our difference at rest, with the minimum of explanation, by the responsible remark, "I play with boys who curse and swear." I had sadly to recognise that I didn't, that I couldn't pretend to have come to that yet; and truly, as I look back, either the unadvisedness and inexpertness of my young contemporaries on all that ground must have been complete an interesting note on our general manners after all or my personal failure to grasp must have been. Besides which I wonder scarce less now than I wondered then in just what company my brother's privilege was exercised; though if he had but richly wished to be discouraging he quite succeeded. It wasn't that I mightn't have been drawn to the boys in question, but that I simply wasn't qualified. All boys, I rather found, were difficult to play with, unless it was that they rather found me. But who would have been so difficult as these? They account but little, moreover, I make out, for W.J.'s ellipses, so that I take refuge easily enough in the memory of my own pursuits, absorbing enough at times to have excluded other views. I also plied the pencil, or to be more exact the pen, even if neither implement critically, rapidly, or summarily. I was so often engaged at that period, it strikes me, in literary, or to be more precise in dramatic, accompanied by pictorial composition, that I must again and again have delightfully lost myself. I had not on any occasion personally succeeded, amid our theatric strife, in reaching the footlights; but how could I have doubted, nevertheless, with our large theatrical experience, of the nature, and of my understanding, of the dramatic form? I sacrificed to it with devotion, by the aid of certain quarto sheets of ruled paper bought in Sixth Avenue for the purpose my father's store, though I held him to be a great fancier of the article in general, supplied but the unruled; grateful in particular for the happy provision by which each fourth page of the folded sheet was left blank. When the drama itself had covered 3 pages, the last one, over which I most laboured, served for the illustration of what I had verbally presented. Each scene had thus its explanatory picture, and as each act, though I am not positively certain I arrived at acts, would have had its vivid climax. Addicted in that degree to fictive evocation, I yet recall, on my part, no practice whatever of narrative prose or any sort of verse. I cherished the scene as I had so vibrated to the idea of it that evening at Linwood. I thought, I lisped, at any rate I composed, in scenes; though how much or how far the scenes "came" is another affair. Entrances, exits, the indication of "business," the animation of dialogue, the multiplication of designated characters, were things delightful in themselves, while I panted toward the canvas on which I should fling my figures, which it took me longer to fill than it had taken me to write what went with it, but which had on the other hand something of the interest of the dramatist's casting of his personae, and must have helped me to believe in the validity of my subject. From where on these occasions the subject can have dropped for me I am at a loss to say, and indeed have a strong impression that I didn't at any moment quite know what I was writing about. I am sure I couldn't otherwise have written so much. With scenes, when I think what certitude did I want more, scenes being the root of the matter, especially when they bristled with proper names and noted movements, especially above all when they flowered at every pretext into the very optic and perspective of the stage, where the boards diverged correctly from a central point of vision, even as the lashes from an eyelid, straight down to the footlights. Let this reminiscence remind us of how rarely in those days the real stage was carpeted. The difficulty of composition was not. The one difficulty was in so placing my figures on the fourth page that these radiations could be marked without making lines through them. The odd part of all of which was that whereas my cultivation of the picture was maintained, my practice of the play, my addition to scenes, presently quite dropped. I was capable of learning, though with inordinate slowness, to express ideas in scenes, and was not capable, with whatever patience, of making proper pictures; yet I aspired to this form of design to the prejudice of any other, and long after those primitive hours was still wasting time in attempts at it. I cared so much for nothing else, and that vaguely redressed, as to a point, my general failure of acuteness. I nursed the conviction, or at least I tried to, that if my clutch of the pencil or of the water colour brush should once become intense enough it would make up for other weaknesses of grasp, much as that would certainly give it to do. This was a very false scent, which had, however, the excuse that my brother's example really couldn't but act upon me. The scent was apparently so true for him. From the moment my small interest in art, that is my bent for gaping at illustrations and exhibitions, was absorbing and genuine. There were elements in the case which made it natural. The picture, the representative design, directly and strongly appealed to me, and was to appeal all my days, and I was only slow to recognise the kind, in this order, that appealed most. My face was turned from the first to the idea of representation, that of the gain of charm, interest, mystery, dignity, distinction, gain of importance, in fine, on the part of the represented thing, over the thing of accident, of mere actuality, still unappropriated. But in the house of representation there were many chambers, each with its own lock, and long was to be the business of sorting and trying the keys. When I at last found deep in my pocket the one I could more or less work, it was to feel, with reassurance, that the picture was still after all in essence one's aim. So there had been in a manner continuity, been not so much waste as one had sometimes ruefully figured. So many wastes are sweetened for memory as by the taste of the economy they have led to or imposed, and from the vantage of which they could scarce look better if they had been current and blatant profit. Wasn't the very bareness of the field itself, moreover, a challenge, in a degree, to design? Not, I mean, that there seemed to one's infant eyes too few things to paint. As to that there were always plenty, but for the very reason that there were more than any one noticed, and that a hunger was thus engendered which one cast about to gratify. The gratification nearest home was the imitative, the emulative, that is on my part. W.J., I see, needed no reasons, no consciousness other than that of being easily able. So he drew because he could, while I did so in the main only because he did; though I think we cast about, as I say, alike, making the most of every image within view. I doubt if he made more than I even then did, though earlier able to account for what he made. Afterwards, on other ground and in richer air, I admit, the challenge was in the fulness and not in the bareness of aspects, with their natural result of hunger appeased. Exhibitions, illustrations, abounded in Paris and London. The reflected image hung everywhere about, so that if there we daubed afresh and with more confidence it was not because no one, but because everyone did. In fact, when I call our appetite appeased I speak less of our browsing vision, which was tethered and insatiable, than of our sense of the quite normal character of our own proceedings. In Europe we knew there was art, just as there were soldiers and lodgings and concierges and little boys in the streets who stared at us, especially at our hats and boots, as at things of derision; just as, to put it negatively, there were practically no hot rolls and no iced water. Perhaps too, I should add, we didn't enjoy the works of Mr. Benjamin Haydon, there clustered at the Pantheon in Oxford Street, which in due course became our favourite haunt, so infinitely more, after all, than we had enjoyed those arrayed at the Dusseldorf collection in Broadway; whence the huge canvas of the martyrdom of John Huss comes back to me in fact as a revelation of representational brightness and charm that pitched once for all in these matters my young sense of what should be. Ineffable, unsurpassable these hours of initiation which the Broadway of the '50s had been, when all was said, so adequate to supply. If one wanted pictures there were pictures, as large, I seem to remember, as the side of a house, and of a bravery of colour and lustre of surface that I was never afterwards to see surpassed. We were shown, without doubt, under our genial law here too, everything that was; and as I cast up the items I wonder, I confess, what ampler fare we could have dealt with. The Dusseldorf school commanded the market, and I think of its exhibition as firmly seated, going on from year to year. New York, judging now to such another tune, must have been a brave patron of that manufacture. I believe that scandal even was on occasion not abated, rather was boldly invoked, though of what particular sacrifices to the pure plastic or undraped shocks to bourgeois prejudice the comfortable German genius of that period must have been capable, history has kept no record. New accessions, at any rate, vividly new ones, in which the freshness and brightness of the paint, particularly lustrous in our copious light, enhanced from time to time the show, which I have the sense of our thus repeatedly and earnestly visiting, and which comes back to me with some vagueness as installed in a disaffected church, where Gothic excrescences and an ecclesiastical roof of a mild order helped the importance. No impression here, however, was half so momentous as that of the epoch making masterpiece of Mr. Leutze, who showed us Washington crossing the Delaware in a wondrous flare of projected gaslight, and with the effect of a revelation to my young sight of the capacity of accessories to stand out. I live again in the thrill of that evening, which was the greater of course for my feeling it in my parents' company when I should otherwise have been in bed. We went down, after dinner, in the 14th Street stage, quite as if going to the theatre. The scene of exhibition was near the Stuyvesant Institute, a circumstance stirring up somehow a swarm of associations, echoes probably of lectures discussed at home, yet at which my attendance had doubtless conveniently lapsed. But Mr. Leutze's drama left behind any paler proscenium. We gaped responsive to every item, lost in the marvel of the wintry night, of the sharpness of the ice blocks, of the sickness of the sick soldier, of the protrusion of the minor objects, that of the strands of the rope and the nails of the boots, that, I say, on the part of everything, of its determined purpose of standing out; but that, above all, of the profiled national hero's purpose, as might be said, of standing up as much as possible, even indeed of doing it almost on one leg in such difficulties and successfully balancing. So memorable was that evening to remain for me that nothing could be more strange, in connection with it, than the illustration by the admired work, on its in after years again coming before me, of the cold cruelty with which time may turn and devour its children. The picture, more or less entombed in its relegation, was lividly dead, and that was bad enough, but half the substance of one's youth seemed buried with it. There were other pictorial evenings, I may add, not all of which had the thrill. Deep the disappointment on my own part, I remember, at Bryan's Gallery of Christian Art, to which also, as for great emotions, we had taken the omnibus after dinner. It cast a chill, this collection of worm-eaten diptychs and triptychs, of angular saints and seraphs, of black Madonnas and obscure Bambinos, of such marked and approved primitives as had never yet been shipped to our shores. Mr. Bryan's shipment was presently to fall, I believe, under grave suspicion, was to undergo in fact fatal exposure, but it seemed at the moment in apparent good faith, and I have not forgotten how, conscious that it was fresh from Europe fresh was beautiful in the connection I felt that my yearning should all have gone out to it. With that inconsequence to handle I doubt whether I proclaimed that it bored me, any more than I have ever noted till now that it made me begin badly with Christian art. I like to think that the collection consisted without abatements of frauds and fakes, and that if these had been honest things my perception wouldn't so have slumbered. Yet the principle of interest had been somehow compromised, and I think I have never since stood before a real primitive, a primitive of the primitives, without having first to shake off the grey mantle of that night. The main disconcertment had been its ugly twist to the name of Italy, already sweet to me for all its dimness. Even could dimness have prevailed in my felt measure of the pictorial testimony of home, testimony that dropped from us from the ample canvas of Mr. Cole, the American Turner, which covered half a side of our front parlour, and in which, though not an object represented in it began to stand out after the manner of Mr. Leutze, I could always lose myself as soon as look. It depicted Florence from one side of the neighbouring hills. I have often since wondered which, the picture being long ago lost to our sight. Florence with her domes and towers and old walls, the old walls Mr. Cole had engaged for, but which I was ruefully to miss on coming to know and love the place in after years. Then it was I felt how long before my attachment had started on its course. That closer vision was no beginning, it only took up the tale, just as it comes to me again to day, at the end of time, that the contemplative monk seated on a terrace in the foreground, a constant friend of my childhood, must have been of the convent of San Miniato, which gives me the site from which the painter wrought. We had Italy again in the corresponding room behind. A great abundance of Italy I was free to think while I revolved between another landscape over the sofa and the classic marble bust on a pedestal between the two back windows, the figure, a part of the figure, of a lady with her head crowned with vine leaves and her hair disposed with a laxity that was emulated by the front of her dress, as my next younger brother exposed himself to my derision by calling the bit of brocade, simulated by the chisel, that, depending from a single shoulder strap, so imperfectly covered her. This image was known and admired among us as the Baccanti. She had come to us straight from an American studio in Rome, and I see my horizon flush again with the first faint dawn of conscious appreciation, or in other words of the critical spirit, while two or three of the more restrictive friends of the house find our marble lady very cold for a Baccanti. Cold indeed she must have been, quite as of the Tombstone temperament, but that objection would drop if she might only be called a nymph, since nymphs were mild and moderate, and since discussion of a work of art mainly hung in those days on that issue of the producible name. I fondly recall, by the same token, that playing on a certain occasion over the landscape above the sofa, restrictive criticism, uttered in my indulged hearing, introduced me to what had probably been my very first chance, on such ground, for active participation. The picture from the hand of a French painter, M. Lefebvre, and of but slightly scanter extent than the work of Mr. Cole, represented in frank rich colours and as a so-called view in Tuscany, a rural scene of some exuberance, a broken and precipitous place, amid mountains and forests, where 2 or 3 bare-legged peasants or woodmen were engaged, with much emphasis of posture, in felling a badly gashed but spreading oak by means of a tense rope attached to an upper limb and at which they pulled together. Tuscany? Are you sure it's Tuscany? Said the voice of restrictive criticism, that of the friend of the house who in the golden age of the precursors, though we were still pretty much precursors, had lived longest in Italy. And then on my father's challenge of this demur, "Oh, in Tuscany, you know, the colours are much softer. There would be a certain haze to the atmosphere." Why, of course, I can hear myself now blushingly but triumphantly intermingle the softness and the haze of our Florence there. Isn't Florence in Tuscany? It had to be parentally admitted that Florence was; besides which our friend had been there and knew, so that thereafter within our walls a certain malaise reigned, for if the Florence wasn't like it then the Lefebvre couldn't be, and if the Lefebvre was like it then the Florence couldn't. A lapse from old convenience, as from the moment we couldn't name the Lefebvre, where were we? All of which it might have been open to me to feel I had uncannily promoted. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 20. My own sense of the great matter meanwhile, that is of our possibilities still more than of our actualities, of Italy in general and of Florence in particular, was a perfectly recoverable little awareness, as I find, of certain mild soft irregular breathings thence on the part of an absent pair in whom our parents were closely interested, and whose communications, whose Roman, Sorrentine, Florentine letters in especial from the baths of Lucca, kept open in our air more than any other sweet irritation that question of Europe which was to have after all, in the immediate years, so limited, so shortened a solution. Mary Temple the elder had, early in our 14th Street period, married Edmund Tweedy, a haunter of that neighbourhood and of our house in it from the first, but never more than during a winter spent with us there by that quasi-relative, who by an extension of interest and admiration (she was in those years quite exceedingly handsome) ranked for us with the Albany aunts, adding so a twist, as it were, to our tie with the Temple cousins, her own close kin. This couple must have been, putting real relatives aside, my parents' best friends in Europe, twitching thereby hardest the fine firm thread attached at one end to our general desire and at the other to their supposed felicity. The real relatives, those planted out in the same countries, are a chapter by themselves, whose effect on us, whose place in our vision, I should like to trace. That of the Kings, for instance, of my mother's kin, that of the Masons of my father's, the Kings who cultivated, for years, the highest instructional, social and moral possibilities at Geneva, the Masons, above all, less strenuous but more sympathetic, who reported themselves to us hauntingly, during a considerable period, as enjoying every conceivable agrément at Tours and at the then undeveloped Trouville, even the winter Trouville, on the lowest possible terms. Fain would I, as for the mere pleasure of it, under the temptation to delineate, gather into my loose net the singularly sharp and rounded image of our cousin Charlotte of the former name, who figured for us, on the field of Europe, wherever we looked, and all the rest of time, as a character of characters and a marvel of placid consistency. Through my vague remembrance of her return from China after the arrest of a commercial career there by her husband's death in the Red Sea, which somehow sounded like a dreadful form of death, and my scarce less faint recovery of some Christmas treat of our childhood under her roof in Gramercy Park, amid dim chinoiserie and in that twilight of time dimmer offspring, Vernon, Anne, Arthur, marked to us always, in the distincter years, as of all our young relatives the most intensely educated and most pointedly proper; an occasion followed by her permanent and invidious withdrawal from her own country. I would keep her in my eye through the Genovese age and on to the crisis of the Civil War, in which Vernon, unforgiven by her stiff conservatism for his northern loyalty, laid down before Petersburg a young life of understanding and pain, uncommemorated as to the gallantry of its end. He had insistently returned to the front after a recovery from first wounds, as under his mother's malediction, on the stone beneath which he lies in the old burial ground at Newport, the cradle of his father's family. I should further pursue my subject through other periods and places, other constantly quiet but vivid exhibitions, to the very end of the story, which for myself was the impression, first, of a little lonely, soft voiced, gentle, relentless lady, in a dull Surrey garden of a summer afternoon, more than half blind and all dependent on the dame de compagnie who read aloud to her that Saturday Review which had ever been the prop and mirror of her opinions, and to which she remained faithful, her children estranged and outworn, dead and ignored, and the vision, second and for a climax, of an old world rez-de-chaussée at Versailles, goal of my final pilgrimage, almost in presence of the end of her very personal career, I mean, but not of her perfectly fine spirit or of her charmingly smooth address. I confess myself embarrassed by my very ease of recapture of my young consciousness, so that I perforce try to encourage lapses and keep my abundance down. The place for the lapse consents with difficulty, however, to be any particular point of the past at which I catch myself, easily caught as I am, looking about me. It has certainly nothing in common with that coign of vantage enjoyed by me one June afternoon of 1855, in the form of the minor share of the box of a carriage that conveyed us for the first time since our babyhood, W.J.'s and mine, through so much of a vast portentous London. I was an item in the overflow of a vehicle completely occupied, and I thrilled with the spectacle my seat beside the coachman so amply commanded, without knowing at this moment why, amid other claims, I had been marked for such an eminence. I so far justify my privilege at least as still to feel that prime impression of extreme intensity underlie, deep down, the whole mass of later observation. There are London aspects which, so far as they still touch me, after all the years, touch me as just sensible reminders of this hour of early apprehension, so penetrated for me as to have kept its ineffaceable stamp. For at last we had come to Europe. We had disembarked at Liverpool but a couple of days before from that steamer Atlantic of the Collins line, then active but so soon to be utterly undone, of which I had kept a romantic note ever since a certain evening of a winter or two before. I had on that occasion assisted with my parents at a varied theatrical exhibition, the theatres distinct to me as brooms, one of the features of which was the at that time flourishing farce of Betsy Baker, a picture of some predicament, supposed droll, of its hero Mr. Mouser, whose wife, if I am correct, carries on a laundry and controls as she may a train of young assistants. A feature of the piece comes back to me as the pursuit of Mr. Mouser round and round the premises by the troop of laundresses, shouting his name in chorus, capture by them being abject, though whether through fear of their endearments or of their harsher violence I fail to remember. It was enough that the public nerve had at the moment been tried by the non-arrival of the Atlantic, several days overdue, to the pitch at last of extreme anxiety; so that when after the fall of the curtain on the farce the distracted Mr. Mouser, still breathless, reappeared at the footlights, where I can see him now abate by his plight no jot of the dignity of his announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, I rejoice to be able to tell you that the good ship Atlantic is safe. The house broke into such plaudits, so huge and prolonged a roar of relief, as I had never heard the like of, and which gave me my first measure of a great immediate public emotion, even as the incident itself to day reminds me of the family party smallness of the old New York, those happy limits that could make us all care, and care to fond vociferation, for the same thing at once. It was a moment of the golden age, representing too but a snatch of elation, since the wretched Arctic had gone down in mortal woe and her other companion, the Pacific, leaving England a few months later and under the interested eyes of our family group, then temporarily settled in London, was never heard of more. Let all of which show again what traps are laid about me for unguarded acute reminiscence. I meet another of those, though I positively try to avoid it, in the sense of a day spent on the great fusty curtained bed, a mediaeval four-poster such as I had never seen, of the hotel at the London and North Western station, where it appeared, to our great inconvenience, that I had during the previous months somewhere perversely absorbed, probably on Staten Island upwards of a year before, the dull seed of malaria, which now suddenly broke out in chills and fever. This condition, of the intermittent order, hampered our movements but left alternate days on which we could travel, and as present to me as ever is the apprehended interest of my important and determinate state, and of our complicated prospect while I lay much at my ease, for I recall in particular certain short sweet times when I could be left alone, with the thick and heavy suggestions of the London room about me, the very smell of which was ancient, strange and impressive, a new revelation altogether, and the window open to the English June and the far-off hum of a thousand possibilities. I consciously took them in, these last, and must then, I think, have first tasted the very greatest pleasure perhaps I was ever to know, that of almost holding my breath in presence of certain aspects to the end of so taking in. It was as if in those hours that precious fine art had been disclosed to me, scantly as the poor place and the small occasion might have seemed of an order to promote it. We seize our property by an avid instinct wherever we find it, and I must have kept seizing mine at the absurdest little rate, and all by this deeply dissimulative process of taking in, through the whole succession of those summer days. The next application of it that stands out for me, or the next that I make room for here, since I note after all so much less than I remember, is the intensity of a fond apprehension of Paris, a few days later, from the balcony of an hotel that hung, through the soft summer night, over the Rue de la Paix. I hung with the balcony, and doubtless with my brothers and my sister, though I recover what I felt as so much relation and response to the larger, the largest appeal only, that of the whole perfect Parisianism I seemed to myself always to have possessed mentally, even if I had but just turned 12, and that now filled out its frame or case for me from every lighted window up and down, as if each of these had been, for strength of sense, a word in some immortal quotation, the very breath of civilised lips. How I had anciently gathered such stores of preconception is more than I shall undertake an account of, though I believe I should be able to scrape one together. Certain it is at any rate that half the beauty of the whole exposed second floor of a modiste just opposite, for instance, with the fittings and figurings, as well as the intent immobilities of busy young women descried through frank and, as it were, benignant apertures, and of such bright fine strain that they but asked to work far into the night, came from the effect on the part of those things of so exactly crowning and comforting I couldn't have said what momentous young dream. I might have been right to myself, as against some danger of being wrong, and if I had uttered my main comment on it all this must certainly have been "I told you so, I told you so!" What I had told myself was of course that the impression would be of the richest and at the same time of the most insinuating, and this after all didn't sail very close; but I had had before me from far back a picture which might have been hung in the very sky, and here was every touch in it repeated with a charm. Had I ever till then known what a charm was? A large, a local, a social charm, leaving out that of a few individuals. It was at all events, this mystery, one's property, that of one's mind; and so, once for all, I helped myself to it from my balcony and tucked it away. It counted all immensely for practice in taking in. I profited by that, no doubt, still a few days later, at an hour that has never ceased to recur to me all my life as crucial, as supremely determinant. The travelling carriage had stopped at a village on the way from Lyons to Geneva, between which places there was then no railway, a village now nameless to me and which was not yet Nantua, in the Jura, where we were to spend the night. I was stretched out at my ease on a couch formed by a plank laid from seat to seat and covered by a small mattress and other draperies, an indulgence founded on my visitation of fever, which, though not now checking our progress, assured me, in our little band, these invidious luxuries. It may have been that as my body was pampered, so I was moved equally to pamper my spirit, for my appropriative instinct had neglected no item of our case from the first; by which I mean from the moment of our getting under way, that morning, with much elaboration, in the court of the old Hôtel de l'Univers at Lyons, where we had arrived 2 days before and awaited my good pleasure during 48 hours that overflowed for us perhaps somewhat less than any pair of days yet, but as regards which it was afterwards my complacent theory that my contemplative rest at the ancient inn, with all the voices and graces of the past, of the court, of the French scheme of manners in general and of ancient inns, as such in particular, had prepared me not a little, when I should in due course hear of it, for what was meant by the old vie de province, that expression which was to become later on so "toned," as old fine colour and old fine opinion are toned. It was the romance of travel, and it was the suggested romance, flushed with suppositions and echoes, with implications and memories, memories of one's reading, save the mark, all the more that our proper bestowal required two carriages in which we were to post ineffable thought, and which bristled with every kind of contradiction of common experience. The postilion, in a costume rather recalling from the halls of Ferrero that of my débardeur, bobbed up and down; the Italian courier, Jean Nadali, black whiskered and acquired in London, sat in the rumble along with Annette Godefroy of Metz, fresh coloured, broad faced and fair braided, a bonne Lorraine, if ever there was, acquired in New York. I enjoy the echo of their very names, neither unprecedented nor irreproducible, yet which melt together for me to intensification with all the rest, with the recovered moment, above all, of our pause at the inn door in the cool sunshine (we had mounted and mounted), during which, in my absurdly cushioned state, I took in, as I have hinted, by a long slow swig that testified to some power of elbow, a larger draught of the wine of perception than any I had ever before owed to a single throb of that faculty. The village street, which was not as village streets hitherto known to me, opened out, beyond an interval, into a high place on which perched an object, also of fresh revelation, and that I recognised with a deep joy, though a joy that was doubtless partly the sense of fantastic ease, of abated illness and of cold chicken, as at once a castle and a ruin. The only castle within my ken had been, by my impression, the machicolated villa above us the previous summer at New Brighton, and as I had seen no structure rise beyond that majesty, so I had seen none abased to the dignity of ruin. Loose boards were no expression of this latter phase, and I was already somehow aware of a deeper note in the crumbled castle than any note of the solid one, little experience as I had had either of solidity. At a point in the interval, at any rate, below the slope on which this memento stood, was a woman in a black bodice, a white shirt and a red petticoat, engaged in some sort of field labour, the effect of whose intervention just then is almost beyond my notation. I knew her for a peasant in sabots, the first peasant I had ever beheld, or beheld at least to such advantage. She had in the whole aspect an enormous value, emphasising with her petticoat's tonic strength the truth that sank in as I lay, the truth of one's embracing there, in all the presented character of the scene, an amount of character I had felt no scene present, not even the one I had raked from the Hotel Westminster, the sort of thing that, even as mere fulness and mere weight, would sit most warmly in the mind. Supremely, in that ecstatic vision, was Europe, sublime synthesis, expressed and guaranteed to me, as if by a mystic gauge, which spread all through the summer air, that I should now, only now, never lose it, hold the whole consistency of it. Up to that time it might have been but mockingly whisked before me. Europe mightn't have been flattered, it was true, at my finding her thus most signified and summarised in a sordid old woman scraping a mean living and an uninhabitable tower abandoned to the owls. This was but the momentary measure of a small sick boy, however, and the virtue of the impression was proportioned to my capacity. It made a bridge over to more things than I then knew. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 21. How shall I render certain other impressions coming back to me from that summer, which were doubtless involved in my having still for a time, on the alternate days when my complaint was active, to lie up on various couches and, for my main comfort, consider the situation. I considered it best, I think, gathering in the fruits of a quickened sensibility to it, in certain umbrageous apartments in which my parents had settled themselves near Geneva, an old house in ample grounds, and among great spreading trees that pleasantly brushed our windows in the summer heats and airs, known, if I am not mistaken, as the Campagne Garabsoff, which its mistress, an invalid Russian lady, had partly placed at our disposition while she reclined in her own quarter of the garden, on a chaise longue and under a mushroom hat with a green veil, and I, in the course of the mild excursions appointed as my limit, considered her from afar, in the light of the legends supplied to me, as to her identity, history, general practices and proceedings, by my younger brother Wilkie, who, according to his nature, or I may say to his genius, had made without loss of time great advances of acquaintance with her and quickened thereby my sense of his superior talent for life. Wilkie's age followed closely on mine, and from that time on we conversed and consorted, though with lapses and disparities, I being on the whole, during the succession of those years, in the grateful, the really fortunate position of having one exposure, rather than northward, as it were, to the view of W.J., and the other, perhaps the more immediately sunned surface, to the genial glow of my junior. Of this I shall have more to say, but to meet in memory meanwhile even this early flicker of him is to know again something of the sense that I attached, all along our boyhood, to his successful sociability, his instinct for intercourse, his genius, as I have used the word, for making friends. It was the only genius he had, declaring itself from his tenderest years, never knowing the shadow of defeat, and giving me, above all, from as far back and by the very radiation of the fact, endlessly much to think of. For I had in a manner, thanks to the radiation, much of the benefit. His geniality was absolutely such that the friends he made were made almost less for himself, so to speak, than for other friends, of whom indeed we, his own adjuncts, were easily first, so far at least as he discriminated. At night all cats are grey, and in this brother's easy view all his acquaintance were his family. The trail of his sociability was over us all alike; though it here concerns me but to the effect, as I recover it, of its weight on my comparatively so indirect faculty for what is called taking life. I must have already at the Campagne Garabsoff begun to see him take it with all his directness, begun in fact to be a trifle tormentedly aware that, though there might be many ways of doing so, we are condemned practically to a choice, not made free of them all, reduced to the use of but one at the best, which it is our sad interest to make the most of, since we may indeed sometimes make much. There was a small sad charm, I should doubtless add, in this operation of the contrast of the case before me with my own case. It was positively as if Wilkie's were supplying me on the occasion with the most immediate matter for my own. That was particularly marked after he had, with our elder brother, been placed at school, the Pensionnat Rediger, at Châtelain, then much esteemed, and where I was supposedly to join them on my complete recovery. I recall sociable, irrepressibly sociable, sorties thence, on the part of the pair, as promptly breaking out, not less than I recall sociable afternoon visits to the establishment on the part of the rest of us. It was my brother's first boarding school, But as we had in the New York conditions kept punctually rejoining our family, so in these pleasant Genevese ones our family returned the attention. Of this also more anon. My particular point is just the wealth of Wilkie's contribution to my rich current consciousness, the consciousness fairly made rich by my taking in, as aforesaid, at reflective hours when I was in a manner alone with it, our roomy and shadowy, our almost haunted interior. Admirable the scale and solidity, in general, of the ancient villas planted about Geneva, and our house affected me as so massive and so spacious that even our own half of it seemed vast. I had never before lived so long in anything so old and, as I somehow felt, so deep. Depth upon depth, was what came out for me at certain times of my waiting above, in my immense room of thick embrasures, and rather prompt obscurity, while the summer afternoon waned and my companions, often below at dinner, lingered and left me perhaps a bit overwhelmed. There was the sense of it, the character in the whole place, pressed upon me with a force I hadn't met, and that was beyond my analysis; which is but another way of saying how directly notified I felt that such material conditions as I had known could have had no depth at all. My depth was a vague measure, no doubt, but it made space, in the twilight, for an occasional small sound of voice or step from the garden or the rooms of which the great homely, the opaque green shutters opened there softly to echo in, mixed with reverberations finer and more momentous, personal, experimental if they might be called so, which I much encouraged, they borrowed such tone from our new surrounding medium, and half of which were reducible to Wilkie's personalities and Wilkie's experience, these latter irrepressibly communicated, being ever enviably, though a trifle bewilderingly and even formidably, of personalities. There was the difference and the opposition, as I really believe I was already aware, that one way of taking life was to go in for everything and everyone, which kept you abundantly occupied, and the other way was to be as occupied, quite as occupied, just with the sense and the image of it all, and on only a fifth of the actual immersion, a circumstance extremely strange. Life was taken almost equally both ways that, I mean, seemed the strangeness, mere brute quantity and number being so much less in one case than the other. These latter were what I should have liked to go in for, had I but had the intrinsic faculties. That more than ever came home to me on those occasions when, as I could move further and stay out longer, I accompanied my parents on afternoon visits to Châtelaine and the Campagne Rediger, a scene that has remained with me as nobly placid and pastoral. The great trees stood about, casting afternoon shadows. The old thick-walled, green-shuttered villa and its dépendance had the air of the happiest home. The big bearded bonhomie of M. Rediger among his little polyglot charges no petit pays chauds these appeared to justify, and more, the fond New York theory of Swiss education, the kind à la portée of young New Yorkers, as a beautifully genialised, humanised, civilised, even romanticised thing, in which, amid lawny mountain slopes, the languages flowed into so many beaming recipients on a stream of milk and honey, and the relation, above all, the relation from master to pupil and back again, was of an amenity that wouldn't have been of this world save for the providential arrangement of a perfect pedagogic Switzerland. Did you notice the relation, how charming it was? our parents were apt to say to each other after these visits, in relation to some observed show of confidence between instructor and instructed, while, as for myself, I was lost in the wonder of all the relations. My younger brother seemed to live, and to his own ingenuous relish as well, in such a happy hum of them. The languages had reason to prosper, they were so copiously represented. The English jostled the American, the Russian, the German, and there even trickled through a little funny French. A great Geneva school of those days was the Institution Asius, to which generations of our young countrymen had been dedicated and our own faces first turned, under correction, however, by the perceived truth that if the languages were in question the American reigned there almost unchallenged. The establishment chosen for our experiment must have appealed, by some intimate and insinuating side, and as less patronised by the rich and the sophisticated; for even in those days some Americans were rich and several sophisticated. Little indeed as it was all to matter in the event, so short a course had the experiment just then to run. What it mainly brings back to me is the fine old candour and queerness of the New York state of mind, begotten really not a little, I think, under our own roof, by the mere charmed perusal of Rodolphe Töpfer's Voyage en Zigzag, the two goodly octavo volumes of which delightful work, an adorable book, taken with its illustrations, had come out early in the '50s and had engaged our fondest study. It is the copious chronicle, by a schoolmaster of endless humour and sympathy of what degree and form of authority it never occurred to one even to ask of his holiday excursions with his pupils, mainly on foot and with staff and knapsack, through the incomparable Switzerland of the time before the railways and the "rush," before the monster hotels, the desecrated summits, the vulgarised valleys, the circular tours, the perforating tubes, the funiculars, the hordes, the horrors. To turn back to Töpfer's pages today is to get the sense of a lost paradise, and the effect for me even yet of having pored over them in my childhood is to steep in sweetness and quaintness some of the pictures. His own illustrations are of the pleasantest and drollest, and the association makes that faded Swiss master of landscape, Calame, of the so-called Calamités, a quite sufficient Ruysdael. It must have been conceived for us that we would lead in these conditions, always in pursuit of an education, a life not too dissimilar to that of the storied exiles in the forest of Arden, though one would fain not press, after all, upon ideals of culture so little organised, so little conscious up to that moment of our ferocities of comparison and competition, of imposed preparation. This particular loose ideal reached out from the desert, or what might under discouragement pass for such. It invoked the light, but a simplicity of view which was somehow one with the beauty of other convictions accompanied its effort; and though a glance at the social psychology of some of its cheerful estimates, its relative importances, assumed and acted upon, might here seem indicated, there are depths of the ancient serenity that nothing would induce me to sound. I need linger the less, moreover, since we in fact, oddly enough, lingered so little. So very little, for reasons doubtless well known to ourselves at the time, but which I at present fail to recapture, that what next stands vividly out for me is our renewed passage through Paris on the way to London for the winter, a turn of our situation invested at the time with nothing whatever of the wonderful, yet which would again half prompt me to soundings were I not to recognise in it that mark of the fitful, that accent of the improvised, that general quality of earnest and reasoned, yet at the same time almost passionate, impatience, which was to devote us for some time to variety, almost to incoherency, of interest. We had fared across the sea under the glamour of the Swiss school in the abstract, but the Swiss school in the concrete soon turned stale in our hands a fact over which I remember myself as no further critical than to feel, not without zest, that since one was all eyes and the world decidedly, at such a pace, all images, it ministered to the panoramic. It ministered, to begin with, through our very early start for Lyons again in the October dawn, without Nathalie or the carriages this time, but on the basis of the Malleposte, vast, yellow and rumbling, which we availed wholly to fill and of which the high haughtiness was such that it could stop even for an instant only at appointed and much dissevered places to the effect, I recall, of its vainly attempted arrest by our cousin Charlotte King, before mentioned, whom I now see suddenly emerge, fresh, confident and pretty, from some rural retreat by the road, a scene of simple villeggiatura, rien que pour saluer ces dames, as she pleaded to the conductor, whom she practically, if not permittedly, overmastered, leaving with me still the wonder of her happy fusion of opposites. The coach had not, in the event, paused, but so neither had she, and as it ignored flush and flurry quite as it defied delay, she was equally a match for it in these particulars, blandly achieving her visit to us while it rumbled on, making a perfect success and a perfect grace of her idea. She dropped as elegantly out as she had gymnastically floated in, and ces dames must have wished that they could emulate her art. Save for this my view of that migration has faded, though to shine out again in the sense of our early morning arrival in Paris a few days later, and our hunt there, vain at first, for an hotel that would put us numerously up vain till we had sat a while in the Rue d'Albert, I think, before that of an Albany uncle, luckily on the scene and finally invoked, who after some delay descended to us with a very foreign air, I fancied, and no possibility, to his regret, of placing us under his own roof; as if indeed, I remember reflecting, we could, such as we were, have been desired to share his foreign interests such as they were. He espoused our cause, however, with gay good nature, while I wondered, in my admiration for him and curiosity about him, how he really liked us, and, a bit doubtfully, whether I should have liked us had I been in his place; and after some further adventure installed us at the Hôtel de la Ville de Paris in the Rue de la Ville l'Evêque, a resort now long since extinct, though it lingered on for some years, and which I think of as rather huddled and disappointingly private to the abatement of spectacle, and standing obliquely behind a wall, a high gateway and a more or less cobbled court. Chapter 22 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 22. Little else of that Parisian passage remains with me. It was probably of the briefest. I recover only a visit with my father to the Palais de l'Industrie, where the first of the great French exhibitions, on the model much reduced of the English Crystal Palace of 1851, was still open, a fact explaining the crowded inns; and from that visit win back but the department of the English pictures and our stopping long before the order of release of a young English painter, J. E. Millet, who had just leaped into fame, and my impression of the rare treatment of those baby's bare legs, pendant from its mother's arms, is still as vivid to me as if from yesterday. The vivid yields again to the vague, I scarce know why so utterly, till consciousness, waking up in London, renews itself, late one evening and very richly, at the Gloucester Hotel, or Coffee House, as I think it was then still called, which occupied that corner of Piccadilly and Berkeley Street where more modern establishments have since succeeded it, but where a fatigued and famished American family found on that occasion a fine old British virtue in cold roast beef and bread and cheese and ale, their expert acclamation of which echoes even now in my memory. It keeps company there with other matters equally British and, as we say now, early Victorian. The thick gloom of the inn rooms, the faintness of the glimmering tapers, the blessed inexhaustibility of the fine joint, surpassed only by that of the grave waiter's reserve; plain, immutably plain fare all, but prompting in our elders an emphasis of relief and relish, the "there's nothing like it after all" tone which re-excited expectation, which in fact seemed this time to re-announce a basis for faith and joy. That basis presently shrank to the scale of a small house hard by the hotel, at the entrance of Berkeley Square, expeditiously lighted on, it would thus appear, which again has been expensively superseded, but to the ancient little facts of which I fondly revert, since I owe them what I feel to have been, in the far past, the prime faint revelation, the small broken expression, of the London I was afterwards to know. The place wears on the spot, to this day, no very different face. The house that has risen on the site of ours is still immediately neighboured at the left by the bookseller, the circulating librarian and newsagent, who modestly flourished in our time under the same name. The great establishment of Mr. Gunter, just further along, is as soberly and solidly seated. The mews behind the whole row, from the foot of Hay Hill at the right, wanders away to Bruton Street with the irregular grace that spoke to my young fancy. Hay Hill itself is somehow less sharply precipitous, besides being no longer paved, as I seem to recall its having been, with big boulders; and I was on the point of saying that its antique charm in some degree abides. Nothing, however, could be further from the truth. Its antique charm quite succumbed years ago to that erection of lumpish "mansions" which followed the demolition of the "old world town residence," as the house agents say, standing, on the south side, between Court and, I suppose, Garden, where Dover Street gives way to Grafton; a house of many histories, of vague importances and cold reserves and deep suggestions, I used to think after scaling the steep, quite on purpose to wonder about it. A whole chapter of life was condensed, for our young sensibility, I make out, into the couple of months they can scarce have been more spent by us in these quarters, which must have proved too narrow and too towny; but it can have had no passage so lively as the occurrences at once sequent to my father's having too candidly made known in some public print, probably the Times, that an American gentleman, at such an address, desired to arrange with a competent young man for the tuition at home of his 3 sons. The effect of his rash failure to invite application by letter only was the assault of an army of visitors, who filled us with consternation. They hung about the door, cumbered the hall, choked the staircase and sat grimly individual in odd corners. How they were dealt with, given my father's precipitate and general charity, I can but feebly imagine. Our own concern, in the event, was with a sole selected presence, that of Scotch Mr. Robert Thompson, who gave us his care, from breakfast to luncheon each morning that winter, who afterwards carried on a school at Edinburgh, and whom, in years long subsequent, I happened to help R. L. Stevenson to recognise gaily as his early pedagogue. He was so deeply solicitous, yet withal so mild and kind and shy, with no harsher injunction to us ever than "Come now, be getting on," that one could but think well of a world in which so gentle a spirit might flourish; while it is doubtless to the credit of his temper that remembrance is a blank in respect to his closer ministrations. I recall vividly his fresh complexion, his very round clear eyes, his tendency to trip over his own legs or feet while thoughtfully circling about us, and his constant dress coat, worn with trousers of a lighter hue, which was perhaps the prescribed uniform of a daily tutor then. But I ask myself in vain what I can have "studied" with him, there remaining with me afterwards to testify this putting any scrap of stored learning aside no single text book save the Lamb's Tales from Shakespeare, which was given me as, of all things in the world, a reward. A reward for what I am again at a loss to say, not certainly for having got on to anything like the tune plaintively, for the most part, piped to me. It is a very odd and yet to myself very rich and full reminiscence, though I remember how, looking back at it from after days, W.J. denounced it to me, and with it the following year and more spent in Paris, as a poor and arid and lamentable time in which, missing such larger chances and connections as we might have reached out to, we had done nothing, he and I, but walk about together, in a state of the direst propriety, little high black hats and inveterate gloves, the childish costume of the place and period, to stare at grey street scenery that of early Victorian London had tones of a neutrality, dawdle at shop windows and buy water colours and brushes with which to bedaub eternal drawing blocks. We might, I dare say, have felt higher impulses and carried out larger plans, though indeed present to me for this, on my brother's so expressing himself, is my then quick recognition of the deeper stirrings and braver needs he at least must have known, and my perfect, if rueful, sense of having myself had no such quarrel with our conditions. Embalmed for me did they even to that shorter retrospect appear in a sort of fatalism of patience, spiritless in a manner, no doubt, yet with an inwardly active, productive and ingenious side. It was just the fact of our having so walked and dawdled and dodged that made the charm of memory; in addition to which what could one have asked more than to be steeped in a medium so dense that whole elements of it, forms of amusement, interest and wonder, soaked through to some appreciative faculty and made one fail, at the most, of nothing but one's lessons? My brother was right in so far as that my question, the one I have just reproduced, could have been asked only by a person incorrigible in throwing himself back upon substitutes for lost causes, substitutes that might temporarily have appeared queer and small; a person so haunted, even from an early age, with visions of life that aridities for him were half a terror and half an impossibility, and that the said substitutes, the economies and ingenuities that protested, in their dumb vague way, against weakness of situation or of direct and applied faculty, were in themselves really a revel of spirit and thought. It had indeed again an effect of almost pathetic incoherence that our brave quest of "the languages," suffering so prompt and for the time at least so accepted and now so inscrutably irrecoverable a check, should have contented itself with settling us by that Christmas in a house more propitious to our development in St. John's Wood, where we enjoyed a considerable garden and wistful view, though by that windowed privilege alone, of a large green expanse in which ladies and gentlemen practised archery. Just that, and not the art even, but the mere spectacle, might have been one of the substitutes in question, if not for the languages, at least for one or another of the romantic connections we seemed a little to have missed. It was a whiff of the old world of Robin Hood, as we could never have looked up from the mere thumbed "story," in 14th Street at any rate, to any soft confidence of; more than I can begin to say, that is by a greater number of queer small channels, did the world about us, thus continuous with the old world of Robin Hood, steal into my sense; a constant state of subjection to which fact is no bad instance of those refinements of surrender that I just named as my fond practice. I seem to see to day that the London of the '50s was even to the weak perception of childhood a much less generalised, a much more eccentrically and variously characterised place than the present great accommodated and accommodating city. It had few resources, but it had many more features, scarce one of which failed to help the whole to bristle with what a little gaping American could take for an intensity of difference from his supposed order. It was extraordinarily the picture and the scene of Dickens, now so changed and superseded. It offered to my presumptuous vision still more the reflection of Thackeray, and where is the detail of the reflection of Thackeray now? So that as I trod the vast length of Baker Street, the Thackerayan vista of other days, I throbbed with the pride of a vastly enlarged acquaintance. I dare say our perambulations of Baker Street in our little top hats and other neatnesses must have been what W. J. meant by our poverty of life; whereas it was probably one of the very things most expressive to myself of the charm and the colour of history and, from the point of view of the picturesque, of society. We were often in Baker Street by reason of those stretched out walks, at the remembered frequency and long drawn push of which I am to day amazed; recalling at the same time, however, that save for Robert Thompson's pitching ball with us in the garden they took for us the place of all other agilities. I can't but feel them to have been marked in their way by a rare curiosity and energy. Good Mr. Thompson had followed us in our move, occupying quarters not far off, above a baker's shop on a terrace, a group of objects still untouched by time, where we occasionally, by way of change, attended for our lessons, and where not the least of our inspirations was the confidence, again and again justified, that our mid-morning break would determine the appearance of a self-conscious stale cake, straight from below, received by us all each time as if it had been a sudden happy thought, and ushered in by a little girl who might have been a Dickens foundling or orphling. Our being reduced to mumble cake in a suburban lodging by way of reaction from the strain of study would have been perhaps a pathetic picture, but we had field days too, when we accompanied our excellent friend to the Tower, the Thames Tunnel, St. Paul's and the Abbey, to say nothing of the Zoological Gardens, almost close at hand and with which we took in that age of lingering forms no liberty of abbreviation, to say nothing either of Madame Tussaud's, then in our interminable but so amiable Baker Street, the only shade on the amiability of which was just that gruesome association with the portal of the Bazaar, since Madame Tussaud had of all her treasures most vividly revealed to me the Mrs. Manning and the Burke and Hare of the Chamber of Horrors which lurked just within it, whom, for days after making their acquaintance, and prolonging it no further than our conscientious friend thought advisable, I half expected, when alone, to meet quite dreadfully on the staircase or on opening a door. All this experience was valuable, but it was not the languages, save in so far indeed as it was the English, which we hadn't in advance so much aimed at, yet which more or less, and very interestingly, came. It at any rate perhaps broke our fall a little that French, of a sort, continued to be with us in the remarkably erect person of Mademoiselle Cuzin, the Swiss governess who had accompanied us from Geneva, whose quite sharply extrusive but on the whole exhilarating presence I associate with this winter, and who led in that longish procession of more or less similar domesticated presences which was to keep the torch, that is, the accent, among us, fairly alight. The variety and frequency of the arrivals and departures of these ladies, whose ghostly names again, so far as I recall them, I like piously to preserve, Augustine Danse, Amélie Fortin, Marie Gouillard, Marie Boning, Félicie Boning, Clarisse Badet, mystifies me in much the same degree as our own academic vicissitudes in New York. I can no more imagine why, sociable and charitable, we so often changed governesses than I had contemporaneously grasped the principle of our succession of schools. The whole group of phenomena reflected, I gather, as a rule, much more the extreme promptitude of the parental optimism than any disproportionate habit of impatience. The optimism begot precipitation, and the precipitation had too often to confess itself. What is instructive, what is historic, is the probability that young persons offering themselves at that time as guides and communicators the requirements of our small sister were for long modest enough quite conceivably lacked preparedness, and were so thrown back on the extempore, which in turn lacked substance, which in turn lacked abundance. One of these figures, that of Mademoiselle Danse, the most Parisian, and prodigiously so, was afterwards to stand out for us quite luridly, a cloud of revelations succeeding her withdrawal, a cloud which, thick as it was, never obscured our impression of her genius and her charm. The daughter of a political proscript who had but just escaped, by the legend, being seized in his bed on the terrible night of the 2 Décembre, and who wrote her Macabrish letters from Gallipolis, Ohio, she subsequently figured to my imagination, in the light that is of the divined revelations, too dreadful for our young ears, are the most brilliant and most genial of irregular characters, exhibiting the Parisian mentality at its highest, or perhaps rather its deepest, and more remarkable for nothing than for the consummate little art and grace with which she had for a whole year draped herself in the mantle of our innocent air. It was exciting, it was really valuable, to have to that extent rubbed shoulders with an adventuress. It showed one that for the adventuress there might on occasion be much to be said. Those, however, were later things, extensions of view hampered for the present, as I have noted, by our mere London street scenery, which had much to build out for us. I see again that we but endlessly walked and endlessly daubed, and that our walks, with an obsession of their own, constantly abetted our daubing. We knew no other boys at all, and we even saw no others, I seem to remember, save the essentially rude ones, rude with a kind of mediaeval rudeness for which our clear New York experience had given us no precedent, and of which the great and constant sign was the artless, invidious wonder produced in them, on our public appearances, by the alien stamp in us that, for our comfort, we vainly sought to dissimulate. We conformed in each particular, so far as we could, to the prevailing fashion and standard, of a narrow range in those days, but in our very plumage, putting our ramage aside, our wood note wild must have seemed to sound, so sharply we challenged, when abroad, the attention of our native contemporaries, and even sometimes of their elders, pulled up at sight of us in the from head to foot stare, a curiosity void of sympathy and that attached itself for some reason essentially to our feet, which were not abnormally large. The London people had for themselves, at the same time, an exuberance of type; we found it in particular a world of costume, often of very odd costume, the most intimate notes of which were the postmen in their frock coats of military red and their black beaver hats, the milkwomen in hats that often emulated these, in little shawls and strange short full frocks, revealing enormous boots, with their pails swung from their shoulders on wooden yokes, the inveterate footmen hooked from behind the coaches of the rich, frequently in pairs and carrying staves, together with the mounted and belted grooms without the attendance of whom riders, in whichever sex, and riders then were much more numerous, almost never went forth. The range of character, on the other hand, reached rather dreadfully down. There were embodied and exemplified horrors in the streets, beside which any present exhibition is pale, and I well remember the almost terrified sense of their salience produced in me a couple of years later on the occasion of a flying return from the Continent with my father, by a long and interminable drive westward from the London Bridge railway station. It was a soft June evening, with a lingering light and swimming crowds, as they then seemed to me, of figures reminding me of George Cruikshank's Artful Dodger and his Bill Sikes and his Nancy, only with the bigger brutality of life, which pressed upon the cab, the early Victorian four wheeler, as we jogged over the bridge, and cropped up in more and more gaslit patches for all our course, culminating, somewhere far to the west, in the vivid picture, framed by the cab window, of a woman reeling backward as a man felled her to the ground with a blow in the face. The London view at large had in fact more than a Cruikshank; there still survived in it quite a Hogarth side, which I had of course then no name for, but which I was so sharply to recognise on coming back years later that it fixed for me the veracity of the great pictorial chronicler. Hogarth's mark is even yet not wholly overlaid, though time has, per contra, dealt with that stale servility of address which most expressed to our young minds the rich burden of a past, the consequence of too much history. I liked for my own part a lot of history, but felt, in face of certain queer old obsequiosities and appeals, whinings and sidlings and hand-rubbings and curtsy-droppings, the general play of apology and humility, behind which the great dim social complexity seemed to mass itself, that one didn't quite want so inordinate a quantity. Of that particular light and shade, however, the big broom of change has swept the scene bare. More history still has been after all what it wanted. Quite another order in the whole connection strikes me as reigning to-day, though not without the reminder from it that the relations in which manner, as a generalised thing, in which tone, is positively pleasant, is really assured and sound, clear and interesting, are numerous and definite only when it has had in its past some strange phases and much misadventure. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 23. We were still being but vaguely formed, Yet it was a vagueness preferred apparently by our parents to the only definiteness in any degree open to us, that of the English school away from home. The London private school near home they would absolutely none of, which they saw as a fearful and wonderful, though seemingly effective, preparation for the young for English life and an English career, but related to that situation only, so little related in fact to any other as to make it, in a differing case, an educational cul-de-sac, the worst of economies. They had doubtless heard claimed for it just that no other method for boys was so splendidly general, but they had, I judge, their own sense of the matter, which would have been that it all depended on what was meant by this. The truth was, above all, that to them the formative forces most closely bearing on us were not in the least vague, but very definite by their measure and intention. There were advantages, generally much belauded, that appealed to them scantly, and other matters, conceptions of character and opportunity, ideals, values, importances, enjoying no great common credit, but for which it was their belief that they, under whatever difficulties, more or less provided. In respect of which I further remind myself of the blessed fewness, as yet, of our years, and I come back to my own sense, benighted though it may have been, of a highly coloured and remarkably active life. I recognise our immediate, our practical ferment, even in our decent perambulations, our discussions, W.J.'s and mine, of whether we had in a given case best apply for a renewal of our artists' materials to Messrs. Roney or to Messrs. Windsor and Newton, and in our pious resort, on these determinations, to Rathbone Place, more beset by our steps, probably, than any other single corner of the town, and the short but charged vista of which lives for me again in the tempered light of those old winter afternoons. Of scarce less moment than these were our frequent visits, in the same general direction, to the old Pantheon of Oxford Street, now fallen from its high estate, but during that age a place of fine rococo traditions, a bazaar, an exhibition, an opportunity at the end of long walks for the consumption of buns and ginger beer, and above all a monument to the genius of that wonderful painter B.R. Haydon. We must at one time quite have haunted the Pantheon, where we could doubtless better than anywhere else sink to contemplative, to ruminative rest. Haydon's huge canvases covered the walls. I wonder what has become now of the banishment of Aristides, attended to the city gate by his wife and babe, every attitude and figure in which, especially that of the foreshortened boy picking up stones to shy at the all too just, stares out at me still. We found in these works remarkable interest and beauty, the reason of which was partly, no doubt, that we hung, to fascination, at home, over the 3 volumes of the hapless artist's Autobiography, then a new book, which our father, indulgent to our preoccupation, had provided us with. But I blush to think the further surmise that the grand manner, the heroic and the classic, in Haydon, came home to us more warmly and humanly than in the masters commended as old, who, at the National Gallery, seemed to meet us so little half-way, to hold out the hand of fellowship or suggest something that we could do, or could at least want to. The beauty of Haydon was just that he was new, shiningly new, and if he hinted that we might perhaps in some happy future emulate his big bravery, there was nothing so impossible about it. If we adored daubing, we preferred it fresh, and the genius of the Pantheon was fresh, whereas, strange to say, Rubens and Titian were not. Even the charm of the Pantheon yielded, however, to that of the English collection, the Vernon bequest to the nation, that arrayed at Marlborough House, and to which the great plumed and draped and dusty funeral car of the Duke of Wellington formed an attractive adjunct. The ground floor chambers there, none of them at that time royally inhabited, had come back to me as altogether bleak and bare and as owing their only dignity to Maclise, Mulready and Landseer, to David Wilkie and Charles Leslie. They were, by some deep-seated English mystery, the real unattainable, just as they were none the less the directly inspiring and the endlessly delightful. I could never have enough of Maclise's play scene in Hamlet, which I supposed the finest composition in the world, though Ophelia did look a little as if cut in silhouette out of white paper and pasted on; while as I gazed and gazed again at Leslie's Sancho Panza and his Duchess, I pushed through the great hall of romance to the central or private apartments. Trafalgar Square had its straight message for us only in the Maytime exhibition, the Royal Academy of those days having, without a home of its own, to borrow space from the National Gallery, space partly occupied, in the summer of 1856, by the first fresh fruits of the pre-Raphaelite efflorescence, among which I distinguish Millet's Vale of Rest, his Autumn Leaves, and, if I am not mistaken, his prodigious Blind Girl. The very word pre-Raphaelite wore for us that intensity of meaning, not less than of mystery, that thrills us in its perfection but for one season, the prime hour of its first initiations; and I may perhaps somewhat mix the order of our great little passages of perception. Momentous to us again was to be the Academy show of 1858, where there were, from the same wide source, still other challenges to wonder Holman Hunt's Scapegoat most of all, which I remember finding so charged with the awful that I was glad I saw it in company. It in company, and I the same. I believed, or tried to believe, I should have feared to face it all alone in a room. By that time, moreover, I mean by 1858, we had been more fully indoctrinated, or such was the case at least with W.J., for whom, in Paris during the winter of 1857, instruction at the atelier of M. Léon Coignet, of a limited order and adapted to his years, had been candidly provided. That M. Léon Coignet whose Marius, meditating among the ruins of Carthage, impressed us the more at the Luxembourg, even more haunted by us in due course than the Pantheon had been, in consequence of this family connection. Let me not, however, nip the present thread of our aesthetic evolution without a glance at that comparatively spare but deeply appreciated experience of the London theatric privilege which, so far as occasion favoured us, also pressed the easy spring. The New York familiarities had to drop. Going to the play presented itself in London as a serious, ponderous business, a procession of two throbbing and heaving cabs over vast foggy tracts of the town, after much arrangement in advance, and with a renewal of far peregrination through twisting passages and catacombs, even after crossing the magic threshold. We sat in strange places, with still stranger ones behind or beside; we felt walls and partitions, in our rear, getting so hot that we wondered if the house was to burst into flame. I recall in especial our being arrayed, to the number of 9 persons, all of our contingent, in a sort of rustic balcony or verandah, which, simulating the outer gallery of a Swiss cottage framed in creepers, formed a feature of Mr. Albert Smith's once famous representation of the Tour of Mont Blanc. Big, bearded, rattling, chattering, mimicking Albert Smith again charms my senses, though subject to the reflection that his type and presence, superficially so important, so ample, were somehow at odds with such ingratiations, with the reckless levity of his performance, a performance one of the great effects of which was, as I remember it, the very brief stop and redeparture of the train at Épernay, with the ringing of bells, the bawling of guards, the cries of travellers, the slamming of doors, and the tremendous pop as of a colossal champagne cork, made all simultaneous and vivid by Mr. Smith's more personal resources and graces. But it is the publicity of our situation as a happy family that I best remember, and how, to our embarrassment, we seemed put forward in our illustrative chalet as part of the boisterous show and of what had been paid for by the house. Two other great evenings stand out for me as not less collectively enjoyed. One of these at the Princess's, then under the management of Charles Kean, the unprecedented, as he was held, Shakespearean revivalist; the other at the Olympic, where Alfred Wigan, the extraordinary and too short-lived Robson and the shrewd and handsome Mrs. Stirling were the high attraction. Our enjoyment of Charles Kean's presentation of Henry VIII figures to me as a momentous date in our lives. We did nothing for weeks afterwards but try to reproduce in watercolours Queen Catherine's dream vision of the beckoning consoling angels, a radiant group let down from the skies by machinery then thought marvellous, when indeed we were not parading across our schoolroom stage as the portentous Cardinal and impressively alternating his last speech to Cromwell with Buckingham's, that is with Mr. Ryder's, address on the way to the scaffold. The spectacle had seemed to us prodigious, as it was doubtless at its time the last word of costly scenic science, though as I look back from the high ground of an age that has mastered tone and fusion I seem to see it as comparatively garish and violent, after the manner of the complacently approved stained glass church windows of the same period. I was to have my impression of Charles Kean renewed later on, 10 years later in America, without a rag of scenic reinforcement, when I was struck with the fact that no actor so little graced by nature probably ever went so far toward repairing it by a kind of cold rage of endeavour. Were he and his wife really not coercively interesting on that Boston night of Macbeth in particular? Hadn't their art a distinction that triumphed over battered age and sorry harshness? Or was I but too easily beguiled by the old association? I have enjoyed and forgotten numberless rich hours of spectatorship, but somehow still find hooked to the wall of memory the picture of this hushed couple in the castle court, with the knocking at the gate, with Macbeth's stare of pitiful horror at his unused daggers, and with the grand manner, up to the height of the argument, of Mrs. Kean's coldly portentous snatch of them. What I especially owe to that lady is my sense of what she had in common as a queer hooped and hook-nosed figure, of large circumference and archaic attire, strange tasteless toggery, with those performers of the past who are preserved for us on the small canvases of Hogarth and Zoffany. She helped one back at that time of her life to a vision of the Mrs. Cibbers and the Mrs. Pritchards, so affecting may often be such recovered links. I see the evening at the Olympic as really itself partaking of that antiquity, even though still waters run deep, then in its flourishing freshness, and as to which I remember my fine old friend Fanny Kemble's mentioning to me in the distant aftertime that she had directed Tom Taylor to Charles de Bernard's novel of Un Gendre for the subject of it, passed at the moment for a highly modern social study. It is perhaps in particular through the memory of our dismal approach to the theatre, the squalid slum of Wych Street, then incredibly brutal and barbarous as an avenue to joy, an avenue even sometimes for the muffled coach of royalty, that the episode affects me as antedating some of the conditions of the mid Victorian age, the general credit of which, I should add, was highly re established for us by the consummately quiet and natural art, as we expertly pronounced it, of Alfred Wigan's John Mildmay, and the breadth and sincerity of the representative of the rash mother in law whom he so imperturbably puts in her place. This was an exhibition supposed in its day to leave its spectators little to envy in the highest finish reached by the French theatre. At a remarkable height, in a different direction, moved the strange and vivid little genius of Robson, a master of fantastic intensity, unforgettable for us, we felt that night, in Planchet's extravaganza of The Discreet Princess, a Christmas production preluding to the immemorial Harlequinade. I still see Robson slide across the stage in one sidelong wriggle as the small black sinister Prince Richcraft of the fairy tale, everything he did at once very dreadful and very droll, thoroughly true and yet none the less macabre, the great point of it all its parody of Charles Keene in The Corsican Brothers, a vision filled out a couple of years further on by his Daddy Hardacre in a 2 acts version of a Parisian piece thriftily and coarsely extracted from Balzac's Eugénie Grandet. This occasion must have given the real and the finer measure of his highly original talent. So present to me, despite the interval, is the distinctiveness of his little concentrated rustic miser, whose daughter helps herself from his money box so that her cousin and lover shall save a desperate father, her paternal uncle, from bankruptcy, and the prodigious effect of Robson's appalled descent from an upper floor, his literal headlong tumble and rattle of dismay down a steep staircase occupying the centre of the stage, on the discovery of the rifling of his chest. Long was I to have in my ears the repeated shriek of his alarm, followed by a panting babble of wonder and rage as his impetus hurled him, a prostrate scrap of despair. He was a tiny figure, yet so held the stage that in his company you could see nobody else, halfway across the room. I associate a little uncertainty with the same night the sight of Charles Matthews in Sheridan's Critic, and in a comedy botched from the French, like everything else in those days that was not either Sheridan or Shakespeare, called Married for Money, an example above all, this association, of the heaped measure of the old bills, vast and various enumerations as they were, of the size of but slightly reduced placards, and with a strange and delightfully greasy feel and redolence of painter's ink, immensely theatrical ink somehow, in their big black lettering. Charles Matthews must have been then in his mid-career, and him too, wasted and aged, infinitely marked, I was to see again, ever so long after, in America. An impression reminding me, as I recover it, of how one took his talent so thoroughly for granted that he seemed somehow to get but half the credit of it. This at least in all save parts of mere farce and patter, which were on a footing, and no very interesting one, of their own. The other effect, that of a naturalness so easy and immediate, so friendly and intimate, that one's relation with the artist lost itself in one's relation with the character, the artist thereby somehow positively suffering, while the character gained, or at least while the spectator did. This comes back to me quite as part of even more of my earlier experience, and as attesting on behalf of the actor a remarkable genius, since there are no more charming artistic cases than those of the frank result, when it is frank enough, and the dissimulated process, when the dissimulation has been deep. to drop, or appear to drop, machinery, and yet keep, or at least gain, intensity. The interesting intensity, separated by a gulf from a mere unbought coincidence of aspect or organ, is really to do something. In spite of which, at the same time, what I might perhaps most retain, by the light of the present, of the sense of that big and rather dusky night of Drury Lane, is not so much the felt degree of any one's talent as the fact that personality and artistry, with their intensity, could work their spell in such a material desert, in conditions intrinsically so charmless, so bleak and bare. The conditions gave nothing of what we regard to day as most indispensable, since our present fine conception is but to reduce and fill in the material desert, to people and carpet and curtain it. We may be right so far as that goes, but our predecessors were, with their eye on the essence, not wrong; thanks to which they wear the crown of our now thinking them, if we do think of them, as in their way giants and heroes. What their successors were to become is another question, very much better dressed, beyond all doubt. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 24. Good Robert Thomson was followed by fin Monsieur L'Arambert, who was surely good too, in his different way, good at least for feigning an interest he could scarce have rejoicingly felt, and that he yet somehow managed to give a due impression of, that artifice being, as we must dimly have divined at the time, in fact I make bold to say that I personally did divine it, exactly a sign of his finesse. Of no such uncanny engine had Mr. Thomson, luckily, known a need; luckily, since to what arsenal could he possibly have resorted for it? None capable of supplying it could ever have met his sight, and we ourselves should at a pinch have had to help him toward it. He was easily interested, or at least took an easy view, on such ground as we offered him, of what it was to be so; whereas his successor attached to the condition a different value, one recognising no secondary substitute. Perhaps this is why our connection with Monsieur L'Arambert can have lasted but 4 or 5 months; time even for his sharp subterfuge to have ceased entirely to serve him, though indeed as I say this I vaguely recall that our separation was attended with friction, that it took him unaware, and that he had been prepared, or so represented himself, for further sacrifices. It could have been no great one, assuredly, to deal with so intensely living a young mind as my elder brother's; it could have been but a happy impression constantly renewed; but we two juniors, Wilkie and I, were a drag. Wilkie's powers most displayed at that time in his preference for ingenuous talk over any other pursuit whatever, and my own aptitude showing for nil, according to our poor gentleman's report of me, when a couple of months had sped, save as to rendering La Fontaine's fables into English with a certain corresponding felicity of idiom. I remember perfectly the parental communication to me of this fell judgment. I remember as well the interest with which its so quite definite character inspired me. That character had such beauty and distinctness, yet, and ever so strangely, I recover no sense of having been crushed; and this even though destitute, utterly, of any ground for appeal. The fact leaves me at a loss, since I also remember my not having myself thought particularly well, in the connection allowed, of my rendering faculty. "Oh," I seem inwardly to have said, if it were to be, if it only could be, really a question of rendering! And so, without confusion, though in vague, very vague, mystification to have left it. As if so many things, intrinsic and extrinsic, would have to change and operate, so many would have to happen, so much water have to flow under the bridge, before I could give primary application to such a thought, much more finish such a sentence. All of which is but a way of saying that we had since the beginning of the summer settled ourselves in Paris, and that M. Lerambert, by what agency invoked, by what revelation vouchsafed, I quite forget, was at this time attending us in a so called pavilion, of middling size, that, between the Rond Point and the Rue du Colisée, hung at no great height over the Avenue des Champs Elysées, hung, that is, from the vantage of its own considerable terrace, surmounted as the parapet of the latter was with iron railings rising sufficiently to protect the place for familiar use and covert contemplation we ever so fondly used it and yet not to the point of fencing out life. A blessed little old world refuge it must have seemed to us, with its protuberantly paved and peculiarly resonant small court and idle commune beside it, accessible by a high grille where the jangle of the bell and the clatter of response across the stones might have figured a comprehensive echo of all old Paris. Old Paris, then, even there considerably lingered. I recapture much of its presence, for that matter, within our odd relic of a house, the property of an American Southerner from whom our parents had briefly hired it and who appeared to divide his time, poor unadmonished gentleman of the eve of the Revolution, between Louisiana and France. What association could have breathed more from the queer graces and queer incommodities alike? From the diffused glassy polish of floor and perilous staircase, from the redundancy of mirror and clock and ormolu vase, from the irrepressibility of the white and gold panel, from that merciless elegance of tense red damask above all, which made the gilt framed backs of sofa and chair as sumptuous, no doubt, but as sumptuously stiff, as the brocaded walls. It was amid these refinements that we presently resumed our studies, even explicitly far from arduous at first, as the Champs Elysées were perforce that year our summer habitation, and some deference was due to the place and the season, lessons of any sort being at best an infraction of the latter. M. Lerambert, who was spare and tightly black coated, spectacled, pale and prominently intellectual, who lived in the Rue Jacob with his mother and sister, exactly as he should have done to accentuate prophetically his resemblance, save for the spectacles, to some hero of Victor Cherbuliez, and who, in fine, was conscious, not unimpressibly, of his authorship of a volume of meditative verse, sympathetically mentioned by the Sainte Beuve of the Causeries in a review of the young poets of the hour. Monsieur Lerambert too has loved, Monsieur Lerambert too has suffered, Monsieur Lerambert too has sung, or words to that effect. This subtle personality, really a high form of sensibility, I surmise, and as qualified for other and intenser relations as any Cherbuliez figure of them all, was naturally not to be counted on to lead us gapingly forth as good Mr. Thomson had done. So that my reminiscence of warm somniferous mornings by the windows that opened to the clattery plashy court is quite, so far as my record goes, relievingly unbroken. The afternoons, however, glimmer back to me shamelessly different, for our circle had promptly been joined by the all knowing and all imposing Mademoiselle Danse aforesaid, her of the so flexible taille and so salient smiling eyes, than which even those of Miss Rebecca Sharp, that other epic governess, were not more pleasingly green; who provided with high efficiency for our immediate looser needs, mine and Wilkie and those of our small brother Bob, l'ingénieux petit Robertson, as she was to dub him, and of our still smaller sister at least, our first fine flânerie of curiosity. Her brave Vaudoise predecessor had been bequeathed by us in London to a higher sphere than service with mere earnest nomads could represent, but had left us clinging and weeping, and was for a long time afterwards to write to us faithfully in the most beautiful copperplate hand, out of the midst of her rise, with details that brought home to us, as we had never known it brought, the material and institutional difference between the nomadic and the solidly, the spreadingly seated. A couple of years later, on an occasion of our being again for a while in London, she hastened to call on us, and, on departing, amiably invited me to walk back with her for a gossip it was a bustling day of June across a long stretch of the town; when I left her at a glittering portal with the impression of my having in our transit seen much of society. The old London "season" filled the measure, had length and breadth and thickness to an extent now foregone, and more particularly achieved a small psychologic study, noted the action of the massive English machinery directed to its end, which had been in this case effectually to tame the presumptuous and "work over" the crude. I remember on that occasion retracing my steps from Eaton Square to Devonshire Street with a lively sense of observation exercised by the way, a perfect gleaning of golden straws. Our guide and philosopher of the summer days in Paris was no such character as that. She had arrived among us full fledged and consummate, fortunately for the case altogether, as our mere candid humanity would otherwise have had scant practical pressure to bring. Thackeray's novel contains a plate from his own expressive hand representing Miss Sharp lost in a cynical daydream while her neglected pupils are locked in a scrimmage on the floor; but the marvel of our exemplar of the Becky type was exactly that though her larger, her more interested and sophisticated views had a range that she not only permitted us to guess, but agreeably invited us to follow almost to their furthest limits, we never for a moment ceased to be aware of her solicitude. We might, we must, so tremendously have bored her, but no ironic artist could have caught her at any juncture in the posture of disgust; really, I imagine, because her own ironies would have been too fine for him and too numerous and too mixed; and this remarkable creature vouchsafed us all information for the free enjoyment, on the terms proper to our tender years, of her beautiful city. It was not by the common measure then so beautiful as now. The Second Empire, too lately installed, was still more or less feeling its way, with the great free hand soon to be allowed to Baron Haussmann, marked as yet but in the light preliminary flourish. Its connections with the past, however, still hung thickly on, its majesties and symmetries, comparatively vague and general, were subject to the happy accident, the charming lapse and the odd extrusion, a bonhomie of chance, composition and colour now quite purged away. The whole region of the Champs Elysées, where we must after all at first have principally prowled, was another world from the actual huge centre of repeated radiations. The splendid Avenue, as we of course already thought it, carried the eye from the Tuileries to the Arc, but pleasant old places abutted on it by the way, gardens and terraces and hotels of another time, pavilions still braver than ours, cabarets and cafés of homely, almost of rural type, with a relative and doubtless rather dusty ruralism, spreading away to the river and the wood. What was the Jardin d'Hiver, a place of entertainment standing quite over against us and that looped itself at night with little coloured oil lamps, a mere twinkling grin upon the face of pleasure? Dim my impression of having been admitted, or rather I suppose conducted, though under conductorship now vague to me, to view it by colourless day, when it must have worn the stamp of an auction room quite void of the lots. More distinct on the other hand the image of the bustling Barrière at the top of the avenue, on the hither side of the Arc, where the old loose girt banlieue began at once and the two matched lodges of the Octroi, highly, that is expressly even if humbly architectural, guarded the entrance, on either side, with such a suggestion of the generations and dynasties and armies, the revolutions and restorations they had seen come and go. But the avenue of the Empress, now so much more thinly, but of the wood itself, had already been traced, as the Empress herself, young, more than young, attestedly and agreeably new and fair and shining, was, up and down the vista, constantly on exhibition, with the thrill of that surpassed us, however, by the incomparable passage, as we judged it, of the baby Prince Imperial, borne forth for his airing or his progress to St. Cloud, in the splendid coach that gave a glimpse of appointed and costumed nursing breasts and laps, and beside which the Cent Garde, all light blue and silver and intensely erect quick jolt, rattled with pistols raised and cocked. Was a public holiday ever more splendid than that of the Prince's baptism at Notre Dame, the fête of Saint Napoleon? Or was any ever more immortalised, as we say, than this one was, by the wonderfully ample and vivid picture of it in the Eugène Rougon of Émile Zola, who must have taken it in, on the spot, as a boy of about our own number of years, though of so much more implanted and predestined an evocatory gift? The sense of that interminable hot day, a day of hanging about and waiting and shuffling in dust, in crowds, in fatigue, amid booths and pedlars and performers and false alarms and expectations and renewed reactions and rushes, all transfigured at the last, withal, by the biggest and brightest illumination up to that time offered even the Parisians, the blinding glare of the new empire effectually symbolised. The vision of the whole, I say, comes back to me quite in the form of a chapter from the Rue Jean Macquart, with its effect of something long and dense and heavy, without shades or undertones, but immensely kept up and done. I dare say that for those months our contemplations, our daily exercise in general, strayed little beyond the Champs Elysees, though I recall confusedly as well certain excursions to Passy and Auteuil, where we foregathered with small resident compatriots, the easy gutturalism of whose French, an unpremeditated art, was a revelation, an initiation, and whence we roamed, for purposes of picnic, into parts of the Bois de Boulogne that, oddly enough, figured to us the virgin forest better than anything at our own American door had done. It was the social aspect of our situation that most appealed to me, none the less, for I detect myself, as I woo it all back, disengaging a social aspect again, and more than ever, from the phenomena disclosed to my reflective gape or to otherwise associated strolls. Perceptive passages not wholly independent even of the occupancy of 2-sou chairs within the charmed circle of Guignol and of Gringalet. I suppose I should have blushed to confess it, but Polichinelle and his puppets, in the afternoons, under an umbrage sparse till evening fell, had still their spell to cast, as part and parcel, that is, of the general intensity of animation and variety of feature. The amusement, the æsthetic and human appeal, of Paris had in those days less the air of a great shining conspiracy to please, the machinery in movement confessed less to its huge purpose; but manners and types and traditions, the detail of the scene, its pointed particulars, went their way with a straighter effect, as well as often with a homelier grace; character, temper and tone had lost comparatively little of their emphasis, these scattered accents were matter for our eyes and ears, not a little even already for our respective imaginations, though it is only as the season waned and we set up our fireside afresh and for the winter that I connect any small revolution with a wider field and with the company of W.J. Again for that summer he was to be an eclipse to me. Guignol and Gringalet failed to claim his attention, and Mademoiselle Danse, I make out, deprecated his theory of exact knowledge, besides thinking him perhaps a little of an ours, which came to the same thing. We adjourned that autumn to quarters not far off, a wide faced apartment in the street then bravely known as the Rue d'Angoulême Saint Honoré, and now, after other mutations, as the Rue la Boétie, which we were again to exchange a year later for an abode in the Rue Montaigne, this last after a summer's absence at Boulogne sur Mer, the earlier migration setting up for me the frame of a considerably animated picture. Animated at best it was with the spirit and the modest facts of our family life, among which I number the cold finality of Monsieur Lerambert, reflected in still other testimonies that is till the date of our definite but respectful rupture with him, followed as the spring came on by our ineluctable phase at the Institution Fezandier in the Rue Balzac, of which latter there will be even more to say than I shall take freedom for. With the Rue d'Angoulême came extensions, even the mere immediate view of opposite intimacies and industries, the subdivided aspects and neat ingenuities of the applied Parisian genius counting as such. Our many windowed premier, above an entresol of no great height, hung over the narrow and, during the winter months, not a little dusky channel, with endless movement and interest in the vivid exhibition it supplied. What faced us was a series of subjects, with the baker at the corner for the first, the impeccable dispenser of the so softly crusty crescent rolls that we woke up each morning to hunger for afresh with our weak café au lait, as for the one form of European breakfast bread fit to be named even with the feeblest of our American forms. Then came the small crèmerie, white picked out with blue, which by some secret of its own keeping afforded, within the compass of a few feet square, prolonged savoury meals to working men, white frocked or blue frocked, to uniformed cabmen, stout or spare, but all more or less audibly bavard and discernibly critical, and next the compact embrasure of the écaillère or oyster lady, she and her paraphernalia fitted into their interstice much as the mollusc itself into its shell, neighboured in turn by the marchand de bois, peeping from as narrow a cage, his neat faggots and chopped logs stacked beside him and above him in his sentry box, quite as the niches of saints, in early Italian pictures, are framed with tightly packed fruits and flowers. Space and remembrance fail me for the rest of the series, the attaching note of which comes back as the note of diffused sociability and domestic, in fact more or less æsthetic, ingenuity, with the street a perpetual parlour or household centre for the flitting, pausing, conversing little bourgeoise or ouvrière to sport, on every pretext and in every errand, her fluted cap, her composed head, her neat ankles and her ready wit. Which is to say, indeed, but that life and manners were more pointedly and harmoniously expressed, under our noses there, than we had perhaps found them anywhere, save in the most salient passages of stories. though I must in spite of it not write as if these trifles were all our fare. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 25. That autumn renewed, I make out, our long and beguiled walks, my own with W.J. in especial, at the same time that I have somehow the sense of the whole more broken appeal on the part of Paris, the scanter confidence and ease it inspired in us, the perhaps more numerous and composite, but obscurer and more baffled intimations. Not, indeed, for all my brother's later vision of an accepted flatness in it, that there was not some joy and some grasp. Why else were we for ever, as I seem to conceive we were, measuring the great space that separated us from the gallery of the Luxembourg, every step of which, either way we took it, fed us with some interesting, some admirable image, kept us in relation to something nobly intended? That particular walk was not prescribed us, yet we appear to have hugged it, across the Champs Elysees to the river, and so over the nearest bridge and the quays of the left bank to the Rue de Seine, as if it somehow held the secret of our future, to the extent even of my more or less sneaking off on occasion to take it by myself, to taste of it with a due undiverted intensity and the throb as of the finest, which could only mean the most Parisian adventure. The further quays, with their innumerable old bookshops and print shops, the long cases of each of these commodities, exposed on the parapets in especial, must have come to know us almost as well as we knew them. With plot thickening and emotion deepening steadily, however, as we mounted the long black Rue de Seine, such a stretch of perspective, such an intensity of tone as it offered in those days, where every low-browed vitrine waylaid us and we moved in a world of which the dark message, expressed in we couldn't have said what sinister way too, might have been "Art, art, art! Don't you see? Learn, little gaping pilgrims, what that is!" Oh, we learned. That is, we tried to, as hard as ever we could, and were fairly well at it, I always felt, even by the time we had passed up into that comparatively short but wider and finer vista of the Rue de Tournon, which in those days more abruptly crowned the more compressed approach, and served in a manner as a great outer vestibule to the palace. Style, dimly described, looked down there, as with conscious encouragement, from the high grey-headed, clear-faced, straight-standing old houses, very much as if wishing to say, "Yes, small staring jeune homme, we are dignity and memory and measure, we are conscience and proportion and taste, not to mention strong sense too, for all of which good things take us. You won't find one of them when you find, as you're going soon to begin to at such a rate, vulgarity." This, I admit, was an abundance of remark to such young ears, but it did all, I maintain, tremble in the air with the sense that the Rue de Tournon, cobbled and a little grass grown, might more or less have figured some fine old street de province. I cherished, in short, its very name, and think I really hadn't to wait to prefer the unmenaced, the inviolate Café Foyot of the left-hand corner, the much loved and so haunted Café Foyot of the old Paris, to its roaring successor. The wide mouth of the present Boulevard Saint Michel, a short way round the corner, had not yet been forced open to the exhibition of more or less glittering fangs. Old Paris still pressed round the palace and its gardens, which formed the right, the sober social antithesis to the elegant Tuileries, and which in fine, with these renewals of our young confidence, reinforced both in a general and in a particular way one of the fondest of our literary curiosities of that time, the conscientious study of Les Français peints par eux-mêmes, rich in woodcuts of Gavarni, of Granville, of Henri Monnier, which we held it rather our duty to admire, and W.J. even a little his opportunity to copy in pen and ink. This gilt-edged and double-columned octavo it was that first disclosed to me, forestalling a better ground of acquaintance, the great name of Balzac, who, in common with every other light writer of his day, contributed to its pages. Hadn't I pored over his exposition there of the contrasted types of L'Habitué des Tuileries and L'Habitué du Luxembourg, finding it very serré, in fact, what I didn't then know enough to call very stodgy, but flavoured withal and a trifle lubricated by Gavarni's two drawings, which had somehow so much, in general, to say. Let me not, however, dally by the way, when nothing, at those hours, I make out, so much spoke to us as the animated pictured halls within the palace, primarily those of the Senate of the Empire, but then also forming, as with extensions they still and much more copiously form, the great Paris Museum of Contemporary Art. This array was at that stage a comparatively, though only comparatively, small affair, in spite of which fact we supposed it vast and final, so that it would have shocked us to foreknow how in many a case, and of the most cherished cases, the finality was to break down. Most of the works of the modern schools that we most admired are begging their bread, I fear, from door to door. That is, from one provincial museum or dim back seat to another, though we were on much subsequent returns to draw a long breath for the saved state of some of the great things as to which our faith had been clearest. It had been clearer for none, I recover, than for Couture's Romain de la Décadence, recently acclaimed at that time as the last word of the grand manner, but of the grand manner modernised, humanised, philosophised, redeemed from academic death, so that it was to this master's school that the young American contemporary flutter taught its wings to fly straightest, and that I could never, in the long aftertime, face his masterpiece and all its old meanings and marvels without a rush of memories and a stir of ghosts. William Hunt, the New Englander of genius, the Boston painter, whose authority was greatest during the 30 years from 1857 or so, and with whom for a time in the early period W.J. was to work all devotedly, had prolonged his studies in Paris under the inspiration of Couture and of Edouard Frère, masters in a group completed by 3 or 4 of the so finely interesting landscapists of that and the directly previous age, Troyon, Rousseau, Daubigny, even Lambinet and others, and which summed up for the American collector and in the New York and Boston markets the idea of the modern in the masterly. It was a comfortable time, when appreciation could go so straight, could rise and rise higher without critical contortions, when we could, I mean, be both so intelligent and so quiet. We were in our immediate circle to know Couture himself a little toward the end of his life, and I was somewhat to wonder then where he had picked up the aesthetic hint for the beautiful Page with the Falcon, if I have the designation right, his other great bid for style and capture of it, which we were long to continue to suppose perhaps the rarest of all modern pictures. The feasting Romans were conceivable enough, I mean as a conception. No mystery hung about them, in the sense of one's asking oneself whence they had come and by what romantic or roundabout or nobly dangerous journey, which is the air of the poetic, shaken out as from strong wings when great presences, in any one of the arts, appear to alight. What I remember, on the other hand, of the splendid fair youth in black velvet and satin or whatever who, while he mounts the marble staircase, shows off the great bird on his forefinger with a grace that shows him off, was that it failed to help us to divine, during that after lapse of the glory of which I speak, by what rare chance, for the obscured old ex-celebrity we visited, the heavens had once opened. Poetry had swooped down, breathed on him for an hour, and fled. Such at any rate are the seesaws of reputations, which it contributes to the interest of any observational lingering on this planet to have caught so repeatedly in their weird motion. The question of what may happen under one's eyes in particular cases before that motion sinks to rest, whether at the up or at the down end, being really a bribe to one's own non-departure. Especially great the interest of having noted all the rises and falls and of being able to compare the final point, so far as any certainty may go as to that, either with the greatest or the least previous altitudes. Since it is only when there have been exaltations, which is what is not commonest, that our attention is most rewarded. If the seesaw was to have operated indeed for Eugène Delacroix, our next young admiration, though much more intelligently my brother's than mine, that had already taken place and settled, for we were to go on seeing him, and to the end, in firm possession of his crown, and to take even, I think, a harmless pleasure in our sense of having from so far back been sure of it. I was sure of it, I must properly add, but as an effect of my brother's sureness, since I must, by what I remember, have been as sure of Paul Delaroche, for whom the pendulum was at last to be arrested at a very different point. I could see, in a manner, for all the queerness, what W.J. meant by that beauty, and above all that living interest in La Barque du Dante, where the queerness, according to him, was perhaps what contributed most; see it doubtless in particular when he reproduced the work at home, from a memory aided by a lithograph. Yet Les Enfants d'Edouard thrilled me to a different tune, and I couldn't doubt that the long drawn odd face of the elder prince, sad and sore and sick, with his wide crimped side locks of fair hair and his violet legs marked by the garter and dangling from the bed, was a reconstitution of far off history of the subtlest and most last word modern or psychologic kind. I had never heard of psychology in art or anywhere else scarcely anyone then had, but I truly felt the nameless force at play. Thus if I also in my way subtly admired one's noted practice of that virtue, mainly regarded, indeed, I judge, as a vice, would appear to have at that time I refer to set in, under such encouragements, once for all, and I can surely have enjoyed, up to then, no formal exhibition of anything as I at one of those seasons enjoyed the commemorative show of Delaroche given, soon after his death, in one of the rather bleak salles of the École des Beaux-Arts, to which access was had from the quay. There was reconstituted history, if one would, in the straw-littered scaffold, the distracted ladies with three-cornered coifs, and those immense hanging sleeves that make them look as if they had bath towels over their arms. In the block the headsman, the bandaged eyes and groping hands of Lady Jane Grey, not less than in the noble indifference of Charles I, compromised king but perfect gentleman, at his inscrutable ease in his chair and as if on his throne, while the Puritan soldiers insult and badger him. The thrill of which was all the greater from its pertaining to that English lore which the good Robert Thomson had, to my responsive delight, rubbed into us more than anything else, and all from a fine old conservative and monarchical point of view. Yet of these things W. J. attempted no reproduction, though I remember his repeatedly laying his hands on Delacroix, whom he found always and everywhere interesting, to the point of trying effects, with charcoal and crayon, in his manner, and not less in the manner of Descamps, whom we regarded as more or less of a genius of the same rare family. They were touched with the ineffable, the inscrutable, and Delacroix in especial with the incalculable; categories these towards which we had even then, by happy transition, begun to yearn and languish. We were not yet aware of style, though on the way to become so, but were aware of mystery, which indeed was one of its forms, while we saw all the others, without exception, exhibited at the Louvre, where at first they simply overwhelmed and bewildered me. It was as if they had gathered there into a vast deafening chorus. I shall never forget how, speaking, that is, for my own sense, they filled those vast halls with the influence rather of some complicated sound, diffused and reverberant, than of such visibilities as one could directly deal with. To distinguish among these, in the charged and coloured and confounding air, was difficult. It discouraged and defied, which was doubtless why my impression, originally best entertained, was that of those magnificent parts of the great gallery simply not inviting us to distinguish. They only arched over us in the wonder of their endless golden riot and relief, figured and flourished in perpetual revolution, breaking into great high hung circles and symmetries of squandered picture, opening into deep outward embrasures that threw off the rest of monumental Paris somehow as a told story, a sort of wrought effect or bold ambiguity for a vista, and yet held it there at every point as a vast bright gauge, even at moments of felt adventure, of experience. This comes to saying that in those beginnings I felt myself most happily cross that bridge over to style constituted by the wondrous Galerie d'Apollon, drawn out for me as a long but assured initiation, and seeming to form, with its supreme coved ceiling and inordinately shining parquet, a prodigious tube or tunnel, through which I inhaled little by little, that is, again and again, a general sense of glory. The glory meant ever so many things at once, not only beauty and art and supreme design, but history and fame and power, the world, in fine, raised to the richest and noblest expression. The world there was at the same time, by an odd extension or intensification, the local present fact, to my small imagination, of the Second Empire, which was, for my notified consciousness, new and queer and perhaps even wrong, but on the spot so amply radiant and elegant that it took to itself, took under its protection with a splendour of insolence, the state and ancientry of the whole scene, profiting thus, to one's dim historic vision, confusedly though it might be, by the unparalleled luxury and variety of its heritage. But who shall count the sources at which an intense young fancy, when a young fancy is intense, capriciously, absurdly drinks? So that the effect is, in 20 connections, that of a love philtre or fear philtre which fixes for the senses their supreme symbol of the fair or the strange. The Galerie d'Apollon became for years what I can only term a splendid scene of things, even of the quite irrelevant or, as might be, almost unworthy; and I recall to this hour with the last vividness what a precious part it played for me, and exactly by that continuity of honour, on my awaking, in a summer dawn many years later, to the fortunate, the instantaneous recovery and capture of the most appalling yet most admirable nightmare of my life. The climax of this extraordinary experience, which stands alone for me as a dream adventure founded in the deepest, quickest, clearest act of cogitation and comparison, act indeed of life-saving energy as well as in unutterable fear, was the sudden pursuit through an open door along a huge high saloon of a just dimly descried figure that retreated in terror before my rush and dash, a glare of inspired reaction from irresistible but shameful dread, out of the room I had a moment before been desperately, and all the more abjectly, defending by the push of my shoulder against hard pressure on lock and bar from the other side. The lucidity, not to say the sublimity, of the crisis had consisted of the great thought that I, in my appalled state, was probably still more appalling than the awful agent, creature or presence, whatever he was, whom I had guessed, in the suddenest wild start from sleep, the sleep within my sleep, to be making for my place of rest. The triumph of my impulse, perceived in a flash as I acted on it by myself at a bound, forcing the door outward, was the grand thing, but the great point of the whole was the wonder of my final recognition. Routed, dismayed, the tables turned upon him by my so surpassing him for straight aggression and dire intention, my visitant was already but a diminished spot in the long perspective, the tremendous glorious hall, as I say, over the far gleaming floor of which, cleared for the occasion of its great line of priceless vitrine down the middle, he sped for his life, while a great storm of thunder and lightning played through the deep embrasures of high windows at the right. The lightning that revealed the retreat revealed also the wondrous place, and by the same amazing play my young imaginative life in it of long before, the sense of which, deep within me, had kept it whole, preserved it to this thrilling use. For what in the world were the deep embrasures and the so polished floor but those of the Galerie d'Apollon of my childhood? The scene of something I had vaguely then felt it. Well I might, since it was to be the scene of that immense hallucination. Of what, at the same time, in those years, were the great rooms of the Louvre, almost equally, above and below, not the scene, from the moment they so wrought, stage by stage, upon our perceptions. Literally on almost all of these in one way and another, quite in such a manner, I more and more see, as to have been educative, formative, fertilising, in a degree which no other intellectual experience our youth was to know could pretend, as a comprehensive conducive thing, to rival. The sharp and strange, the quite heart-shaking little prevision had come to me, for myself I make out, on the occasion of our very first visit of all, my brother's and mine, under the conduct of the good Jean Nadali, before mentioned, trustfully deputed by our parents, in the Rue de la Paix, on the morrow of our first arrival in Paris, July 1855, and while they were otherwise concerned. I hang again, appalled but uplifted, on brave Nadali's arm. His professional acquaintance with the splendours about us added for me on the spot to the charm of his European character. I cling to him while I gape at Géricault's Radeau de la Méduse, the sensation, for splendour and terror of interest, of that juncture to me, and ever afterwards to be associated, along with two or three other more or less contemporary products, Guérin's Burial of Atala, Proudhon's Cupid and Psyche, David's helmeted Romanisms, Madame Vigée Lebrun's ravishing portrait of herself and her little girl, with how can I say what foretaste? As determined by that instant as if the hour had struck from a clock, of all the fun, confusedly speaking, that one was going to have, and the kind of life, always of the queer so called inward sort, tremendously sporting in its way, though that description didn't then wait upon it, that one was going to lead. It came of itself, this almost awful apprehension, in all the presences, under our courier's protection and in my brother's company. It came just there and so. There was alarm in it somehow as well as bliss. The bliss in fact I think scarce disengaged itself at all, but only the sense of a freedom of contact and appreciation really too big for one, and leaving such a mark on the very place, the pictures, the frames themselves, the figures within them, the particular parts and features of each, the look of the rich light, the smell of the massively enclosed air, that I have never since renewed the old exposure without renewing again the old emotion and taking up the small scared consciousness. That, with so many of the conditions repeated, is the charm to feel afresh the beginning of so much that was to be. The beginning, in short, was with Géricault and David, but it went on and slowly spread, so that one's stretched, one's even strained perceptions, one's discoveries and extensions piece by piece, come back, on the great premises, almost as so many explorations of the house of life, so many circlings and hoverings round the image of the world. I have dim reminiscences of permitted independent visits, uncorrectedly juvenile though I might still be, during which the house of life and the palace of art became so mixed and interchangeable, the Louvre being, under a general description, the most peopled of all scenes, not less than the most hushed of all temples, that an excursion to look at pictures would have but half expressed my afternoon. I had looked at pictures, looked and looked again, at the vast Veronese, at Murillo's moon-born Madonna, at Leonardo's almost unholy Dame with the folded hands, treasures of the Salon Carré as that display was then composed. But I had also looked at France, and looked at Europe, looked even at America as Europe itself might be conceived so to look, looked at history, as a still felt past and a complacently personal future, at society, manners, types, characters, possibilities and prodigies, and mysteries of 50 sorts, and all in the light of being splendidly on my own, as I supposed it, though we hadn't then that perfection of slang, and of, in especial, coming and going along with that interminable and incomparable Seine side front of the palace, against which young sensibility felt itself almost rub, for endearment and consecration, as a cat invokes the friction of a protective piece of furniture. Such were at any rate some of the vague processes I see for how utterly vague they must show of picking up an education, and I was, in spite of the vagueness, so far from agreeing with my brother afterwards that we didn't pick one up and that never is done, in any sense not negligible, and also that an education might, or should in particular, have picked us up and yet didn't. I was so far dissentient, I say, that I think I quite came to glorify such passages and see them as part of an order really fortunate. If we had been little asses, I seem to have reasoned, a higher intention driving us wouldn't have made us less so, to any point worth mentioning, and as we extracted such impressions, to put it at the worst, from redemptive accidents, to call Louvres and Luxembourgs nothing better, why we weren't little asses but something wholly other, which appeared all I needed to contend for. Above all, it would have been stupid and ignoble, an attested and lasting dishonour not, with our chance, to have followed our straggling clues, as many as we could and disengaging as we happily did, I felt, the gold and silver ones, whatever the others might have been. Not to have followed them and not to have arrived by them, so far as we were to arrive. Instinctively, for any dim designs we might have nourished, we picked out the silver and the gold, attenuated threads though they must have been, and I positively feel that there were more of these, far more, casually interwoven, than will reward any present patience for my unravelling of the too fine tissue. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 26. I allude, of course, in particular here to the aesthetic clue in general, with which it was that we most, or that I at any rate most, fumbled, without our in the least having then, as I have already noted, any such rare name for it. There were sides on which it fairly dangled about us, involving our small steps and wits; though others too where I could, for my own part, but clutch at it in the void. Our experience of the theatre, for instance, which had played such a part for us at home, almost wholly dropped in just the most propitious air; an anomaly indeed half explained by the fact that life in general, all round us, was perceptibly more theatrical. And there were other reasons, whether definitely set before us or not, which we grasped in proportion as we gathered, by depressing hearsay, that the French drama, great, strange and important, was as much out of relation to our time of life, our so little native strain and our cultivated innocence, as the American and English had been directly addressed to them. To the cirque d'été, the cirque d'hiver, the théâtre du cirque, we were on occasion conducted. We had fallen so to the level of circuses, and that name appeared a safety; in addition to which the big theatre most bravely bearing it, the especial home at that time of the glittering and multitudinous féerie, did seem to lift the whole scenic possibility, for our eyes, into a higher sphere of light and grace than any previously disclosed. I recall Le Diable d'Argent as in particular a radiant revelation, kept before us a whole long evening and as an almost blinding glare; which was quite right for the donné, the gradual shrinkage of the shining one, the money monster hugely inflated at first to all the successive degrees of loose bagginess as he leads the reckless young man he has originally contracted with from dazzling pleasure to pleasure, till at last he is a mere shrivelled silver string, such as you could almost draw through a keyhole. That was the striking moral, for the young man, however regaled, had been somehow sold; which we hadn't in the least been, who had had all his pleasures and none of his penalty, whatever this was to be. I was to repine a little, in these connections, at a much later time, on reflecting that had we only been taken in the Paris of that period as we had been taken in New York we might have come in for celebrities, supremely fine, perhaps supremely rank, flowers of the histrionic temperament, springing as they did from the soil of the richest romanticism and adding to its richness, who practised that braver art and finer finish which a comparatively homogeneous public, forming a compact critical body, still left possible. Rachel was alive but dying; the memory of Mademoiselle Mars at her latest was still in the air; Mademoiselle Georges, a massive, a monstrous antique, had withal returned for a season to the stage. But we missed her, as we missed Dejazet and Frédéric Lemaitre and Mélinge and Samson, to say nothing of others of the age before the flood, taking for the flood that actual high tide of the outer barbarian presence, the general alien and polyglot, in stalls and boxes, which I remember to have heard Gustave Flaubert lament as the ruin of the theatre, through the assumption of judgeship by a bench to whom the very values of the speech of author and actor were virtually closed, or at the best uncertain. I enjoyed but two snatches of the older representational art, no particular of either of which, however, has faded from me. The earlier and rarer of these, an evening at the Gymnase for a spectacle coupé with Mesdames Roche-Chéri, Mélanie, Delaporte and Victoria, afterwards Victoria Lafontaine. I squeeze again with my mother, my aunt and my brother into the stuffy baignoire, and I take to my memory in especial Madame de Girardin's Une femme qui déteste son mari, the thrilling story, as I judged it, of an admirable lady who, to save her loyalist husband during the Revolution, feigns the most Jacobin opinions, represents herself a citoyenne of citoyennes in order to keep him the more safely concealed in her house. He flattens himself to almost greater peril of life behind a panel of the wainscot, which he has a secret for opening when he requires air and food, and they may for a fearful fleeting instant be alone together. And the point of the picture is in the contrast between these melting moments and the heroine's tenue under the tremendous strain of receiving on the one side the invading, investigating terrorist commissaries, sharply suspicious but successfully baffled, and on the other her noble relatives, her husband's mother and sister, if I rightly remember, who are not in the secret, and whom, for perfect prudence, she keeps out of it, though alone with her, and themselves in hourly danger. They might be trusted, and who, believing him concealed elsewhere and terribly tracked, treat her, in her republican rage, as lost to all honour and all duty. One's sense of such things, after so long a time, has of course scant authority for others; but I myself trust my vision of Rose Chéri's fine play just as I trust that of her physique ingrat, her at first extremely odd and positively osseous appearance, an emaciated woman with a high bulging forehead, somewhat of the form of Rachel's, for whom the triumphs of produced illusion, as in the second, third and fourth great dramas of the younger Dumas, had to be triumphs indeed. My one other reminiscence of this order connects itself, and quite 3 years later, with the old dingy vaudeville of the Place de la Bourse, where I saw, in my brother's company, a rhymed domestic drama of the then still admired Ponsard, Ce qui plaît aux femmes, a piece that enjoyed, I believe, scant success, but that was to leave with me ineffaceable images. How was it possible, I wondered, to have more grace and talent, a rarer, cooler art, than Mlle. Fargeuse, the heroine, the fine lady whom a pair of rival lovers, seeking to win her hand by offering her what will most please her, treat, in the one case, to a brilliant fête, a little play within a play at which we assist, and in the other to the inside view of an attic of misery, into which the more cunning suitor introduces her just in time to save a poor girl, the tenant of the place, from being ruinously, that is successfully, tempted by a terrible old woman, a prowling revendeuse, who dangles before her the condition on which so pretty a person may enjoy every comfort. Her happier sister, the courted young widow, intervenes in time, reinforces her tottering virtue, opens for her an account with baker and butcher, and doubting no longer which flame is to be crowned, charmingly shows us that what pleases women most is the exercise of charity. Then it was I first beheld that extraordinary veteran of the stage, Mlle. Pierson, almost immemorially attached, for later generations, to the Théâtre Français, the span of whose career thus strikes me as fabulous, though she figured as a very juvenile beauty in the small féerie or allegory forming M. Ponsard's second act. She has been playing mothers and aunts this many and many a year, and still indeed much as a juvenile beauty. Not that light circumstance, however, pleads for commemoration, nor yet the further fact that I was to admire Mlle. Fargeil in the after-time, the time after she had given all Sardou's earlier successes the help of her shining firmness, when she had passed from interesting comedy and even from romantic drama, not less, perhaps still more interesting, with Sardou's Patrie as a bridge, to the use of the bigger brush of the ambigu and other homes of melodrama. The sense, such as it is, that I extract from the pair of modest memories in question is rather their value as a glimpse of the old order that spoke so much less of our hundred modern material resources, matters the stage of to-day appears mainly to live by, and such volumes more of the one thing that was then, and that, given various other things, had to be of the essence. That one thing was the quality, to say nothing of the quantity, of the actor's personal resource, technical history, tested temper, proved experience, on which almost everything had to depend, and the thought of which makes the mere starved scene and medium of the period, the rest of the picture, a more confessed and more heroic battleground. They have been more and more eased off, the scene and medium, for our couple of generations, so much so in fact that the rest of the picture has become almost all the picture. The author and the producer, among us, lift the weight of the play from the performer, particularly of the play dealing with our immediate life and manners and aspects, after a fashion which does half the work, thus reducing the personal equation, the demand for the maximum of individual doing, to a contribution mostly of the loosest and sparest. As a sop to historic curiosity at all events may even so short an impression serve. Impression of the strenuous age and its fine old masterful assouplissement of its victims, who were not the expert spectators. The spectators were so expert, so broken in to material suffering for the sake of their passion, that, as the suffering was only material, they found the aesthetic reward, the critical relish of the essence, all adequate; a fact that seems in a sort to point a moral of large application. Everything but the interpretation, the personal, in the French theatre of those days, had kinds and degrees of weakness and futility, say even falsity, of which our modern habit is wholly impatient, let alone other conditions still that were detestable even at the time, and some of which, forms of discomfort and annoyance, linger on to this day. The playhouse, in short, was almost a place of physical torture, and it is still rarely in Paris a place of physical ease. Add to this the old thinness of the school of Scribe and the old emptiness of the thousand vaudevillistes, which part of the exhibition, till modern comedy began, under the younger Dumas and Augier, had for its counterpart but the terrible dead weight, or at least the prodigious prolixity and absurdity, of much, not to say of most, of the romantic and melodramatic output. It paid, apparently, in the golden age of acting, to sit through interminable evenings in impossible places, since to assume that the age was in that particular respect golden, for which we have in fact a good deal of evidence, alone explains the patience of the public. With the public the actors were, according to their seasoned strength, almost exclusively appointed to deal, just as in the conditions most familiar to-day to ourselves this charge is laid on almost every one concerned in the case save the representatives of the parts. And far more other people are now concerned than of old, not least those who have learned to make the playhouse endurable. All of which leaves us with this interesting vision of a possibly great truth, the truth that you can't have more than one kind of intensity worthy of the name, at once. The intensity of the golden age of the histrion was the intensity of his good faith. The intensity of our period is that of the producers and machinists, to which add even that of architect, author, and critic; between which derivative kind of that article, as we may call it, and the other, the immediate kind, it would appear that you have absolutely to choose. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 27. I see much of the rest of that particular Paris time in the light of the Institution Fezandier, and I see the Institution Fezandier, Rue Balzac, in the light, if not quite of Alphonse Daudet's lean asylum for the petit pays chaud, of which I have felt the previous institutions of New York sketchily remind me, at least in that of certain other of his studies in that field of the precarious, the ambiguous Paris, over parts of which the great arch at the top of the Champs Elysees flings, at its hours, by its wide protective plausible shadow, a precious mantle of tone. They gather, these checkered parts, into its vast paternal presence, and enjoy at its expense a degree of reflected dignity. It was to the big square villa of the Rue Balzac that we turned, as pupils not unacquainted with vicissitudes, from a scene swept bare of M. L'Arambert, an establishment that strikes me, at this distance of time, as of the oddest and most indescribable, or as describable at best in some of the finer turns and touches of Daudet's best method. The picture indeed should not be invidious; it so little needs that, I feel, for its due measure of the vivid, the queer, the droll, all coming back to me without prejudice to its air as of an equally futile felicity. I see it as bright and loose and vague, as confused and embarrassed and helpless. I see it, I fear, as quite ridiculous, but as wholly harmless to my brothers and me at least, and as having left us with a fund of human impressions. It played before us such a variety of figure and character, and so relieved us of a sense of untoward discipline or of the pursuit of abstract knowledge. It was a recreational, or at least a social, rather than a tuitional house, which fact had, I really believed, weighed favourably with our parents when, bereft of M. L'Arambert, they asked themselves, with their considerable practice, how next to bestow us. Our father, like so many free spirits of that time in New York and Boston, had been much interested in the writings of Charles Fourier, and in his scheme of the phalanstery as the solution of human troubles, and it comes to me that he must have met, or in other words heard of, M. Fezandier as an active and sympathetic ex-Fourierist. I think there were only ex-Fourierists by that time, who was embarking, not far from us, on an experiment if not absolutely phalansteric, at least inspired or at any rate enriched by a bold idealism. I like to think of the Institution as all but phalansteric. It so corrects any fear that such places might be dreary. I recall this one as positively gay, bristling and bustling and resonant, untouched by the strenuous note, for instance, of Hawthorne's cooperative Blithedale. I like to think that, in its then still almost suburban, its pleasantly heterogeneous quarter, now oppressively uniform, it was close to where Balzac had ended his life, though I question its identity, as for a while I tried not to, with the scene itself of the great man's catastrophe. Round its high walled garden, at all events, he would have come and gone, a throb of inference that had for some years indeed to be postponed for me, though an association displacing to day, over the whole spot, every other interest. I in any case can't pretend not to have been most appealed to by that especial phase of our education from which the pedagogic process as commonly understood was most fantastically absent. It excelled in this respect, the Fezandié phase, even others exceptionally appointed, heaven knows, for the supremacy; and yet its glory is that it was no poor blank, but that it fairly creaked and groaned, heatedly overflowed, with its wealth. We were externes, the three of us, but we remained in general to luncheon, coming home then, late in the afternoon, with an almost sore experience of multiplicity and vivacity of contact. For the beauty of it all was that the Institution was, speaking technically, not more a pensionnat, with prevailingly English and American pupils, than a pension, with mature beneficiaries of both sexes, and that our two categories were shaken up together to the liveliest effect. This had been M. Fezandié's grand conception. A son of the South, bald and slightly replete, with a delicate beard, a quick but anxious, rather melancholy eye, and a slim, graceful, juvenile wife, who multiplied herself, though scarce knowing at moments, I think, where or how to turn. I see him as a Daudet méridional, but of the sensitive, not the sensual, type, as something of a rolling stone, rolling rather downhill. He had enjoyed some arrested, possibly blighted, connection in America, and as ready always again for some new application of faith and funds. If fondly failing in the least to see why the particular application in the Rue Balzac, the body of pensioners ranging from infancy to hoary eld, shouldn't have been a bright success could have made it one, it would have been a most original triumph. I recover it as for ourselves a beautifully mixed adventure, a brave little seeing of the world on the happy pretext of lessons. We had lessons from time to time, but had them in company with ladies and gentlemen, young men and young women of the Anglo Saxon family, who sat at long boards of green cloth with us and with several of our contemporaries, English and American boys, taking dictée from the head of the house himself, or from the aged and most remarkable M. Bonnefons, whom we believed to have been a superannuated actor, he above all such a model for Daudet, and who interrupted our abashed readings aloud to him of the French classics older and newer, by wondrous reminiscences and even imitations of Talma. He moved among us in a cloud of legend, the wigged and wrinkled, the impassioned, though I think alas underfed, M. Bonnefons. It was our belief that he "went back" beyond the First Empire to the scenes of the Revolution. This perhaps partly by reason, in the first place, of his scorn of our pronunciation, when we met it, of the sovereign word liberté, the poverty of which, our deplorable liberté without R's, he mimicked and derided, sounding the right, the revolutionary form out splendidly with 30 R's, the prolonged beat of a drum. And then we believed him, if artistically conservative, politically obnoxious to the powers that then were, though knowing that those so marked had to walk, and even to breathe, cautiously, for fear of the mouchards of the tyrant. We knew all about mouchards, and talked of them as we do today of aviators or suffragettes. To remember which in an age so candidly unconscious of them is to feel how much history we have seen unrolled. There were times when he but paced up and down and round the long table. I see him as never seated but always on the move, a weary wandering Jew of the class. But in particular I hear him recite to us the combat with the Moors from Le Cid, and show us how Talma, describing it, seemed to crouch down on his haunches in order to spring up again terrifically to the height of "Nous nous levons alors," which M. Bonfin rendered as if on the carpet there 50 men at least had leaped to their feet. But he threw off these broken lights with a quick relapse to indifference. He didn't like the Anglo-Saxon. Of the children of Albion, at least, his view was low. On his American specimens he had, I observed, more mercy, and this imperfection of sympathy, the question of Waterloo apart, rested, it was impossible not to feel, on his so resenting the dishonour suffered at our hands by his beautiful tongue, to which, as the great field of elocution, he was patriotically devoted. I think he fairly loathed our closed English vowels and confused consonants, our destitution of sounds that he recognised as sounds; though why in this connection he put up best with our own compatriots, embroiled at that time often in even stranger vocables than now, is more than I can say. I think that would be explained perhaps by his feeling in them as an old equalitarian certain accessibilities quand même. Besides, we of the younger persuasion at least must have done his ear less violence than those earnest ladies from beyond the sea and than those young Englishmen qualifying for examinations and careers, who flocked with us both to the plausibly spread and the severely disgarnished table, and on whose part I seem to see it again an effort of anguish to pick up the happy idiom that we had unconsciously acquired. French, in the fine old formula of those days, so much diffused, was the language of the family. But I think it must have appeared to these students in general a family of which the youngest members were but scantly kept in their place. We piped with a greater facility and to a richer meed of recognition, which sounds as if we might have become, in these strange collocations, fairly offensive little prigs. That was none the less not the case, for there were, oddly enough, a few French boys as well, to whom on the lingual or the family ground we felt ourselves feebly relative, and in comparison with whom, for that matter, or with one of whom, I remember an occasion of my having to sink to insignificance. There was at the Institution little of a staff, besides waiters and bonnes, but it embraced, such as it was, M. Mesnard as well as M. Bonfin. M. Mesnard, of the new generation, instructor in whatever it might be among the arts that didn't consist of our rolling our r's, and, with them, to help us out, more or less our eyes. It is significant that this elegant branch is now quite vague to me, and I recall M. Mesnard, in fine, as no less modern and cheap than M. Bonfin was rare and unappraisable. He had nevertheless given me his attention one morning, doubtless patiently enough, in some corner of the villa that we had for the moment practically to ourselves. I seemed to see a small empty room looking on the garden, when there entered to us benevolently ushered by Madame Fezandier, a small boy of very fair and romantic aspect, as it struck me, a pupil newly arrived. I remember of him mainly that he had a sort of nimbus of light curls, a face delicate and pale, and that deeply hoarse voice with which French children used to excite our wonder. M. Mesnard asked of him at once, with interest, his name, and on his pronouncing it sought to know, with livelier attention, if he were then the son of M. Arsène Houssaye, lately director of the Théâtre Français. To this distinction the boy confessed, all to such intensification of our répétiteur's interest that I knew myself quite dropped in comparison, from his scheme of things. Such an origin as our little visitor's affected him visibly as dazzling, and I felt justified after a while in stealing away into the shade. The beautiful little boy was to live to be the late M. Henri Houssaye, the shining Hellenist and historian. I have never forgotten the ecstasy of hope in M. Mesnard's question, as a light on the reverence then entertained for the institution M. Houssaye the elder had administered. Chapter 27 Chapter 28 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 28 There comes to me, in spite of these memories of an extended connection, a sense as of some shrinkage or decline in the beaux jours of the Institution, which seems to have found its current run a bit thick and troubled, rather than with the pleasant plash in which we at first appeared all equally to bathe. I gather, as I try to reconstitute, that the general enterprise simply proved a fantasy not workable, and that at any rate the elders, and often such queer elders, tended to outnumber the candid jeunesse, so that I wonder by the same token on what theory of the Castalian spring, as taught there to trickle, if not to flow, M. Houssaye, holding his small son by the heel, as it were, may have been moved to dip him into our well. Shall I blush to relate that my own impression of its virtue must have come exactly from this uncanny turn taken, and quite in spite of the high Fezandier ideals, by the invraisemblable house of entertainment, where the assimilation of no form of innocence was doubted of by reason of the forms of experience that insisted somehow on cropping up, and no form of experience too directly deprecated by reason of the originally plotted tender growths of innocence. And some of these shapes were precisely those from which our good Principal may well have first drawn his liveliest reassurance. I seem to remember such ancient American virgins in especial, and such odd and either distinctively long-necked or more particularly long-haired and chinless compatriots, in black frock-coats of no type or cut, no suggested application at all as garments application, that is, to anything in the nature of character or circumstance, function or position, gathered about in the groups that M. Bonfons almost terrorised by his refusal to recognise among the barbarous races any approach to his view of the great principle of diction. I remember deeply and privately enjoying some of his shades of scorn, and seeing how, given his own background, they were thoroughly founded. I remember above all as burnt in by the impression he gave me of the creature wholly animated and containing no waste expressional spaces, no imaginative flatnesses, the notion of the luxury of life, though indeed of the amount of trouble of it too, when none of the letters of the alphabet of sensibility might be dropped, involved in being a Frenchman. The liveliest lesson I must have drawn, however, from that source makes in any case at the best an odd educational connection, given the kind of concentration at which education, even such as ours, is supposed especially to aim. I speak of that direct promiscuity of insights which might easily have been pronounced profitless, with their attendant impressions and quickened sensibilities, yielding, as these last did, harvests of apparitions. I positively cherish at the present hour the fond fancy that we all soaked in some such sublime element as might still have hung about there I mean on the very spot from the vital presence, so lately extinct, of the prodigious Balzac, which had involved, as by its mere respiration, so dense a cloud of other presences, so arrayed an army of interrelated shades, that the air was still thick as with the fumes of witchcraft, with infinite seeing and supposing and creating, with a whole imaginative traffic. The Pension Vauquer, then but lately existent, according to Le Père Goriot, on the other side of the Seine, was still to be revealed to me; but the figures peopling it are not to day essentially more intense that is as a matter of the marked and featured, the terrible and the touching, as compared with the paleness of the conned page in general that I persuade myself, with so little difficulty, that I found the more numerous and more shifting, though properly doubtless less inspiring, constituents of the Pension Fezandié. Fantastic and all subjective that I should attribute a part of their interest, or that of the scene spreading round them, to any competent perception, in the small boy mind, that the general or public moment had a rarity and a brevity, a sharp intensity of its own, ruffling all things as they came with the morning breath of the Second Empire, and making them twinkle back with the light of resigned acceptance, a freshness of cynicism, the force of a great grimacing example. The grimace might have been legibly there in the air, to the young apprehension, and could I but simplify this record enough I should represent everything as part of it. I seemed at any rate meanwhile to think of the Fezandié young men, young Englishmen mostly, who were getting up their French in that many-coloured air, for what I supposed, in my candour, to be appointments and posts, diplomatic, commercial, vaguely official, and who, as I now infer, though I didn't altogether embrace it at the time, must, under the loose rule of the establishment, have been amusing themselves not a little. It was as a side wind of their free criticism, I take it, that I felt the first chill of an apprehended decline of the establishment, some pang of prevision of what might come, and come as with a crash, of the general fine fallacy on which it rested. Their criticism was for that matter free enough, causing me to admire it even while it terrified. They expressed themselves in terms of magnificent scorn, such as might naturally proceed, I think I felt, from a mightier race. They spoke of poor old Bonfons, they spoke of our good Fezandié himself, they spoke more or less of everyone within view, as beggars and beasts, and I remember to have heard on their lips no qualification of any dish served to us at déjeuner, and still more at the later meal, of which my brothers and I didn't partake, but as rotten. These were expressions, absent from our domestic, our American air, either of fonder discriminations or vaguer estimates, which fairly extended for me the range of intellectual, or at least of social resource; and as the general tone of them to day comes back to me it floods somehow with light the image of the fine old insular confidence, so intellectually unregenerate then that such a name scarce covers it, though inward stirrings and the growth of a comparative sense of things have now begun unnaturally to agitate and disfigure it, in which the general outward concussion of the English abroad with the fact of being abroad took place. The Fezandié young men were as much abroad as might be, and yet figured to me, largely by the upsetting force of that confidence, all but physically exercised, as the finest, handsomest, knowingest creatures; so that when I met them of an afternoon descending the Champs Elysées with fine long strides and in the costume of the period, for which we can always refer to contemporary numbers of Punch, the fact that I was for the most part walking sedately either with my mother or my aunt, or even with my sister and her governess, caused the spark of my vision that they were armed for conquest, or at the least for adventure, more expansively to glow. I am not sure whether as a general thing they honoured me at such instants with a sign of recognition; but I recover in especial the sense of an evening hour during which I had accompanied my mother to the Hôtel Meurice, where one of the New York cousins aforementioned, daughter of one of the Albany uncles, that is of the Rhinebeck member of the group, had perched for a time, so incongruously, one already seemed to feel, after the sorriest stroke of fate. I see again the gaslit glare of the Rue de Rivoli, in the spring or the autumn evening, I forget which, for our year of the Rue d'Angoulême had been followed by a migration to the Rue Montaigne, with a period, or rather with two periods, of Boulogne sur Mer interwoven, and we might have made our beguiled way from either domicile. And the whole impression seemed to hang too numerous lamps and too glittering vitrines about the poor Pendletons' bereavement, their loss of their only, their so sturdily handsome, little boy, and to suffuse their state with the warm rich exhalations of subterraneous cookery, with which I find my recall of Paris from those years, so disproportionately and so quite other than stomachically charged. The point of all of which is simply that just as we had issued from the hotel, my mother anxiously urging me through the cross currents and queer contacts, as it were, of the great bazaar, of which the Rue de Rivoli was then a much more bristling avenue than now, rather than depending on me for support and protection, there swung into view the most splendid, as I at least esteemed him, of my elders and betters in the Rue Balzac, who had left the questions there supposedly engaging us far behind, and with his high hat a trifle askew and his cigar actively alight, revealed to me at a glance what it was to be in full possession of Paris. There was speed in his step, assurance in his air. He was visibly, impatiently on the way, and he gave me thereby my first full image of what it was exactly to be on the way. He gave it the more, doubtless, through the fact that, with a flourish of the aforesaid high hat, from which the Englishman of that age was so singularly inseparable, he testified to the act of recognition and to deference to my companion, but with a grand big boy good humour that, as I remember from childhood the so frequent effect of an easy patronage, compared with the topmost overlooking on the part of an admired senior, only gave an accent to the difference, as if he cared or could have that I but went forth through the Paris night in the hand of my mamma, while he had greeted us with a grace that was a beat of the very wings of freedom. Of such shreds, at any rate, proves to be woven the stuff of young sensibility, when memory, if sensibility has at all existed for it, rummages over our old trunkful of spiritual duds, and, drawing forth ever so tenderly this, that, and the other tattered web, holds up the pattern to the light. I find myself in this connection so restlessly and tenderly rummage that the tatters, however thin, come out in handsful, and every shred seems tangled with another. Gertrude Pendleton's mere name, for instance, becomes, and very preferably, the frame of another and a better picture, drawing to it cognate associations, those of that element of the New York cousinship which had originally operated to place there, in a shining and even, as it were, an economic light, a preference for Paris, which preference, during the period of the Rue d'Angoulême and the Rue Montaigne, we wistfully saw at play, the very lightest and freest on the part of the inimitable Masons. Their earlier days of Tours and Trouville were over. A period of relative rigour at the Florence of the still encircling walls, the still so existent abuses and felicities, was also, I seem to gather, a thing of the past. Great accessions, consciously awaited during the previous leaner time, had beautifully befallen them, and my own whole consciousness of the general air, so insistently I discriminate for that alone, was coloured by a familiar view of their enjoyment of these on a tremendously draped and festooned premier of the Rue Saint Honoré, bristling with ormolu and Pradier statuettes, and looking almost straight across to the British Embassy, rather a low premier, after the manner of an entresol, as I remember it, and where the closed windows, which but scantly distinguished between our own sounds and those of the sociable, and yet the terrible, streets of records and memories, seem to maintain an air and a light thick with a mixture of every sort of queer old Parisian amenity and reference, as if to look or to listen or to touch were somehow at the same time to probe, to recover and communicate, to behold, to taste, and even to smell; to one's greater assault by suggestion, no doubt, but also to the effect of some sweet and strange repletion, as from the continued consumption, say, out of flounced and puckered boxes, of serried rows of chocolate and other bonbons. I must have felt the whole thing as something for one's developed senses to live up to and make light of, and have been rather ashamed of my own for just a little sickishly staggering under it. This goes, however, with the fondest recall of our cousin's inbred ease, from far back, in all such assumable relations, and of how, four of the simplest, sweetest, best natured girls as they were, with the eldest a charming beauty, to settle on the general ground, after marriage and widowhood, and still to be blooming there. They were possessed of the scene and its great reaches and resources and possibilities in a degree that reduced us to small provincialism and a hanging on their lips when they told us, that is when the gentlest of mammas and the lovely daughter who was out did, of presentations at the Tuileries to the then all wonderful, the ineffable Empress; reports touchingly qualified, on the part of our so exposed, yet after all so scantily indurated relatives, by the question of whether occasions so great didn't perhaps nevertheless profane the Sundays for which they were usually appointed. There was something of an implication in the air of those days, when young Americans were more numerously lovely than now, or at least more wide-eyed, it would fairly appear, that some account of the only tradition they had ever been rumoured to observe, that of the Lord's Day, might have been taken even at the Tuileries. But what most comes back to me as the very note and fragrance of the New York cousinship in this general connection is a time that I remember to have glanced at on a page distinct from these, when the particular cousins I now speak of had conceived, under the influence of I know not what unextinguished morning star, the liveliest taste for the earliest possible rambles and researches, in which they were so good as to allow me, when I was otherwise allowed, to participate, health-giving walks, of an extraordinarily maternal character, at the hour of the meticulous rag-pickers and exceptionally French polishers known to the Paris dons of the Second Empire as at no time since, which made us all feel together, under the conduct of Honorine, bright child of the pavement herself, as if we, in our fresh curiosity and admiration, had also something to say to the great show presently to be opened, and were free, throughout the place, as those are free of a house who know its aspects of attic and cellar or how it looks from behind. I call our shepherdess Honorine, even though perhaps not infallibly naming the sociable soubrette who might, with all her gay bold confidence, have been an official inspectress in person, and to whose easy care, or more particularly, expert sensibility and candour of sympathy and curiosity, our flock was freely confided. If she wasn't Honorine she was Clémentine or Augustine, which is a trifle, since what I thus recover, in any case, of these brushings of the strange Parisian dew, is those communities of contemplation that made us most hang about the jewellers' windows in the Palais Royal, and the public playbills of the theatres on the Boulevard. The Palais Royal, now so dishonoured and disavowed, was then the very Paris of Paris. The shutters of the shops seemed taken down at that hour for our especial benefit, and I remember well how, the dressing of so large a number of the compact and richly condensed fronts being more often than not a matter of diamonds and pearls, rubies and sapphires, that represented, in their ingenuities of combination and contortion, the highest taste of the time, I found open to me any amount of superior study of the fact that the spell of gems seemed for the feminine nature almost alarmingly boundless. I stared too, it comes back to me, at these exhibitions, and perhaps even thought it became a young man of the world to express as to this or that object a refined and intelligent preference. But what I really most had before me was the chorus of abjection, as I might well have called it, led, at the highest pitch, by Honorine, and vaguely suggesting to me, by the crudity, so to say, of its wistfulness, a natural frankness of passion. Goodness knew, in fact, for my small intelligence really didn't, what depths of corruptibility. Droll enough, as I win them again, these queer dim plays of consciousness. My sense that my innocent companions, Honorine en tête, would have done anything or everything for the richest ruby, and that though one couldn't oneself be decently dead to that richness, one didn't at all know what anything might be, or in the least what everything was. The gushing cousins, at the same time, assuredly knew still less of that, and Honorine's brave gloss of a whole range alike of possibilities and actualities was in itself a true social grace. They all enjoyed, in fine, while I somehow but wastefully mused, which was after all my form of enjoyment. I was shy for it, though it was a truth and perhaps odd enough withal that I didn't really at all care for gems, that rubies and pearls, in no matter what collocations, left me comparatively cold, that I actually cared for them about as little as, monstrously, secretly, painfully, I cared for flowers. Later on I was to become aware that I adored trees and architectural marbles, that for a sufficient slab of a sufficiently rare, sufficiently bestreaked or empurpled marble, in particular, I would have given a bag of rubies. But by then the time had passed for my being troubled to make out what in that case would represent, on a small boy's part, the corruptibility, so to call it, proclaimed, before the vitrine, by the cousins. That hadn't, as a question, later on, its actuality, but it had so much at the time that if it had been frankly put to me I must have quite confessed my inability to say, and must, I gather, by the same stroke have been ashamed of such inward penury, feeling that as a boy I showed more poorly than girls. There was a difference meanwhile for such puzzlements before the porticos of the theatres. All questions melted for me there into the single depth of envy of the equal, the beatific command of the evening hour, in the regime of Honorin's young train, who were fresh for the early sparrow and the chiffonnier even after shedding buckets of tears the night before, and not so much as for the first or the second time, over the beautiful story of La Dame aux Camélias. There indeed was another humiliation, but by my weakness of position much more than of nature. Whatever doing of everything might have been revealed to me as a means to the end, I would certainly have done it for a sight of Madame Doche and Fectaire in Dumas' triumphant idyll, now enjoying the fullest honours of innocuous classicism, with which, as with the merits of its interpreters, Honorin's happy charges had become perfectly, and if not quite serenely, at least ever so responsively and feelingly, familiar. Of a wondrous mixed sweetness and sharpness and queerness of uneffaced reminiscence is all that aspect of the cousins and the rambles and the overlapping nights melting along the odorously bedamped and retouched streets and arcades, bright in the ineffable morning light, above all, of our peculiar young culture and candour. All of which again has too easily led me to drop for a moment my more leading clue of that radiation of good nature from Gertrude Pendleton and her headlong hospitalities in which we perhaps most complacently basked. The becraped passage at Maurice's, alluded to a little back, was of a later season, and the radiation, as I recall it, had been, that first winter, mainly from a petit hôtel somewhere on the other side, as we used with a large sketchiness to say, of the Champs Elysees, a region at that time reduced to no regularity, but figuring to my fond fancy as a chaos of accidents and contrasts, where petits hôtels of archaic type were elbowed by wood yards and cabarets and pavilions ever so characteristic, yet ever so indefinable, snuggled between frank industries and vulgarities; all brightened, these indeed, by the sociable note of Paris, be it only that of chaffering or of other bavardees. The great consistencies of arch refinement, now of so large a harmony, were still to come, so that it seemed rather original to live there; in spite of which the attraction of the hazard of it on the part of our then so uniformly natural young kinswoman, not so much ingeniously or even expressively as just gesticulatively and helplessly gay, since that earlier pitch of New York parlance scarce arrived at, or for that matter pretended to, enunciation, was quite in what I at least took to be the glitter of her very conventions and traditions themselves; exemplified, for instance, by a bright nocturnal christening party in honour of the small son of all hopes, whom she was so precipitately to lose, an occasion which, as we had, in our way, known the act of baptism but as so abbreviated, and in fact so tacit a business, had the effect for us of one of the great "forms" of a society taking itself with typical seriousness. We were much more serious than the Pendletons, but, paradoxically enough, there was that weakness in our state of our being able to make no such attestation of it. The evening can have been but of the friendliest, easiest and least pompous nature, with small guests, in congruity with its small hero, as well as large; but I must have found myself more than ever yet in presence of a rite, one of those round which as many kinds of circumstance as possible clustered; so that the more of these there were the more one might imagine a great social order observed. How shall I now pretend to say how many kinds of circumstance I supposed I recognised? With the remarkable one, to begin with, and which led fancy so far afield that the "religious ceremony" was at the same time a "party" of twinkling lustres and disposed flowers and ladies with bare shoulders, that platitudinous bareness of the period that suggested somehow the moral line, drawn as with a ruler and a firm pencil; with little English girls, daughters of the famous physician of that nationality, then pursuing a Parisian career he must have helped the little victim into the world and whose emphasised type much impressed itself; with round glazed and beribboned boxes of multicoloured sugared almonds, dragées de baptême above all, which we harvested, in their heaps, as we might have gathered apples from a shaken tree, and which symbolised as nothing else the ritual dignity. Perhaps this grand impression really came back but to the dragées de baptême, not strictly more immemorial to our young appreciation than the New Year's cake and the "election cake" known to us in New York, yet immensely more official and of the nature of scattered largesse, partly through the days and days, as it seemed to me, that our life was to be furnished, reinforced and almost encumbered with them. It wasn't simply that they were so toothsome, but that they were somehow so important and so historic. It was with no such frippery, however, that I connected the occasional presence among us of the young member of the cousinship, in this case of the maternal, who most moved me to wistfulness of wonder, though not at all, with his then marked difference of age, by inviting my free approach. Vernon King, to whom I have in another part of this record alluded, at that time doing his baccalaureat on the other side of the Seine and coming over to our world at scraps of moments, for I recall my awe of the tremendous nature, as I supposed it, of his toil, as to quite a make believe and gingerbread place, the lightest of substitutes for the Europe in which he had been from the first so technically plunged. His mother and sister, also on an earlier page referred to, had, from their distance, committed him to the great city to be "finished" educationally, to the point that for our strenuous cousin Charlotte was the only proper one; and I feel sure he can have acquitted himself, in this particular, in a manner that would have passed for brilliant if such lights didn't, thanks to her stiff little standards, always tend to burn low in her presence. These ladies were to develop more and more the practice of living in odd places for abstract, inhuman reasons; at Marseilles, at Dusseldorf, if I rightly recall, their principal German sojourn; at Naples above all for a long stage, where in particular their grounds of residence were somehow not as those of others, even though I recollect, from a much later time, attending them there at the opera, an experience which, in their fashion, they succeeded in despoiling for me of every element of the concrete, or at least of the pleasantly vulgar. Later impressions, few but firm, were so to enhance one's tenderness for Vernon's own image, the most interesting surely in all the troop of our young kinsmen early baffled and gathered, that he glances at me out of the Paris period, fresh coloured, just blonde bearded, always smiling and catching his breath a little, as from a mixture of eagerness and shyness, with such an appeal to the right idealisation or to belated justice as makes of mere evocation a sort of exercise of loyalty. It seemed quite richly laid upon me at the time I get it all back that he, 2 or 3 years older than my elder brother and dipped more early, as well as held more firmly, in the deep, the refining waters, the virtue of which we all together, though with our differences of consistency, recognised, was the positive and living proof of what the process, comparatively poor for ourselves, could do at its best and with clay originally and domestically kneaded to the right plasticity. Besides which he shone, to my fancy, and all the more for its seeming so brightly and quietly in his very grain, with the vague, the supposititious, with the intensely accent-giving stamp of the Latin Quarter, which we so thinly imagined and so superficially brushed on our pious walks to the Luxembourg and through the parts where the glamour might have hung thickest. We were to see him a little, but 2 or 3 times, 3 or 4 years later, when, just before our own return, he had come back to America for the purpose, if my memory serves, of entering the Harvard Law School, and to see him still always with the smile that was essentially as facial, as livingly and loosely fixed somehow as his fresh complexion itself, always too with the air of caring so little for what he had been put through that, under any appeal to give out, more or less wonderfully, some sample or echo of it, as who should say, he still mostly panted as from a laughing mental embarrassment. He had been put through too much, it was all stale to him, and he wouldn't have known where to begin. He did give out a little on occasion, speaking, that is, on my different plane, as it were, and by the roundabout report of my brother. He gave out, it appeared, as they walked together across shining Newport sands, some fragment, some beginning of a very youthful poem that Europe had, with other results, moved him to, and a faint thin shred of which was to stick in my remembrance for reasons independent of its quality. Harold, rememberest thou the day we rode along the Appian Way? Neglected tomb and altar cast their lengthening shadow o'er the plain, and while we talked, the mighty past around us lived and breathed again. That was European enough, and yet he had returned to America really to find himself, even with every effort made immediately near him to defeat the discovery. He found himself, with the outbreak of the war, simply as the American soldier, and not under any bribe, however dim, of the epaulette or the girt sword, but just as the common enlisting native, which he smiled and gasped, to the increase of his happy shortness of breath as from a repletion of culture, since it suggested no lack of personal soundness, at feeling himself so like to be. As strange, yet as still more touching than strange, I recall the sight, even at a distance, of the drop straight off him of all his layers of educational varnish, the possession of the advantages, the tongues, the degrees, the diplomas, the reminiscences, a saturation too that had all sunk in, a sacrifice of precious attributes that might almost have been viewed as a wild bonfire. So his prodigious mother, whom I have perhaps sufficiently presented for my reader to understand, didn't fail to view it, judging it also sharply hostile to the action of the North as the whole dreadful situation found her, with deep and resentful displeasure. I remember how I thought of Vernon himself, during the business, as at once so despoiled, so diverted, and above all so resistantly bright, as vaguely to suggest something more in him still, some deep down reaction, some extremity of indifference and defiance, some exhibition of a young character too long pressed and impressed, too long prescribed to, and with too much expected of it, and all under too firmer a will, so that the public pretext had given him a lift or lent him wings, which without its greatness might have failed him. As the case was to turn, nothing, that is nothing he most wanted and, remarkably, most enjoyed, did fail him at all. I forget with which of the possible States, New York, Massachusetts, or Rhode Island, though I think the first, he had taken service, only seeming to remember that this all went on for him at the start in McClellan's and later on in Grant's army, and that, badly wounded in a Virginia battle, he came home to be nursed by his mother, recently restored to America for a brief stay. She held, I believe, in the event, that he had, under her care, given her his vow that, his term being up, he would not, should he get sufficiently well, re-engage. The question here was between them, but it was definite that, materially speaking, she was in no degree dependent on him. The old, the irrepressible adage, however, was to live again between them. When the devil was sick, the devil a saint would be. When the devil was well, the devil a saint was he. The devil a saint, at all events, was Vernon, who denied that he had passed his word, and who, as soon as he had surmounted his first disablement, passionately and quite admirably re-enlisted. At once restored to the front, and to what now gave life for him its indispensable relish, he was in the thick again of the great carnage round about Richmond, where, again gravely wounded, he, as I figure still incorrigibly smiling, succumbed. His mother had by this time indignantly returned to Europe, accompanied by her daughter and her younger son, the former of whom accepted, for our great pity, a little later on, the office of closing the story. Anne King, young and frail, but not less firm under stress than the others of her blood, came back on her brother's death, and quietest, most colourless Electra of a lucidest Orestes, making her difficult way amid massed armies and battle-drenched fields, got possession of his buried body, and bore it for reinterment to Newport, the old habitation, as I have mentioned, of their father's people, both Vernons and Kings. It must have been to see my mother, as well as to sail again for Europe, that she afterwards came to Boston, where I remember going down with her, at the last, to the dock of the English steamer, some black and tub-like Cunarder, an archaic Africa or Asia, sufficing to the Boston service of those days. I saw her off drearily and helplessly enough, I well remember, and even at that moment found for her another image. What was she most like, though in a still sparer and drier form, but some low-toned, some employed little Bronte heroine, though more indeed a Lucy Snowe than a Jane Eyre, and with no shade of a Bronte hero within sight. To this all the fine privilege and fine culture of all the fine countries, collective matter from far back of our intimated envy, had amounted, just as it had amounted for Vernon to the bare headstone on the Newport hillside where, by his mother's decree, as I have already noted, there figured no hint of the manner of his death. So grand, so finely personal a manner it appeared to me at the time, and has indeed appeared ever since, that this brief record irrepressibly springs from that. His mother, as I have equally noted, was, however, with her views, to find no grace in it so long as she lived, and his sister went back to her, and to Marseilles, as they always called it, but prematurely to die. Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 29. I feel that much might be made of my memories of Boulogne-sur-Mer, had I but here left room for the vast little subject, in which I should probably, once started, wander to and fro as exploringly, as perceivingly, as discoveringly, I am fairly tempted to call it, as might really give the measure of my small operations at the time. I was almost wholly reduced there to operations of that mere inward and superficially idle order at which we have already so freely assisted, reduced by a cause I shall presently mention, the production of a great blur, well nigh after the fashion of some mild domestic, but quite considerably spreading grease spot, in respect to the world of action, such as it was, more or less immediately about me. I must personally have lived during this pale predicament almost only by seeing what I could after my incorrigible ambulant fashion, a practice that may well have made me pass for bringing home nothing in the least exhibitional, rather than by pursuing the inquiries and interests that agitated to whatever intensity our on the whole widening little circle. The images I speak of as a matter for more evocation than I can spare them were the fruit of two different periods at Boulogne, a shorter and a longer, this second appearing to us all at the time, I gather, too endlessly and blightingly prolonged. So sharply, before it was over, did I, at any rate, come to yearn for the Rue Montaigne again. The Rue Montaigne sublet, for a term, under a flurry produced in my parents' breasts by a financial crisis of great violence to which the American world, as a matter now of recorded history, I believe, had tragically fallen victim, and which had imperilled or curtailed for some months our moderate means of existence. We were to recover, I make out, our disturbed balance, and were to pursue a while further our chase of the alien, the somehow repeatedly postponed real opportunity; and the second, the comparatively cramped and depressed connection with the classic refuge, as it then was, of spasmodic thrift, when not of settled indigence, for the embarrassed of our race, in the largest sense of this matter, was to be shuffled off at last with no scant relief and reaction. This is perhaps exactly why the whole picture of our existence at the Pas de Calais watering place pleads to me now for the full indulgence, what would be in other words every touch of tenderness workable, after all the years, over the lost and confused and above all, on their own side, ultimately rather vulgarised and violated little sources of impression. Items and aspects these, which, while they in their degree and after their sort flourished, we only asked to admire, or at least to appreciate, for their rewarding extreme queerness. The very centre of my particular consciousness of the place turned too soon to the fact of my coming in there for the gravest illness of my life, an all but mortal attack of the malignant typhus of old days, which, after laying me as low as I could well be laid for many weeks, condemned me to a convalescence so arduous that I saw my apparently scant possibilities, by the measure of them then taken, even as through a glass darkly, or through the expansive blur for which I found, just above, a homely image. This experience was to become, when I had emerged from it, the great reminiscence or circumstance of old Boulogne for me, and I was to regard it, with much intelligence I should have maintained, as the marked limit of my state of being a small boy. I took on, when I had decently, and all the more because I had so retardedly recovered, the sense of being a boy of other dimensions somehow altogether, and even with a new dimension introduced and acquired, a dimension that I was eventually to think of as a stretch in the direction of essential change, or of living straight into a part of myself previously quite unvisited and now made accessible as by the sharp forcing of a closed door. The blur of consciousness imagined by my grease spot was not, I hasten to declare, without its relenting edges and even, during its major insistence, fainter thicknesses; short of which I see my picture, the picture I was always so incurably after, would have failed of animation altogether, quite have failed to bristle with characteristics, with figures and objects and scenic facts, particular passages and moments, the stuff, in short, of that scrap of minor gain which I have spoken of as our multiplied memories. Wasn't I even at the time, and much more later on, to feel how we had been, through the thick and thin of the whole adventure, assaulted as never before in so concentrated a way by local and social character? Such was the fashion after which the Boulogne of long ago I have known next to nothing of it since could come forth, come more than half way, as we say, to meet the imagination open to such advances. It was, taking one thing with another, so verily drenched in character that I see myself catching this fine flagrancy almost equally in everything, unless indeed I may have felt it rather smothered than presented on the comparatively sordid scene of the Collège Communal, not long afterwards to expand, I believe, into the local lycée, to which the inimitable process of our education promptly introduced us. I was to have less of the collège than my elder and my younger brother, thanks to the interrupting illness that placed me so long, with its trail of after effects, half complacently, half ruefully apart. But I suffered for a few early weeks the mainly malodorous sense of the braver life, produced as this was by a deeply democratic institution from which no small son, even of the most soapless home, could possibly know exclusion. Odd, I recognise, that I should inhale the air of the place so particularly, so almost only, to that dismal effect; since character was there too, for whom it should concern, and my view of some of the material conditions, of the general collegiate presence toward the top of the steepish Grand Rue on the right, and not much short, as it comes back to me, of the then closely clustered and inviolate Hauteville, the more or less surviving old town, the idle grey rampart, the moated and towered citadel, the tree shaded bastion for strolling and sitting, immortalised by Thackeray, achieved the monumental, in its degree, after a fashion never yet associated for us with the pursuit of learning. Didn't the campaigner, suffering indigence at the misapplied hands of Colonel Newcome, rage at that hushed victim supremely and dreadfully just thereabouts, by which I mean in the Hauteville, over some question of a sacrificed sweetbread or a cold hacked joint that somebody had been at? Besides such builded approaches to an education as we had elsewhere known, the collège exhibited, with whatever reserves, the measure of style which almost any French accident of the administratively architectural order more easily rises to than fails of, even if the matter be but a question of the shyest similitude of a corps d'honneur, the court disconnecting the scene, by intention at least, from the basely bourgeois, and giving value to the whole effect of a posed and windowed wall and important, or balanced and placed, perron. These are many words for the dull precinct, as then presented, I admit, and they are perhaps half prompted by a special association, too ghostly now quite to catch again, the sense of certain Sundays, distinct from the grim, that is the flatly instructional, body of the week, when I seem to myself to have successfully flouted the whole constituted field by passing across it and from it to some quite ideally old world little annexed Musée de Provence, as inviolate in its way as the grey rampart and bare citadel, and very like them in unrelieved tone, where I repeatedly, and without another presence to hinder, looked about me at goodness knows what weird ancientries of stale academic art. Not one of these treasures, in its habit as it lived, do I recall, yet the sense and the note of them was at the time, none the less, not so elusive that I didn't somehow draw straight from them intimations of the interesting, that is, revelations of the aesthetic, the historic, the critical mystery and charm of things, of such things taken altogether, that added to my small loose handful of the seed of culture. That apprehension was, in its way, of our house of learning too, and yet I recall how, on the scant and simple terms I have glanced at, I quite revelled in it, whereas other impressions of my brief ordeal shrink, for anything in the nature of interest, but to 3 or 4 recovered marks of the social composition of the school. There were the sons of all the small shopkeepers, and not less, by my remembrance, of certain of the mechanics and artisans. But there was also the English contingent, these predominantly interne and uniformed, blue-jacketed and brass-buttoned, even to an effect of odd redundancy, who by my conceit gave our association a lift. Vivid still to me is the summer morning on which, in the wide court as wide, that is, as I liked to suppose it, and where we hung about helplessly enough for recreation, a brownish black-eyed youth, of about my own degree of youthfulness, mentioned to me with an air that comes back as that of the liveliest informational resource the outbreak, just heard of an awful mutiny in India, where his military parents, who had not so long before sent him over thence, with such weakness of imagination, as I measured it, to the poor spot on which we stood, were in mortal danger of their lives, so that news of their having been killed would perhaps be already on the way. They might well have been military, these impressively exposed characters, since my friend's name was Napier, or Napier, as he was called at the school, and since, I may add also, there attached to him in my eyes the glamour of an altogether new emphasis of type. The English boys within our ken since our coming abroad had been of the fewest; the Fezandié youths, whether English or American, besides being but scantly boys, had been so lost on that scene, in our heap of disparities; and it pressed upon me after a fashion of its own that those we had known in New York, and all aware of their varieties and personalities as one had supposed oneself, had in no case challenged the restless placing impulse with any such force as the finished little Napier. They had not been as he was by the very perversity of his finish, resultants of forces at all, or comparatively speaking, it was as if their producing elements had been simple and few, whereas behind this more mixed and, as we have learnt to say, evolved companion, his very simplicities, his gaps of possibility, being still evolved, there massed itself I couldn't have said what protective social order, what tangled creative complexity. Why I should have thought him almost Indian of stamp and hue, because his English parents were of the so general Indian peril, is more than I can say; yet I have his exotic, and above all his bold, his imaginably even bad, young face, finally unacquainted with law, before me at this hour quite undimmed, announcing, as I conceived it, and quite as a shock, any awful adventure that one would, as well as something that I must even at the time have vaguely taken as the play of the passions. He vanishes, and I dare say I but make him over as I make everything; and he must have led his life, whatever it was to become, with the least possible waiting on the hour or the major consequence, and no waste of energy at all in the mooning, no patience with any substitute for his very own humour. We had another schoolmate, this one native to the soil, whose references were with the last vividness local, and who was yet to escape with brilliancy in the aftertime the smallest shadow of effacement. His most direct reference at that season was to the principal pastry cooks of the town, an establishment we then found supreme for little criss-crossed apple tartlets and melting baba, young Coquelin's home life amid which we the more acutely envied that the upward cock of his so all important nose testified, for my fancy, to the largest range of free familiar sniffing. Sebe Coquelin is personally most present to me in the form of that hour, by the value, as we were to learn to put it, of this nose, the fine assurance and impudence of which fairly made it a trumpet for promises; yet in spite of that, the very gauge, as it were, of his long career as the most interesting and many-sided comedian, or at least most unsurpassed dramatic diseur of his time, I failed to doubt that, with the rich recesses of the parental industry for his background, his subtlest identity was in his privilege, or perhaps even in his expertest trick, of helping himself well. These images, however, were but drops in the bucket of my sense of catching character, round about us, as I say, at every turn, and in every aspect; character that began even, as I was pleased to think, in our own habitation, the most spacious and pompous Europe had yet treated us to, in spite of its fronting on the Rue Neuve Chaussée, a street of lively shopping by the measure of that innocent age, and with its own ground floor occupied by a bristling exhibition of indescribably futile articles de Paris. Modern and commodious itself, it looked from its balcony at serried and mismatched and quaintly named haunts of old provincial, of sedately passive rather than confidently eager traffic. But this made, among us, for much harmless inquisitory life, while we were fairly assaulted at home by the scale and some of the striking notes of our fine modernity, the young, the agreeable to anything, the apparently opulent M. Prosper Sauvage, wasn't it? Had not long before, unless I mistake, inherited the place as a monument of family, quite modestly local, yet propitious family, ambition; with an ample extension in the rear, and across the clearest, prettiest court, for his own dwelling, which thus became elegant, entre cour et jardin, and showed all the happy symmetries and proper conventions. Here flourished, or rather I surmise at this time of day here languished, a domestic drama of which we enjoyed the murmurous overflow; frankly astounding to me, I confess, how I remain still in sensitive presence of our resigned proprietor's domestic drama, in and out of which I see a pair of figures quite up to the dramatic mark flit again with their air of the very rightest finish. I must but note these things none the less and pass, for scarce another item of the whole Boulogne concert of salient images failed after all of a significance either still more strangely social or more distinctively spectacular. These appearances indeed melt together for my interest, I once more feel, as, during the interminable stretch of the prescribed and for the most part solitary airings and outings involved in my slow convalescence from the extremity of fever, I approached that straitened and somewhat bedarkened issue of the Rue de l'Écu was it? Toward the bright coloured, strongly peopled Port, just where Merridew's English Library, solace of my vacuous hours and temple, in its degree too, of deep initiations, mounted guard at the right. Here, frankly, discrimination drops. Every particular in the impression, once so quick and fresh, sits interlinked with every other in the large lap of the whole. The motley, sunny, breezy, bustling port, with its classic, its admirable fisherfolk of both sexes, models of type and tone and of what might be handsomest in the thoroughly weathered condition, would have seemed the straightest appeal to curiosity, had not the old Thackerayan side, as I may comprehensively call it, and the scattered wealth of illustration of his sharpest satiric range not so constantly interposed and competed with it. The scene bristled, as I look back at it, with images from Men's Wives, from the society of Mr. Ducis, and that of 50 other figures of the same creation, with Beria Craces and Rawdon Crawleys, and of course with Mrs. Max, with Rosies of a more or less crumpled freshness and blighted bloom, with battered and bent, though doubtless never quite so fine, Colonel Newcomes not less; with more reminders, in short, than I can now gather in, of those forms of the seedy, the subtly sinister, the vainly genteel, the generally damaged and desperate, and in particular perhaps the invincibly impudent. All the marks, I feel sure, were stronger and straighter than such as we meet in generally like cases under our present levelling light. Such anointed and whiskered and eked out, such brazen, bluffing, swaggering gentlemen, such floridly repaired ladies, their mates, all looking as hard as they could as if they were there for mere harmless amusement. It was as good among them as just being Arthur Pendennis to know so well, or at least to guess so fearfully, who and what they might be. They were floated on the tide of the manners then prevailing, I judge, with a rich processional effect that so many of our own grand lapses, when not of our mere final flatnesses, leave no material for; so that the living note of Boulogne was really, on a more sustained view, the opposition between a native race the most happily tempered, the most becomingly seasoned and salted and self-dependent, and a shifting colony, so far as the persons composing it could either urgently or speculatively shift, inimitably at odds with any active freshness. And the stale and the light, even though so scantily rebounding, the too densely socialised group was the English, and the positive and hardy and steady and wind-washed the French; and it was all as flushed with colour and patched with costume and referable to record and picture, to literature and history, as a more easily amusing and less earnestly uniform age could make it. When I speak of this opposition indeed I see it again most take effect in an antithesis that, on one side and the other, swallowed all differences at a gulp. The general British show as we had it there, in the artless mid Victorian desert, had, I think, for its most sweeping sign the high assurance of its dowdiness; whereas one had only to glance about at the seafaring and fisher folk who were the real strength of the place, to feel them shed at every step and by their every instinctive appearance the perfect lesson of taste. There it was to be learnt and taken home, with never a moral, none the less, drawn from it by the higher types. I speak of course in particular of the tanned and trussed and kerchiefed, the active and productive women, all so short-skirted and free-limbed under stress, for as by the rule of the dowdy their sex is ever the finer example, so where the sense of the suitable, of the charmingly and harmoniously right prevails, they preserve the pitch even as a treasure committed to their piety. To hit that happy mean of rightness amid the mixed occupations of a home mother and a fishwife, to be in especial both so bravely stripped below and so perfectly enveloped above as the deep wading, far striding, shrimp netting, crab gathering matrons or maidens who played, waist high, with the tides, and racily quickened the market, was to make grace thoroughly practical and discretion thoroughly vivid. These attributes had with them all, for the eye, however, a range too great for me to follow, since as their professional undress was a turnout positively self-consistent, so their household, or more responsibly public, or altogether festal, array played through the varied essentials of fluted coif and folded kerchief and sober skirt and tense, dark, displayed stocking and clicking wooden slipper, to say nothing of long gold eardrop or solid short-hung pectoral cross, with a respect for the rigour of conventions that had the beauty of self-respect. I owe to no season of the general period such a preserved sense of innumerable unaccompanied walks, at the reason of which luxury of freedom I have glanced, which as often as not were through the steep and low-browed and brightly daubed ruelles of the fishing town, and either across and along the level sea marge and sustained cliff beyond, this latter the site of the first Napoleon's so tremendously mustered camp of invasion, with a monument as futile by my remembrance as that enterprise itself had proved, to give it all the special accent I could ask for. Or I was as free for the Haute Ville and the ramparts and the scattered battered benches of reverie, if I may so honour my use of them. They kept me not less complacently in touch with those of the so anciently odd and mainly contracted houses over which the stiff citadel and the ghost of Catherine de Médicis, who had dismally sojourned in it, struck me as throwing such a chill, and one of which precisely must have witnessed the never to be forgotten campaigner's passage in respect to her cold beef. Far from extinct for me is my small question of those hours, doubtless so mentally, so shamelessly wanton, as to what human life might be tucked away in such retreats, which expressed the last acceptance whether of desired or of imposed quiet. So absolutely appointed and obliged did I feel to make out, so far as I could, what, in so significant a world, they on their part represented. I think the force mainly sustaining me at that rather dreary time, as I see it can only show for, was this lively felt need that everything should represent something more than what immediately and all too blankly met the eye. I seem to myself to have carried it about everywhere, and though of course only without outward signs that might have betrayed my fatuity, and insistently, quite yearningly applied it. What I wanted, in my presumption, was that the object, the place, the person, the unreduced impression, often doubtless so difficult or so impossible to reduce, should give out to me something of a situation, living as I did in confused and confusing situations, and thus hooking them on, however awkwardly, to almost any at all living surface I chanced to meet. My memory of Boulogne is that we had almost no society of any sort at home, there appearing to be about us but one sort, and that of far too great or too fearful an immediate bravery. Yet there were occasional figures that I recover from our scant circle, and that I associate, whatever links I may miss, with the small still houses on the rampart, figures of the quaintest, quite perhaps the frowsiest little English ladies, in such mushroom hats, such extremely circular and bestriped scarlet petticoats, such perpetual tight gauntlets, such explicit claims to long descent, which showed them for everything that everyone else at Boulogne was not. These mid Victorian samples of a perfect consistency represented, by my measure, as hard as ever they could, and represented, of all things, literature and history and society. The literature was that of the 3-volume novel, then and for much after, enjoying its loosest and serenest spread, for they separately and anxiously and awfully wrote, and that must almost by itself have amounted in them to all the history I evoked. The dreary months, as I'm content that in their second phase especially they should be called, are subject, I repeat, to the perversion, quite perhaps to the obscuration, of my temporarily hindered health, which should keep me from being too sure of these small proportions of experience. I was to look back afterwards as over so grey a desert, through which, none the less, there flush as sharp little certainties, not to be disallowed, such matters as the general romance of Merridew, the English librarian before mentioned at the mouth of the port, a connection that thrusts itself upon me now as after all the truest centre of my perceptions, waylaying my steps at the time, as I came and went, more than any other object or impression. The question of what that spot represented, or could be encouraged, could be aided and abetted to represent, may well have supremely engaged me, for depth within depth there could open before me. The place meant, on these terms, to begin with, frank and licensed fiction, licensed to my recordedly relaxed state; and what this particular luxury represented it might have taken me even more time than I had to give to make out. The blessed novel in 3 volumes exercised through its form, to my sense, on grounds lying deeper for me to day than my deepest sounding, an appeal that fairly made it do with me what it would. Possibly a drivelling confession, and the more drivelling, perhaps, the more development I should attempt for it; from which, however, the very difficulty of the case saves me. Too many associations, too much of the ferment of memory and fancy, are somehow stirred. They beset me again, they hover and whirl about me, while I stand, as I used to stand, within the positively sanctified walls of the shop, so of the vieux temps now their aspect and fashion and worked system; by which I mean again of the frumpiest and civilest mid Victorian, and surrender to the vision of the shelves packed with their rich individual trinities. Why should it have affected me so that my choice, so difficult in such a dazzle, could only be for a trinity? I am unable fully to say. Such a magic dwelt in the mere rich fact of the trio. When the novel of that age was bad, as it so helplessly, so abjectly and prevailingly consented to be, the 3 volumes still did something for it, a something that was, all strangely, not an aggravation of its case. When it was good, our analysis, our terms of appreciation had a simplicity that has lingered on, they made it copiously, opulently better, so that when, after the span of the years, my relation with them became, from that of comparatively artless reader, and to the effect of a superior fondness and acuteness that of complacent author, the tradition of infatuated youth still flung over them its mantle, this at least till all relation, by one of the very rudest turns of life we of the profession were to have known, broke off in clumsy interfering hands and with almost no notice given, in a day, in an hour. Besides connecting me with the lost but unforgotten note of waiting service and sympathy that quavered on the Merrydew air, they represented just for intrinsic charm more than I could at any moment have given a plain account of. They fell, by their ineffable history, every trio I ever touched, into the category of such prized phenomena as my memory, for instance, of fairly hanging about the Rue des Vieillards at the season I speak of, through the apprehension that something vague and sweet, if I shouldn't indeed rather say something of infinite future point and application, would come of it. This is a reminiscence that nothing would induce me to verify, as for example by any revisiting light; but it was going to be good for me, good, that is, for what I was pleased to regard as my intelligence or my imagination, in fine for my obscurely specific sense of things, that I should so have hung about. The name of the street was by itself of so gentle and intimate a persuasion that I must have been ashamed not to proceed, for the very grace of it, to some shade of active response; and there was always a place of particular arrest in the vista brief and blank, but inclusively blank after ancient, settled, more and more subsiding things, blank almost in short with all Matthew Arnold's ennui of the Middle Ages, rather than, poorly and meanly and emptily, before such states, which was previously what I had most known of blankness. This determined pause was at the window of a spare and solitary shop, a place of no amplitude at all, but as of an inveterate cheerful confidence, where among a few artists' materials an exhibited water colour from some native and possibly then admired hand was changed but once in ever so long. That was perhaps after all the pivot of my revolution, the question of whether or no I should at a given moment find the old picture replaced. I made this, when I had the luck, pass for an event, yet an event which would have to have had for its scene the precious Rue des Vieillards; and pale though may be the recital of such pleasures, I lose myself in depths of kindness for my strain of ingenuity. All of which, and to that extent to be corrected, leaves small allowance for my service to good Monsieur Ansiot, rendered while my elder and younger brothers, the younger completing our group of the ungovernessed, were continuously subject to collegial durance. Their ordeal was, I still blush to think, appreciably the heavier, as compared with mine, during our longer term of thrifty exile from Paris; the time of stress, as I find I recall it, when we had turned our backs on the Rue Montaigne, and my privilege was so to roam on the winter and the spring afternoons. Mild Monsieur Ansiot, under whom I for some 3 hours each forenoon sat sole and underided, and actually by himself too, was a curiosity, a benignity, a futility even, I gather; but save for a felt and remembered impulse in me to open the window of our scene of study as soon as he had gone, was in no degree an ideal. He might rise here, could I do him justice, as the rarest of my poor evocations; for he it was, to be frank, who most literally smelt of the vieux temps, as to which I have noted myself as wondering and musing as much as might be, with recovered scraps and glimpses and other intimations, only never yet for such a triumph of that particular sense. To be still frank, he was little less than a monster, for mere unresisting or unresilient mass of personal presence, I mean; so that I fairly think of him as a form of bland porpoise violently blowing in an age not his own, as by having had to exchange deep water for thin air. Thus he impressed me as with an absolute ancientry of type, of tone, of responsible taste above all. This last, I mean, in literature, since it was literature we sociably explored, to my at once charmed and shamed apprehension of the several firm traditions, the pure proprieties, the discussabilities, in the oddest way both so many and so few, of that field as they prevailed to his pious view. I must have had hold, in this mere sovereign sample of the accidentally, the quite unconsciously and unpretentiously, the all negligibly or superfluously handed down, of a rare case of the provincial and academic cuistre, though even while I record it I see the good man as too helpless and unaggressive, too smothered in his poor facts of person and circumstance, of overgrown time of life alone, to incur with justness the harshness of classification. He rested with a weight I scarce even felt; such easy terms he made, without scruple, for both of us, on the cheerful innocence of my barbarism; and though our mornings were short and subject, I think, to quite drowsy lapses and other honest aridities, we did scumble together, I make out, by the aid of the collected extracts from the truly and academically great which formed his sole resource and which he had, in a small portable and pocketed library, rather greasily preserved, some patch of picture of a saving as distinguished from a losing classicism. The point remains for me that when all was said, and even with everything that might directly have counted unsaid, he discharged for me such an office that I was to remain to this far off hour in a state of possession of him that is the very opposite of a blank, quite after the fashion again in which I had all along and elsewhere suffered and resisted, and yet so perversely and intimately appropriated, tutoring, which was with as little as ever to show for my profit of his own express showings. The blank he fills out crowds itself with a wealth of value, since I shouldn't without him have been able to claim, for whatever it may be worth, a tenth at that let me handsomely put it of my working sense of the vieux temps. How can I allow then that we hadn't planted together with a loose felicity some of the seed of work, even though the sprouting was so long put off? Everything, I have mentioned, had come at this time to be acceptedly, though far from braggingly, put off, and the ministrations of M. Anciot really washed themselves over with the weak mixture that had begun to spread for me, to immensity, during that summer day or two of our earlier residence when, betraying strange pains and apprehensions, I was with all decision put to bed. Present to me still is the fact of my sharper sense, after an hour or two, of my being there in distress and, as happened for the moment, alone. Present to me are the sounds of the soft afternoon, the mild animation of the Boulogne streets through the half opened windows. Present to me above all the strange sense that something had begun that would make more difference to me, directly and indirectly, than anything had ever yet made. I might verily, on the spot, have seen, as in a fading of day and a change to something suddenly queer, the whole large extent of it. I must thus, much impressed but half scared, have wanted to appeal. To which end I tumbled, all too weakly, out of bed and wavered toward the bell just across the room. The question of whether I really reached and rang it was to remain lost afterwards in the strong sick whirl of everything about me, under which I fell into a lapse of consciousness that I shall conveniently here treat as a considerable gap. End of chapter 29. End of A Small Boy and Others by Henry James.